now it's the names that were all beaten down. All those equal weighted names are coming back up here today. And then tech is, tech already reported. Yeah, ARK is correlating with bonds. I'm telling you, that's the ghetto bond play. It's up, though. It's up 100% now. So be mindful of the premium. Because, again, whenever the hype dies down, those contracts will get murdered. All right, you're back to 43. You're below both levels now. Or actually, no. You're above the 43.47. So this is still a baby level that you're holding here at VWAP. End phase. For EV charging. Where'd even Ford and those other guys go? Ford's killing it. Dude, honest, there's so much green on every name that's just not a tech name. Again, UAL, Ford, GM, those are 3-4% on all of those. My goodness. Again, the big tech just is not moving as much. So your Magnificent Seven is actually slowing you down today. Where's Coinbase? Coinbase turned red. DraftKings still holding up. Square gave up, 10, 12% from the high. PayPal gave up 1% from the top. Align is ripping right now, about to go to 200. They're literally 199.29. Redfin's up 30. I don't know how Redfin is up like that. Maybe they paid down more debt or something. Because, again, Redfin's guidance was, pretty bad, too. I think Redfin guided lower on everything. But then, again, the same thing happened to Peloton yesterday. But then they're back down today. Remember, Peloton was down 20 pre-market. Literally, it was down 20, and then it rocketed right back up. And then we're still going down again. Since data that the market would have found favorable, both little data sets, we top ticked, and then now we are coming down. You're down almost 14, 15 points from the latest high just, 15 minutes ago? It's the 10-year. I think it's the bonds. I think we could still hold up, but I think you're getting a little bit of just a little gentle reminder that bonds, this was a great rally, but maybe there's more supply. BMX alias. I was trying to figure out how to say your name. Good thing I saw the word alias. Oh, and we played a game of 2K last night, and we're sitting there chilling in the rec lobby, and then we found a team on 2K. There was like a team, like a clan. Do you call it clans anymore? That's what they used to call it in Halo. But their little tagline was A, B, and B. I was dying. There were just like three mother effers with just their gamer tag was A, B, and B, and then their name. Oh, there you go. Random pop out of nowhere. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken says humanitarian pause was an important area of discussion today with Israeli leaders. We recognize this will take time to prepare and coordinate. It could be, I don't know. I don't think this is off a headline. Starbucks is up. Don't forget, yesterday, Starbucks killed it. So, again, just random pop there, both bonds and equities. Boeing's on the high. CART looks like it wants to come up again. Airlines are the ones just ripping into the high. So that Delta play, dude, literally we got half of our losses back on today. That's actually insane to think about. So now we're recovered back to the earnings mode. So airline and travel doing very, very well. He said my name. I was like, what the hell is a Maxalias? I was like, I can't say that. And then I saw the alias. So, God is good, bro. God bless you. Thank you for joining, man. They could have been Chads if their clan was A, B, and B. I don't know. It was on 2K. Spy's going up right now. Again, you just hit the level here. I think literally right at 43.49 or 47. That was, again, one of the first levels, but you bounced right off it back to level 2. Again, welcome to squeeze mode. So unfortunately, if this hits a new high off of this is the setup of yesterday. You see what I'm saying? Where just like you're going to do these little drops, but then it doesn't matter. It looks bad when it drops. Watch the bonds, though. If they really go negative, then we'll have a problem. But if you're telling me we're going to go red and then eat up every candle in 2 minutes, then, I mean, you have seen this before, literally yesterday. So keep in mind some of the big names, too, and how they play out. Like I said, travel, I think, is kind of a standout right now. Low-key, kind of hard to ignore. And then watch when bonds calm down, see if all of those real estate plays could come up. Again, I think that will be a big deal. Man, you need bonds to chill out. And Netflix. I'm keeping an eye on all of them. I have the 30-year for just like leverage and plays, but realistically, the 10-year is the money. Again, and watch the 2-year, 10-year curve. But like I'm telling you, I hope this chart has guided you. You know, again, we've got to watch this. I've been bringing this up multiple times on the watch list, but like we've been saying, you know, you should be able to see all these. Damn, we can't even see the second peak now. It's not even showing us back in time, but like I was telling you, you know, this is a problem. This was the problem range. If we go to 4.5 to 4.2, this is where I hope you realize what I'm saying about 4.5 to 4.2, because it makes a lot of sense. I'm not saying that rates are going to go back to zero. All I'm saying is that the market can stabilize with rates between 4.5 and 4.2. Are you guys understanding? That's just a reasonable range versus trying to stabilize at 5. So what I'm saying, like 4.5 to 5.2, you're still like higher than every other point. You're still a 1.5 higher, but it's at least better than being 5 and above. And then, you know, again, no ceilings. But I would say the 10-year is probably the most important chart that you could be watching. Everybody argues about this too, so you know it's not like what I'm saying is you know for pure fact, but it is a preference. But I do think it highlights a lot. Hezbollah, all possibilities on Lebanon-Israel front are open. Yeah, he said we're ready for all possibilities. That one's old. Yeah, he says further escalation on Lebanese front is realistic possibility. Fed barking. Contact's been saying jobs market normalizing. The labor market's in a better place. Is he on CNBC? So now you got Fed barking.
Is 25.
Yeah.
I do think the notion of expectations matters a ton. And if you're going to not respond to inflation when it shows elevated, I think expectations will respond to that. And so I'm not sure 25 basis points in the end is the answer to all the world's problems. But I do think if you're going to take care of inflation, you've got to respond if it shows up.
You want inflation to be over. How will you know when to declare victory? So we're at, almost 4% on core inflation. You want it to be at 2%. You're not going to wait all the way till it goes down to 2% till you say you're done, right?
Well, I'm focused very much at this point of trying to understand the behaviors of price setters. And if you go back to 20, 30 years, price setters have been beaten up by the combination of e-commerce, globalization, access to new supply, and the power of big box retailers. And if you go to 2018, 2019, you talk to those folks, you found people who really weren't into raising prices, didn't think they had the power to.
Again, Netflix 432 now.
And there are some
not 432,
who've taken a step back and said, okay,
but if they get a hold there, that's a good level.
Of this, apparel would be a good example of that. But I still do talk to price setters who are looking to get more price. Look at the big consumer products manufacturers. They're interesting to look at their earnings. 2019, 2018, price up 1 or 2%, volume up 1 or 2%. In the midst of the inflation era, price up 12, 13, 18%, volume pretty steady. You're still seeing price of those big manufacturers up 7, 8, 9, 10%. Volume's starting to come off, but I'm looking for the point where, they're no longer taking outsized price increases because they're worried the volume in the market won't sustain it.
What are you saying? Let's say you're at a dinner
party. Going lower, though. Watch out. Watch those financials again.
A dinner party where real estate didn't come up. Are you like roundly hated because of what's happening in the mortgage market right now? And do you think it's gone too far in terms of 8% mortgages? Are you leaning too hard now on the housing market?
Well, I go to dinner parties with old people, and old people say, I remember when I used to pay X% for a mortgage. That's the world of dinner parties I go into. I think the housing market, there are a set of people who do want to buy into a house. I do think they're increasingly frustrated by lack of access. I think the home builders,
stocks
the
are going up.
are still building.
Boeing,
at scale,
RTX,
so
I think even LMC,
mine, like North Carolina, where
yeah,
you're
look
still
out for
seeing
that.
a lot of home construction. But in the places where you're not seeing it, you not see that frustration. I think the broader commercial real estate market is the place where they're not throwing me any parties right now, and there's a lot of noise in that market.
Tom, dig a little more into when I follow you. What's really interesting is you lean less on the econometrics and more on what you're hearing and how business works, and your ideas about price setters and how they think culturally about it. Is it time to raise prices?
What the hell?
From your business content.
What I'm hearing from those who sell to lower-income consumers is lower-income consumers are reprioritizing. They're making choices. Importantly, they're not out of the market. They're still spending, but they're absolutely reprioritizing where they spend and how they spend. You hear a lot about discretionary versus non-discretionary.
Oh, they fucked me on that.
I'm hearing increasingly over the last 3 months more news of middle-income consumers trading down.
I grabbed a MCL.
They had that in their.
I grabbed an oil 8173 MCL.
I think even the wealthy.
Not a
are backing
recommendation.
off
You
of
will
goods.
lose money.
They're still spending, extravagantly, if you will, on services. And so that's what's really keeping the economy going on the high end. Now, we're seeing consumer spending data that's much stronger than what I just described. And so that's the disconnect that I talked about at the beginning. I still think there's a good chance that what we're seeing on the consumer side is a normal economy, a solid economy, not a frothy economy that would be implied by the recent retail sales or consumer spending. But we'll see. I mean, the data will get updated and we'll get more data and we'll see what it looks like.
Have you been impressed by some of the productivity data? And is it changing the way you're thinking about the economy's ability to grow without inflation overheating?
Really pleased by the recent productivity data. Really unhappy about last year's productivity data. You can't, in this era where people left work in low-paid professions and then came back, you can't look at it anything other than a 4-year basis. If you look at productivity over 4 years, it's basically where it was in 2018, 2019. It's a tick better than it was in 2013, 2015. I hope it continues. There's lots of reasons to think it might, as people figure out how to do more with less. But we'll have to see whether it continues.
Do you think it's related to AI, even at these early innings?
I think it's
the
too early
bonds
to give
keep
credit
going
to
lower.
AI. But I would give credit to people in a tight labor market innovating and thinking about how to deliver.
I'd like to get a little bit more from you on that. How big a problem do you see it? I think 2/3 of commercial real estate loans.
I bought a
actually
micro
fixed rates,
oil
so
contract,
the
a
10-year
small one.
moving a little down in yield, this a bit of relief. But overall,
I'll explain
what
when
are your
we're done with this.
expectations
But even then, oil's one of the only things down right now today.
Apart, and so industrial's doing fine, and retail's actually.
I don't think I'm going to hold it though. I'm trying to go for a
It's
flip.
really B and C downtown office where people aren't going back to work, and I do think that's a troubled sector.
MCL is a future
it's a bit
slash
of a slow-moving
MCL.
train because individual owners have choices as to.
All right,
when
you're
to sell
flushing
and
a
how
little
to
again.
sell
Bonds
and
every
give it back
time,
to the bank
bro.
or not.
TLT has given up
everyone I talk to from
1.2
banks
today
to
on the
real estate
morning,
things think
even
that's
after
the
some
segment's
good
gonna go
data. Now you're
through
getting a
set
bigger
of challenges.
candle
banks
here.
don't want it back if they can avoid
Welcome
it.
to
Okay.
Friday.
No.
Right.
They making it
and
too
so there's
easy.
a set of challenges that we're going to go through there. I don't think this is an unknown challenge. We've had commercial real estate things before. The banks, I hope and expect, have the capital to get to the other side of this.
So you will be a voter next year
Yes.
on the committee. How are you
yeah.
going to determine?
All right, 43.47.
when to cut rates?
This was level 1 of the day. The
Seems
first
like
one.
that's still a ways off. in
Again,
my mind.
Barkin says
but what
rate
I'm looking
cuts
for in the
way
first
off.
instance is for inflation.
Really
to settle.
pleased with
And so,
recent data. His statements are hitting the
I
wire.
like it when you can get the 3-month, 6-month below the 12-month, as has been happening. I like it when that continues down, and I hope and expect we'll make continued progress on that next year.
Bro, you're about to get up to
matters as
open
well.
now,
If you
so
see really vibrant
this
demand,
feels
it's hard
like
to
more of the other
make case
mornings,
that
but
that
now
vibrant
it's
demand
literally
is
neutralizing the
helping
day
inflation
here.
slow. So that's
You still
another,
got the gap to fill. That
thing
was
to
kind of
watch
the
on.
issue
You
yesterday.
could imagine
So
scenarios
see what
where,
happens here.
Demand comes off, and you have to do something. You could imagine scenarios where inflation starts to settle, and you want to lower real rates. Both of those imaginary things still feel pretty far out in the distance to me.
When it comes to lower rates, I'd just love you to respond to something we heard earlier this week on CNBC from Jeffrey Gundlach of Double Line Capital. He's one of the more important voices in the bond.
We'll talk about it in a second.
Basically posited a thought that the Fed is ultimately going to be forced to lower rates because to do otherwise, given the refinancing needs of the U.S. government, we're going to be running $2 trillion interest costs within 3 years. Is that a real factor that you think about?
I think we're just trying to get inflation under control. I'm not spending time thinking about government.
At all. So it is possible, therefore, if rates were to stay high, that the U.S. government.
So y'all ignore one of the big things that affects your job? Okay. No, I think
the size of the deficits we have now is something that's getting a lot of attention and should get a lot of attention. And of course, if you reduce them, you'll reduce the interest costs. But we'll see what the various legislators choose to do with that.
Tom, when we do our Fed survey, we did a grading of Powell this time around. And we asked people to grade him on different things, and he got a D in economic forecasting. You guys missed the inflation on the upside in terms of how you ran policy. Is there a reason to have any confidence now that you're going to get it right on the other side?
Well, hopefully you don't do a grading after this show, and I'm curious what my grades are.
I think you're doing very well right now.
And then they cut him off. Okay. All right, no more Tom Bark. My TD just froze. Usually TD don't freeze. TD no work today. Oh, man. I have the other one.
Actively is forecast persisting. And I think it has to do with, the way one thinks when it hasn't been there for 30 years. Right? And so the sense that expectations would settle so quickly. What I believe, going back to what I said before,
there it is.
There were price setters out there.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You got Tom Barkin, but you have Bradley Frizzo and that peach on a Friday.
Because money as long as your customers don't. And so I think all of a sudden it became clear to price setters.
Oh, Bradley Frizzo. Thank you, my friend.
On the other side,
my goodness,
these same people. And what I'm hearing is it's going to take a while for them to come back to the behaviors pre-COVID.
10-year yield doing your work for you?
Financial conditions help do what we're trying to do. We try to, through our rate moves, affect the financial conditions. Financial conditions affect the economy.
You say you try to?
So long as financial conditions are affecting the economy in a direction.
Come on, I was just getting good.
For not issuing when rates were lower. She responded last night by saying that actually portfolio duration is the longest it's been in decades. Man. Do you take a side on that debate?
I'm pretty clearly not going to take a side on that.
Yo, why is my thing tweaking? TD can't handle it today. Yeah, it just froze again. All right, I think Barkin's over. Barkin is over. Cart
to inflation. That closely, and I'm very
come down. We're still green on that though. Again, that was a nice little cushion.
Control, but the markets will tell us that.
Is there a big disagreement inside the Fed right now between those that are worried about inflation sticking around longer and having to potentially do more, and those that feel like they're done?
The great thing about our committee is you get a lot of views at the table, and people take those. I think it's a consensus-oriented committee, though, as you've seen from the votes over the last couple of years. And so everyone puts their view on the table. We kind of work it out. And I think we've so far been able to come to a pretty strong consensus.
Let me ask it another way. This is a great question that Sarah asked, which is, do you have to be convinced to hike, or do you have to be convinced not to hike?
I don't prejudge the answer, as you know. We've got a meeting in 6 weeks. I think we just got out of the last meeting. And so, I'm saying we got out of the last meeting. Let's get 2 jobs reports. Let's get 2 inflation reports. Let's get a consumer spending report. Let's see if the things that I believe today are still true or not. And so I think we've got a lot of time.
All right, one more way. Is there a risk of over-tightening or under-tightening right now?
They're both big risks.
They're both big risks.
Sure. And by the way, there's also a risk that some boulder comes in from left field and takes on the economy in the way that the pandemic did. And so you're always dealing with under-tightening risks, you're always dealing with over-tightening risks, and you're always dealing with the risk that perfect policy can get waylaid by something that comes out of left field.
Speaking of boulders, we haven't asked and you haven't brought up geopolitical tensions. Is that not something that's high on your list now of risks out there?
Well, when you start seeing a conflict in the Middle East, you start thinking about oil prices, and it's very, familiar for those of us who lived through the 70s that an oil price spike has issues. Now, our economy is different than it was in the 70s and all that stuff, and we produce more. But yeah, you constantly monitor it, and I've been pleased that so far it hasn't really spilled into that part of the economy. But that's absolutely something to watch. When I talk about boulders, that's a classic example of a boulder.
You did well. 4 on 1, not bad. Tom Barkin, thank you very much.
Good to be
really
here.
Really appreciate
Thank
you
Sarah.
coming and sharing your
Tom
views and what you're
Barkin,
hearing. The president of the Richmond Fed.
Coming up after the break.
Again, he's not a voter. He votes next year. I mean, we had a little reaction while he was talking. Don't forget, you have Bostic coming up today. I don't know if there's any other Fed speakers, but at the end of the day, I mean, everything was good up until the other data, and it's not like the data changed much, but right when we started getting ISM stuff, came in weaker, the services, but the reaction of the data kind of flip-flopped, and then the bonds gave up half of their gains now on the day. But we're still holding up 3/4 on the NASDAQ, 3/4 on the SPY, just under. Dow Jones up 0.43, and Russell still up 2.4. Crazy. And then as far as the breakdown on the day, you have 7 names red, 23 green on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 17 red, 84 green. And then S&P 500, 73 red, and then 430 green. And then, Troy, you brought this Zero Hedge article up. They were talking about the collapse in the household. And they're saying that the U.S. is already in a recession. I wouldn't say that we're already there, but I think today highlights something that I brought up, I would say about maybe like 4 months ago, give or take. But what that is that just as we've seen revisions and we've been like, what the hell, these revisions are stupid, they will revise our ass into a recession, if that makes any sense. So in a weird way, I think the household survey showing a job decline, again, people aren't used to that, but that does, that's like the first stone. I think it shows a crack, but I don't think it means we're already in the recession, more or less. But the way I'm looking at it is that they're going to start revising the numbers lower and lower, and then we'll know we were already in a recession, if that makes sense. So you're going to, let's say pretty much by like middle of next year, if we are in a recession, you're going to see all those non-farm numbers revised to negatives from positives, believe it or not. So because that is what happened in the last moment of, again, in 2008, even in 2001, anytime there was job losses, it's not like the BLS is always legit. They've always been weird with their delays and revisions and all that good stuff. DraftKings a little bit, and then Square. DraftKings I think is holding up the best out of all of them, but lower percentage. And then Cart's taking another leg down here if it goes lower. Yeah, CL. So the way I'm looking at it, I mean, I don't know if oil was going to drop with the market, but I'm thinking, hey, all the economic data has been good, right? And, we're reacting to economic data both being like soft and like borderline good. But at the same time, I do think, if the conditions ease up and people start feeling good, I don't think oil is just going to sit there. And then you got the daily headline. So I think it could go as low as 79. I'm not going to hold this one overnight. I'm probably just going to play it on the day if we get like a move. But I think it kind of makes sense in the context of today, where it's just like, all right, if people feel good, you got economic data, it's like maybe we revert back to the whole, okay, if conditions loosen, DraftKings going up, then maybe we'll see what oil does. But I don't think it's a guarantee. It's been in a nice range, got some volatility, keeping it a small play. I'm down like $40 on it now. I don't think it should move more than $100 or $200 on the day, unless there's like a crazy oil move. Whole world is slowing, oil going to 70. Well, let's see. Again, and I'm down to agree with that. Like, this play isn't to say, what's going to happen with the economy, just as much as kind of responding to conditions tightening and easing. I don't know if that makes more sense. So again, as financial conditions are tightening and easing up, it's affecting a lot of things. We're seeing the bonds, we're seeing the data. So that's how I'm kind of looking at it here too, where again, bonds are up. If we keep rallying, and people feel good, you may see loosening up even on the oil market too. It's down 0.4. That's big though. So if that was a CL, you would be down $400. On an MCL, you're down. Now I'm down 20. It just popped up real quick. Again, it moves a lot. Tala? I don't know what Tala is. Who's a Tala? I don't know Tala, bro. Remember what you meant to say? Apple? Apple's even coming up again. At one point, it was only down 0.5%. Tesla, again, they gave up a little bit. They're trying to come off the bottom. Again, Microsoft, that was interesting. Bonds stopped going lower for now, which would have been nice. Maybe we could hopefully put give back a little today. But, I mean, if we could get a good range, put a floor and ceiling to bonds today, that would be nice. So like we said, we bounced right off the 4.5, went up 5 basis points, 6, and that's it. No, I went long on oil on an MCO, a baby one. Make the market go back up. That's in the hands of the bonds, my friend. Unfortunately, maybe another day I could have helped you out, but it's the bonds. Again, even that little, just them giving up a lot of, other days when the bonds would give up like strength, the equities wouldn't react too much. But again, I mean, last thing we want to see is all this demand get met with supply, come back down, you break the peak, but then can't hold it. Then that won't be pretty. So I do think how the bonds move, I still think it's going to be a good day no matter what, just because of what happened throughout the whole week. We've dodged every single bullet. So, but I do think the bonds are important. Regionals came down. They're still up 3.5. XLF up 1, but that dropped a lot from the top. What is that? BMX? BMY? Bristol Meyer, Biogen. A couple of, again, Bristol Myers up 3.6. Conflict in the Middle East will make the oil price high. It will and it won't. Again, as I think you get random events that maybe lift the price up, but unless we see oil supply get altered in the Gulf, I don't think then, again, you're already sending more money to Israel. You're already got public fully down to juggle 2 wars. Before you know it, again, if there is no constriction of oil supply, then the markets will firmly ignore Israel and Palestine. I will say at this point, that's what we're getting into. But again, you need oil supply to actually move to get oil to go up with that. So do I think that's impossible? No, I do think it is a possibility. It is a lower possibility, probability, but at the same time, that is the driver for oil in the conflict. I don't think the public is down. Seeing some polls. I mean, you could leave that up to the media and the news. I mean, social media as well, but it does seem like, again, I mean, even then, screw the public. What am I saying? Look at Janet Yellen. Look at Joe Biden. They are both literally. Every day I think about it, it's the wildest statement to literally be asked about the war and like even the funding and just be like, oh yeah, we could totally afford 2 wars. Just no hesitation. So that's a very different, again, regardless of what society believes, at the end of the day, I mean, your leaders are really hell-bent on supporting it and ramming it through and trying their best to at least get public support. Oh, Netflix going up here at 430. That's a good range. I think go like 438, but then we got to get to the 440s to start going crazy. TLT is coming down again. So getting a couple names moving. the dynamic is kind of flipping here. Again, the high-low ticker is like struggling. It's all those equal-weighted, again, non-tech names that are still fighting, but now your low ticker is starting to advance. But again, that TLT on the low, I don't like. Nvidia, MSTR on the high, where's Celsius? Still a couple of good names are holding. The travel names, they're again holding 3-4%. I think your tech is the precarious one here. Let's check the equal weight. Show me what you're working with. Yeah, actually equal weight is coming down. It's still up 1.5, so you have over 1% on everything else except the Magnificent Seven. And then Dow barely up, but then Russell's holding good. DraftKings candle holding. Netflix, I think, 431. Oh, come on. You're so close, Habibi. CAH been climbing. Apple heavy. I do keep forgetting Apple had earnings, but like this isn't bad. I mean, for slowest growth in China, guidance, like flat year over year, pretty wild. But Apple's only down 1. Like I said, I feel like we ignored a lot. Roku gassing. Some of those names that are killing it, they're still just doing their thing. That's what I'm saying. The dynamic is in the morning. It was everything green. Now everything green. Tech was kind of lagging behind. Now everything's kind of working its way in. But then like some of the earlier leaders are still holding. But Shopify, they gave up. UAL again. Like I said, those airlines. Netflix randomly. Google too. AMD on the high. That one's running right through 110. Again, the market held up a little better on that. Bonds wanted to retest that low of the day. I'm saying we don't want this. You want to calm down here and hopefully retest this low. The last thing we want to do is start seeing, resistance to the rally. Because again, that's what happened at a lot of these different levels. Again, around like 475, you break it, you bounced a little bit, but we flushed right through it. But then you came right back to it. Then the next days you continue to go lower. But then again, it's so early too. What time is it? 7:45, bro. It's been an hour, 15 minutes. So you still got like what? Just under 2 hours even till Euro close. Hour 45, hour 15. Apple did. They talked about the Meta goggles. They said the Vision Pro, they're going to be having in-store demos. So if you're interested in sharing eyewear with a bunch of random individuals in an Apple iStore, feel free to go to your local iStore and talk to a Genius bar. Genius, is it a Genius? And then they'll set you up. Fox Business, University of California student allegedly raped by Lyft driver inside vehicle. I don't know if Lyft is reacting to that. I feel like you haven't heard a story like that in a minute, but then I feel like everyone's like, that happens all the time. You're like, what? Lyft, they're not really reacting. Again, Uber too, they were up. So we'll see. And then Spy's kind of chilling here. I don't know. How do you guys feel? Again, it looked like a face ripper. You're coming down here. The ball, everything's still good though, but it's just you've tempered it. So I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys are. Maybe this could be considered a blessing. Slow things down here on a Friday. Again, still holding 43. You've held every level very well though. AMD flush incoming. Feels like I should walk away. Feeling good. I think we chill or rally. I think we're just going to, maybe we get a lot of dancing, but I do think the story ends up green. I think we are going to close 5 days in a row now of green. I think it's going to be about the weekend, but less on the weekend, and then more now just getting into the final earnings, and then, letting us see if the bonds actually chill out. Spotify on the high. It's going to be like trying on headphones in the store. I've never tried on headphones in my life. Unless it's like the over-the-head ones when I was younger, I would listen to them. But like I've never been like, yo, let me stick these ear pods. Because I got waxy-ass ears. I wouldn't even do that to those people. you know? Is there anything different when it gaps up on a weekday before Friday or it's on Friday? Well, I mean, generally speaking, how people, if the market closes green on a Friday, that means people are willing to hold over the weekend. That's why like the whole down Friday, down Monday thing is so important, because it lets you know like kind of the sentiment. So that's as far as I would take it, is just, hey, it's Friday. Imagine what we've gone through. Again, you have people after today, even if we sell off a little bit, I'm telling you, after the data we had today, how this whole week played out, there's people out there who are just like, oh yeah, I'm buying and I feel confident holding this into the next week. They're more or less positioning and holding because they feel good versus, Friday. Again, look at the last couple Fridays we've had, worries, Palestine, Israel, Hamas, all these things that could happen, interest rates, people did not want to hold into the weekend. And then even on Monday, that would tell you, do they feel the same or not? And usually they wouldn't hold into the weekend and then be down to buy it on Monday. Canadian Defense Minister says Chinese warplane fired flares close to Canadian helicopter over international waters on Sunday. This is unsafe, they say. And then Russian withdraws accreditation and expels Bulgarian correspondent in Moscow in response to Bulgarians' actions against Russian journalists. Used to hang in the mall and wipe them down, listen to the whole album without buying. Well, that was the day before, I don't even think LimeWire existed back then. So I feel that was a necessary part of trying on the headphones. But if you're telling me you got to try on AirPods, you just like things in your ears. I'm not judging you, but it seems like you're doing that for another reason. I don't think anybody need to try on. You like, can I get the other size? Yeah, the other side. Can you give me the smaller size on it? Let me see how that one feels. Excuse me? LimeWire. Really? LimeWire was it? No way. I was fluent with LimeWire. I downloaded a couple viruses though. Like at one point, I got like exiled from my family because like we only had one computer and I put LimeWire on it, and then I downloaded something. I think it was like SimCity or some shit, and then I got the virus. Dude, it was so bad. And my dad had to take the computer to like his church friend. My dad's foreign as fuck. Like he don't. So like he's just going to the first white dude who knows computers and is like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And like, is the guy at church, we had to give it to him, and it took him like, I think like a month to fix it or something, bro. And it was like, yeah, it was bad. Oil dragging. I'm down $70 on that so far. We bought at 80, literally, so it's $1 a penny. That's what you make or lose on the MCL. You would download the entire discography and would always edit the song title and album work to make it perfect. Damn. I remember when I first discovered the discography. How do you say it? Discography. I'm missing a syllable. It's wild. Those viruses don't exist for personal computers anymore. They target businesses now. It's because Apple. Just don't underestimate. One big part of Apple in the early days, they were like the first computer to not get viruses. And that, again, then everybody started using them. At one point, it just, you go for phishing for the retail. But yeah, all those viruses it's all corporate now. I guess blessing and a curse. I did not see the Wemby. I saw some of the highlights, but I did not get to see like the full clip of it. I'm telling Wemby's insane, bro. But we're going down now. We need some market Wemby right now. I feel like the bonds need a Wembignana. Otherwise, the Wembin drop up. I don't want them to. And this is right at that first level I told you from the morning. Again, 43, 47, and then a little bit above here. And then we hit that little wick. I feel like we might try to come back there. That was crazy. Soft data wicked up, and then they all targeted at Okta. Really, honestly, there's no more viruses anymore for any. They go after Okta, and that's about it. Dude can dunk without jumping. I just saw one where like he dunked it, but like he didn't dunk it. He took off so far and there was a defender. He just threw it in the basket and it looked like a dunk. It was insane. SFM just flashed the Chicle. Yeah, it says 40.99 on my screen. It's not showing up the Chicle though. And then 43.43 are a little lower. So here's the difference between yesterday. Again, even by this moment here, but like when we would go low, you weren't setting new lows yesterday. So again, we still have to go prior, but like you're about to go lower from the first couple of candle now if you do drop this. So again, I think it's interesting because the bonds are trying to chill out a little bit, but that is our problem here, it seems to be on the day. And they're not even a problem. They're just calming down their exuberance. But then again, the paranoia of the bond market. Yeah, it was just like Space Jam dunk. Exactly. VIX going crazy. The VIX is murdered, though. So VIX did rocket straight up. But, like, you guys realize what just happened? So you killed almost 2 months of volatility. At least a month and 2 weeks of volatility was destroyed in 4 days. So again, the VIX back, 15 still kind of elevated, but don't forget, once you start going below 15, you start entering, that type of era allowed us, way well ahead of May. Again, that leaving the same route was the same thing. VIX rockets up and then you die. Even last time, I don't even think it dropped that far. So we'll see if the VIX could remember because it came back to life out of nowhere. But now the VIX is kind of neutered if that does hold like that. And then Lyft, you didn't get a reaction. Cart came all the way back down. Still up on it, but lost the dollar. I had like $1.50 a share on it. Netflix still at $4.30. PayPal. And then SPY, a little green shoot. Bonds, a little bit of recovery. Again, you could just pull up the 10-year. You see how that's coming back down? This is what we want. This is what we want on the day. So like I was saying, if we could get back, we're going to test 4.5 again. That would be the high of the day on TLT IEF. But if we could get through that, that's going to say a lot. But if we can't when we go back down there, then maybe the market will chill out in terms of bonds. But I'd definitely be watching out for that. If this is the top rope. If those bonds maybe, again, if they hit 4.5 and then rocket up again and we can't contain, but there's 2 gaps to fill. If anything, you'll fill this gap, you'll get around here, and then when it's really looking ugly, your greedy short might be around this gap fill, if anything. The Russell is up. This question gets asked every day for the last couple of days. Why is the Russell up more than anything? Again, it dropped more than anything too. Don't forget, Russell was just getting mollywopped while a lot of things were just doing their thing. Pick me, pick me. So the answer is because the Russell has more interest-sensitive companies. There's banks, there's regional banks, there's these small caps that are really dependent on variable loans and other rates there, but they're highly interest rate sensitive. So that's why, like I've been saying, this whole rally, it's one thing about what happened, but what happened caused the bonds to relax. Remember, the bonds effed us up over this last couple of months. So now, if they're able to recover a little bit, the ones that are closely linked, the Russell, the small caps, financials, real estate, they did good. NVIDIA is surging right now. NVIDIA and Uber into the high. Even Lyft had a pop. Uber, Google now. So again, big tech kind of waking up here. Netflix already at the high. That one's still going. I don't know about Amazon and Microsoft. Even Apple. Microsoft starting to move. So I guess this is VWAP a little bit, but you're just right back to 43.50 again. You went like 5-6 points lower just recently and then right back up. So I don't think it's telling of anything yet. Maybe we wait till Euro close, but that's still another hour and a half. Yeah, NVIDIA is doing good, 2% into the high, 444. Again, Netflix to another high, 431.40. Look at the MCL. That one's down $48. Almost forgot about that one. Where's travel? Roku and Duolingo. Airbnb. All right, bonds starting to catch up a little bit. So I think we will rally again if you do this test I'm talking about. So if the 10-year can make an effort back down to 4.5, just it's 3 basis points, it's kind of big. So it's not like it's a small move. But if we make that move down there and test, I think that'll let you know how the market's going to play. Because again, as we're making that progress down, you're getting back up here. Bonds are starting to move again. And then high ticker is starting to gas a little bit more tech this time around. And then a lot of this stuff that already held is still holding. SQ. I'm surprised that one. I thought it was a good earnings. I thought it was going to really kill it. It's up 14 now. PayPal too. All right, 30-year catching a bid now again. Even the 10-year. So again, 4.527. So let's see. Again, that's the problem with today. The range, it's like big and small. This was like 10, 15 points, but you're still above one level now. 5 points away, 6 points away from the other one, and then that gets you right back to the high. Chips are gassing. You're going to average this futures. Which one? The MCL? No. It's small. Again, it's like $40, $60. I don't think, unless oil craters 5%, you shouldn't lose more than a couple $100 on like 500 to 1,000. But I think this play should be capped within like a $100, $200 range. So I just want to play it with today. I think today's an interesting setup. Again, oil down, things are good. Conditions over the last 4 days now have eased up a little bit. I wonder how that'll play with oil. And then add to the fact of just any other war headlines. I don't think the war will be as important, but I do think economically, oil fits into this discussion. Before we freaked out, after we freaked out, oil was already there. So on a day like today, it's the one thing that's down. I want to make a small little play on it. I'm not going too crazy, though. I'm still just riding out everything. I got a couple things that have came back, so that is very nice. Cart, overstockage, ASON, NVIDIA and AMD, both of them. Chips are going up. Oh, I can't load that. Excuse me. 4351. Strata Systems on the high. SSYS. It's up 5%. Why did it say it's the first high? Google. Yeah, Google's doing good. Again, I think Amazon and Microsoft and Apple, those are the ones that we need to go crazy. As for Josh, shining the flashlight on the cogs that matter minute by minute. You'd be in the dark without them. Hopefully they don't freak you out too often, but I mean, on the daily, especially when we got this volatility, there's always cool stuff to watch. Today we didn't bring up the yen as much. That just has rallied with the non-farms. And, I mean, the dollar, too, is down considerably. Uber, Spotify, NVIDIA, all on the high. Those are hitting a new high right now. Dollar is coming back down, too. I didn't notice the dollar came back up earlier, so that was part of the data, too. But dollar is back to where the ISM services came out. So, again, dollar has dropped 25 cents today. A quarter. Spot Chicle on the highs. 170. Oh, wow. Spotify has recovered a lot, even on the last quarter or two. And TLT. 4.529. U.S. conducting UAV flights over Gaza, Pentagon says. UAV online. We'll get them again next time. I think ARC is going up. Yeah, ARC is, those contracts keep running up. I thought those contracts would have got limited a little bit more. So not bad. I guess they just dumped them on the first round. And then now they're back up. But that contract's up over 100, I think. I mean, you can watch the yen. It's kind of in the middle. The yen just looks like the dollar. Inverse of the dollar today. And there's ARC. Roku still going. KO. Again, a couple of the value plays. Or no, that was KD. KD, not KO. GL, Boeing. PayPal already. Yeah, that. I want PayPal. Maybe after Euro close. I've been looking at it all day. It always sells off there, but usually those rocket candles, they've been decent. Then SPY still working its way up. We got to get to one more level from here. You're hanging on to the first one. And then go from there. Fubo, I did not check Fubo earnings. We talked about it a little yesterday. But even then, a lot of names today. I mean, even Redfin did bad and they went up. So I don't know. Fubo's in the green, but it is very hard to say. Because like Redfin's up 26% right now and they guided lower on like everything. Spotify on the high, Unity, S, Roblox. Again, high tickers starting to gas now. So there's a couple. I feel like it's just big tech kind of slowing you down and then some of the equal way. But the 30-second, 1 minute starting to pick up on the high-low ticker. Roblo is at the high, $35. I came back from that one earnings. I could take it. Big Commerce on the high. When was the last time you saw Big C on the high? And there's again, bonds are still climbing, so that's all good news. And then DraftKings hit the high, came down. MLTX, that's running through the high. Chicle, almost $1. MLTX, check Biogen. I think they moved Moonlake. Oh, didn't they have something the other day? I swear we saw something on Moonlake. I feel like it was yesterday. Moonlake, MLTX, again, Biogen. A couple of these biotech plays moving up. APO. I use 1 minute candles. I'm a sicko. Not Fubu. I said Fubo. Nice. AMKBY. I don't know if we did discuss that. Coin on the high. Remember, they came down. I thought they were up a lot more. I thought they were up a lot more pre-market. Am I wrong? Interesting. I thought I read it as 9%. They're only up 2%. ACLX, again, that's another biotech, it looks like, running up. SPY had that little move there, but still hugging VWAP. Same thing with the bonds. Snap on the high. Snap is on the high, 1080. Is it higher than earnings? It is. Well, look at you, Snap. So again, it seems as everything's coming back to just trying to make up the quarter that they just lost. But again, you kind of need all of this to hold up. Looks like all the stocks that had moves up aren't moving, but if they were clapped, even if earnings were bad, they came up. Yeah, I agree. Again, like Estee Lauder, if you already did report and were good, if it wasn't stellar, you're kind of just doing nothing. Even if it was stellar, you still have a tougher time moving, but you're definitely just watching the names that haven't done anything or did really bad, starting to kind of do their thing. Non-farms was positive in the sense that it came in lower. So very good for the market. Yeah, those real estate stocks are coming down. What is this? 7 killed and 7 wounded after Ukraine missile attack in Russian-controlled part of Kherson. Tesla? Well, Tesla just off of their latest earnings, and then I think some of the Elon stuff, but they're not really selling it off. Again, below 200 was bad. If anything, it's just holding its earnings price. Like I said, even after earnings, I was like, I don't know if this was make it or break it. And sure enough, after all of this, you're just holding this level for now. So I don't know. I think Tesla's holding up. Don't forget, Tesla's still up 100%. We got 30 ELF shares. Did that go lower? Yeah. But we were down the same amount yesterday, then it came back up. It just moves a lot. But that one was, I can't believe Estee Lauder is up. That's just so awful, bro. They let Estee Lauder go up, and then they brought ELF down. It's hideous. Tesla's starting to sell a little bit more. Do I compare my rate of return on your long term against the S&P? I mean, I think everybody does. No. I think it just also depends at times. And then, with enough time, hopefully your long term gets just far removed from it to the point where, you should have overall net gains compounded that will always keep you above and then, go from there. But yeah. That is called beta. Well, beta is just the correlation to the broader market. So technically, yes. Any truth to the Tesla rumor that employees are trying to unionize? I don't work at Tesla. I don't know, but a lot of financial media has been saying that lately. Again, even Sean Fain, I think, is trying to go after them. Again, you got to realize that Sean Fain guy had a very big victory. Again, he punked every automaker. So VIX is going right back up. Look at this. I think more people are just hammering home puts right now. UVXY is moving more than the VIX, ironically, but I really think people are just I think people are buying the puts right now on this, but because VIX, you're not even hitting a new low, bonds aren't even doing anything, and the VIX is running again. Again, MLTX, that thing is still going. But yeah, again, Sean Fain punked him, bro. So he has a lot of momentum, and, Elon's like the ultimate boss for unions, it seems like. So we are going to see what happens. He did good on his behalf. Yeah, he did. I mean, he got them all money. He did what he said he was going to do. I mean, may not like it for consumers, prices, this or that. Philip Morris kind of running. But at the end of the day, I mean, he did something nobody's done in a while. And that with that comes a lot. And I think they're going after Tesla next. That's the word on the street, but no way to confirm unless we actually work there. Goldman on the high. So Banks, what's up with this? Why is Goldman coming to life here? So watch out, your XLF, watch if financials start to rip. You got a couple of weird things. J&J, what did I have up before that? Again, Philip Morris, Staples, bonds. So again, you're getting a little bit, those are the things that have been driving things. Israel's military says looking into reports Gaza Health Ministry of ambulance convoy hit. And then Meloni government seeks direct election of prime minister. I think that's for Italy. He's a great dude for the working class. New vehicle prices have doubled and wages haven't increased. I mean, it's not his fault. I'm not really. Again, I'm not a fan of unions. To be honest with you guys, you usually, in the beginning they were very good. I'm a fan of the OG unions back in the day, but lately, I mean, a lot of them kind of it gets bogged down with a lot of things. But at the end of the day, I mean, he got people who haven't had a pay raise money. If you're mad about the price increases on vehicles, that's the corporation's fault. Again, I'm over the era of giving corporations the benefit of the doubt. The people who raised prices on you earlier and chose not to pay their employees, that was Ford, that was GM, that was Stellantis. You know what I'm saying? So although I'm not the biggest fan of unions, at the same time, though, it is, those corporations, dude, they've ran up every excuse to raise the prices on you ahead of time. So at the end of the day, I mean, I can't fault Sean Fain for, doing something good. You know what I'm saying? For the people, again, hundreds of thousands of workers, I believe, got a very nice pay increase. And although, like I'm saying, it sucks for the consumer, but, you should damage the company's, your brand loyalty. You should take that out on whoever, raised the prices on you prior to that, because that's not his fault, unfortunately. So, like I said, I'm not the biggest union fan, but I think he gets a W for sure. He did good for his people. And then now Tesla might be the next one. That's the thing. Like Elon, I don't think a union would work good for Tesla, but let's see what happens. So that I'm sure Elon will fight it tooth and nail. And then oil play is back up now. You got $9.09. So oil's getting a little bit of rebound on this too. Oil's still down though, almost 1%. Easy to blame the UAW. Have you heard of this thing called inflation? Indeed. What kind of play would you make on Tesla if you had inside info on it going union? I wouldn't make a play, because then I'd go to jail. So if I and then here's the funny part. Even if you think you have inside info, you might be better off waiting. I've always said it, man. There's notoriously a history of people losing money or not making a lot on shit like that. But to be honest, I don't know how that would even play out. So I don't think it's too relevant. What's rhythm? RYTH, Baba on the high. We ain't heard from China in a minute. Yeah, Rhythm, Pharmaceutical. Again, a lot of pharma names. Carvana's now on the high. They're holding their 12 from earlier. Square and PayPal, they want to move, but they ain't doing nothing. I think Cart came down, still moving back up, though. MCL play back up now, 0.33. Woohoo! $25. Again, we were down like 70. That's nice for now. Again, very small. I wanted to see. I haven't played oil this whole time. That's why I was like, all right, after today now we have all this. Oil is like dramatically lower than all of that. Oh, I just want to kind of flip it a little bit. It would be hard to get hit with insider info on UAW because essentially 1 million people already know everything minute by minute, and they post it on social media. Oh, that makes sense too. Chop till you dry. It's Friday, though. You guys act like y'all ain't used to this. Friday night chop dance session. Usually they got fun Fridays. They got disco Fridays. We got hip-hop Fridays, but then you also got chop Fridays. So it looked like for now, but then again, this is how Monday, Tuesday kind of played out. If you remember, don't forget, Euro closes late this week, and it's messed up all of us. It's messed up all of us. What about Freestyle Friday? Yo, 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 yo. Yo, yo, yo. I want a snack. I eat chips like Arm. I'm worried about the jobs, but I've never been on a farm. Oh, my goodness. You know what I'm saying? That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite lines right there. Yeah, bro. Tesla's coming down on the low ticker. There are massive money moves. Yeah, this whole last 5, dude, I'm telling you, in a week, 2 weeks, you got murdered. And then literally, I'm glad I held through. I made all of the money I lost back and some. That's mind-blowing to me because I was like, damn, this shit got ugly fast. So, I mean, what just happened over these last couple of days, it's hideous. It's both good and bad. Again, that's why I'm like, I don't know how I feel. I can't complain. It's benefiting me. But, again, I had a setup for October. It didn't materialize till a couple days later. But at the end of the day, it is there is a lot going on here. You have a lot of opportunity. And even then, everybody is setting their sights now, these final 2 months of the year. You're a real one. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Real recognize real, especially the Chad, man. That's what it's built off of. So, amen. On Hedera H-bar, I don't know about H-bar. What drew your attention to it? Yeah, it don't even look. I can't even pull it up, bro. Sorry. ASML, TSM. TSM is going to be tied to the China stuff, but sadly, when it comes to chip makers, you better do your research on each one of them because individually, they've all just been a mixed ass bag. Some good, some bad, some better than not, some segments better. Again, like AMD still struggled a little bit. Don't forget that. But they're, again, that data center segment, and that was good. But then, like, if you have silicone anything, you clapped. Silicone carbonide or whatever. That sound like a Italian pasta. Can I get a silicone carbonide with sausage, please, and Alfredo? Thank you. Roku's running up again, more volume. Wait a minute. We have Roku. I didn't think about it. Arc is fucking Roku, huh? In fact, Josh doesn't ban me with my contrarian shit. Proves he's a real one. Yeah, you just got to be nice to people. That's it. You've gotten in like 4 different Chad beefs. That's all. As long as you just say you're contrarian shit without being like, you stupid idiots. That's all you got to do. Just don't say all you people and how you, that's it. Other than that, amen, man. I think, you've provided great insight. At the same time, nothing wrong with the contrarian at all, ever. That's all you got to do. Just stay in the game. But yeah, we have Roku through Arc. Another 100K sell. They get mad at me. I'm working on it. Hey, man, you and me both. You and me both, bro. You and me both. It's always something. And again, it's something you'll learn, you could improve on. But like, look at the world that we live in. You got people being militarized and hyped up at every corner. So I understand. That's why understanding it goes a long way. Answered, you're lagging. Did I answer? What was the question you had? I think I might have. Yeah, ASML, I did. I said just watch. I say you have to watch every chip maker on an individual basis because after this earnings, some are better than not. Some have different weaknesses and strengths. But at this point, I like TSM. I like the Asia exposure with how things have sold off. But TSM still has premium. But, determining a chip maker, it does boil down to how they recently have, how they have actually played out. Square getting Raul. DraftKings isn't. So DraftKings up, Roku up, a couple. Estee Lauder's on the low. Oh, yeah, where's EW?
Order rejected.
All right, another green shoot on the SPY, literally after the bonds take a little dump there. Royal Caribbean alters cruise lines to skip Israel. So oil, it's either going to rip from here or it's going to die. So again, we have a gain on that play by a little bit. So we either get past the 82s and have some fun, or if it rejects here, it's going to be a straight line down. Baba's on the high once again. Why do we forget how weak the first earnings reports were? Because there was a lot of good earnings afterwards. So I was telling you guys every morning that, a lot of people were asking like, wait a minute, why are we still kind of weak? And I would explain, I was like, dude, you just had a bunch of bad earnings in the morning. The beat rate for the first half of earnings, pretty much up until the last couple of days, the beat rate was below average. It was in the 70s. So now after the last 48 hours of earnings and the ones that have beat, we are now sitting at an 88% beat rate. So now it is flipped pretty much. So most of the earnings in the beginning were bad. That was factual. They were underperforming. We were underperforming seasonally, even on average. And now the amount of beats has started to rise once again. And now it's not as bad of an earnings season. Last 48, so many guide downs. But then a lot of good ones that guided up. That's like every morning, we're reading a lot of these earnings, but there was a lot that happened in the last couple of days, and it did change the metrics of everything. Why did bonds recover? It started with Powell and the market insinuating that he is done raising rates. Then it got a little bit of a boost from weak data at the beginning of the week, and then today's non-farms coming in weaker. That was the dagger. And then we had other soft economic data, but it actually pulled the bonds the other way, which is probably the unique factor. Banks again on the high. I think we might be able to go up a little more if that continues, but then bonds are going down. But again, I think financially sensitive, that is good. Bostic speaking, I don't know. I'm scared, but I feel like Bostic is going to pump this shit out of the market naturally. Yeah, DraftKings running again. You got Morgan Stanley there too. I think even Netflix into the high. Microsoft trying to do it. But yeah, Netflix has been hugging the highs here. What is that? Coney, not Sony? Yeah, DraftKings killed. DraftKings already moved 3% in the last hour or so. CRISPR on the high. Remember, they had a good day not too long ago. I feel like all of these ARC names have to be running. The Bostic bump. The Bostic bonds. Japanese government to deliver 65 million additional aids for civilians in Gaza. Why doesn't Japan give... And wait a minute. Oh, they want the inflation, though. That makes so much sense. I'm like, why are they not giving any money? And then they could just print money for free forever, and they have for the last decade. Well, then it makes sense. They need the inflation. Stand by on Bostic. He's finishing his long TLT executions. No, he's not. It's the person who handles his stuff that he didn't know about. That's who's doing it, okay? Gosh. Just be a little bit more correct. Okay, he didn't know. Again, for the second time. It don't matter. But it wasn't him. Somebody else. It was the guy who manages his stuff. Gosh. CRISPR. That's, once again, another high there. Back to back. Dude, y'all don't... I don't think it hit headlines yesterday, but like, why was Pelosi coming after RFK, bro? Like, what the hell? Like, it's actually insane. Disney into the highs. Yeah, you haven't heard anything from Pelosi. You haven't even heard a play from Pelosi. Like, that's crazy. And then she's like, yeah, RFK is a threat. So she said, independent parties are a threat to democracy. Nvidia's on the high still. So again, we're a little higher. I was telling you, some of those banks moving up, I think that's a bigger signal. It's not all the banks. One of the banks isn't doing that good. There has to be, I think, Bank of America, a couple of the banks, they're not moving the same way. That's why XLF's not at the high. But like I was telling you earlier, this financial relief, it's going to help out a lot. So we are working up. Even Airbnb on another high. Airbnb has to be higher than earnings now, right? Yeah. So we'll see. And 81, that's oil. Let's check SPX. I haven't done anything in the long term. Nah, man. I'm still in the gulag. Don't worry. I think 5 more days now, hopefully. Please tell me that's misinformation. Even Pelosi should be smarter than that. I don't know. I'm not under the impression it is misinformation. Again, I could probably find you the link for it, but she was speaking at some conference yesterday, and she brought up, the threat of independent parties. And I even asked, I was like, who is she talking about? And I assume she's talking about RFK. Yeah. So yeah, it's not. There you go. You can search it up. Maybe I use different keywords, but Pelosi bashes no labels as perilous to our democracy and threat to Biden. So she said on Thursday, eviscerated the centrist group No Labels in their attempts to mount a third-party presidential bid. So who's No Labels? So maybe there's a group called No Labels then. Maybe she wasn't talking about RFK. But again, she said something about that. Is it RFK? If that's him, then yeah, there you go. It's a political party. So what's your label? No labels. Huh? So what do you guys go by? No labels. So what's your label? Our label is no labels. So your label is literally no labels then? So you don't like to label it? So what's your label? But then you're no label? So you want us to write no label as your label. Okay. No ceilings. No labels. New high. Not really. 4355. Again, right below the level, 4357. We've waited. This feels like those other days, though. Again, we're honing in on Euro close. This would have been your old Euro close, but still got another hour. New stance on Redfin? No. It's been almost 12 months, and my same shit still applies. Do not buy this stock unless it goes below 3. And until it shows 3, just don't touch it. That's all. And then sell covered calls if you got it, and that's it. Just you don't even think about it too much. If that don't say 3, you hit 439. That wasn't 3. Then nope. Then there you go. And there you go. Just wait. Just wait. That's all. Otherwise, just do your thing. 21. You want $3 Redfin, 370, 360, 340. I forgot. I got it at one of those prices. But yeah, I just said don't buy it. We bought it and we killed it. And I just said I would not chase it. And I'm glad and I hope you effing listen to me. Because again, we bought it here. We bought it at the low 3s and then it rocketed up. And, again, as the year was going nuts and everyone's like, should we buy it at 10? Should we buy it at 9? I said, don't buy it till it goes back to 3. No matter what price it was at, I said, do not buy it unless it goes to 3. And it hasn't gone there yet. And we sold covered calls. It was great, but I wouldn't, Redfin was like an extreme value play. It was really risky, and we hit it at the perfect price. But unfortunately, it's not, I wouldn't really try to chase it. So, yeah, I wouldn't touch it. I have not closed the covered call, no. I wish I rolled it over. We would have made even more, but no, I still have it. But that's what allowed me. Even when we were up at like $4, I was still up now 100% with how we purchased it because, again, we got a decent amount on the covered callback. So, like, one more year of Redfin, if it rallies up and I sell one more covered call, we're going to get all of our Redfin for free. Meaning we're going to have collected all of our investment back in covered calls, and then we just have all of the equity just sitting there. So that's why I'm just chilling on it. And like I'm saying, you make your money off the buy. In that case, just the low price is what helped you on it. AstraZeneca plans for phase 3 zibotentan combo trial underway. I would not buy Redfin here, no. And then Netflix levels, I think 438 is the next level to the high. 437, 438. If you get above here, you open up to 445. If you can't get above, 438, then we hug back to like the 430, pretty much 429, where we started today. Redfin did bad on earnings. I don't know why they're up so much. What is Redfin? Have you ever heard of bluefin? It's a tuna. So like bluefin tuna, some will even say it's a very fast fish, the Ferrari of the sea. It's very expensive when you go to sushi restaurants. Bluefin tuna is considered a delicacy, or toro, depending on how you want to look at it. But either way, the bluefin is for fish, and then redfin is for real estate. How do they make sense? They don't, but I just never want you to forget. So now you're never going to forget because I explained it with bluefin tuna. And now when you hear Redfin, I hope you naturally think of tuna, but also a real estate company called Redfin. So you probably heard of them. It's like Zillow. You can find houses. They have a brokerage, all that good stuff. But yeah, Redfin. Makes sense, I know. I got you, bro. And see, long-tail tuna. Ugh. I would try Redfin. That's the thing. That's how you know I'm kind of stupid. Because like if someone at the restaurant was like, "You want to try Redfin?" I'll be like, "Yeah, let me get a Redfin. I'm down." But it'd probably be fake. Redfin was down because fear, up because pause. Yeah, but they reported yesterday and their earnings was just not good. But hey, maybe in a pausing environment they do good. You saw it Redfin has the ability to move, but like I said, just out of pure safety for the portfolio, I'm glad because, if we get any bounce here, even towards the end of the year, any of the names we bought, we bought them when they were low, so it's easier to recover on those. And then any of those other names, once you get them good and they run, it does its thing. So like I'm saying, Redfin, I wouldn't chase because although it can move, you want a cheaper price. You're still in Tesla calls? Are they hitting or what? They're just at 220. All right, oil's above 82 now. So hold up. We might get that also. Again, like I was telling you, we either die at 82 or not, but if we could get above here, I think we might be able to get up to like 82.50-ish, 82.60. So let's see. Oil's starting to run now. Bonds kind of calmed down. SPY's been doing a little bit better there as financials have recovered. We've been all witnessing that here. MP Dubs. Let's go, young bond man. Okay, SPY's still working its way up. Nvidia up 12 since a couple days ago. Yeah, it's wild. It's a lot of things, though. A lot of things have moved wickedly. This is the biggest week of the year now. Again, we were questioning it yesterday, but like, dude, if you guys have you pulled up a weekly chart? It's hideous. What is this? Oh, that's MCL. Look at that. Bro, you have not had a week like this. I mean, I guess maybe that was like July. This is like most hated rally candle. The only other time you saw a weekly candle this big, bro, a green shoot like that was literally last November, last July, and then last May, bro. Again, every time around 4,200, and then financial conditions, and then all of that. Hopefully it's just not this move. That would be the killer thing. That's why we dip by the dip. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm glad we have our long term. And then again, some of the swing trades, they came back, which was good, but that was messy. That wasn't, I'm telling you, bro, that was very painful. I'm glad to get it all back, but I was like, damn, son, you know, what you just went through was horrendous. So if you held, again, I mean, it was, the sad part is, it was how many days ago were we just having people complain about the long term? And again, I mean, you've recovered all of that back too. That's the insanity of all of it. But it's like we just had these discussions. You know, what you just saw was wicked. Co-founder of DraftKings about to go on Bloomy. All right, I sold the MCL. I did 0.4, $40 on it. I was like we were down 70 at one point, but like 40 is where it held to the downside. I like that range. Disney. It's crazy how the market quickly brushes off risk, which is exactly why you should always hold the long term. Because again, you could go 3 months of going down and then in 5 days make up a month and a half of that. And that's literally the whole point. That's why they say the market timing fallacy, because there's differences of like if you took a portfolio and then you excluded the biggest market moving days, then you would your portfolio over 30 years, 10 years, it's completely different. So that's literally what's kind of been going on for the most part here. You know, that's why you always like the 1 day out of the market when it does rip, that's where you can make up half of everything, which is nuts to think about. I had 10K to invest. What would you buy? Things that are still low and things that haven't gone up too much in the last couple of days. So your risk right now of like seeing the market, the good part is that there's still names that are low. There's still names that I bought this month that are still trading lower. That's your advantage. But then the bad part is that, you know, you want to invest now, you have all this money, and then stocks just move like 10% in the last week or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So the problem is you could buy something today, but like if it has any bit of relief the other way, you could be down 5-10% real quick, unfortunately. We did the same thing. I said the same thing. I mean, we're going to find out. I think this time was a little bit better and worse at the same time, and we still have uncertainty. We're not out of the clear just yet. But again, I mean, I literally was just saying, dude, we had people getting mad about their long term. Again, it happens once every year. The market goes down. Some people are like, oh, should I sell out? Should I get out? And I told you, just make up your mind, the 50-50 point. When I had the discussion, we were at 4. It was the first time we hit 4,200, a little bit before that. It was on this date, like right around here. I was telling you to speak now or forever hold your peace. So you're up since then, actually, now. But because I said 4,200, this is the make it or break it. But, in general, a lot of people were just, it was easy to get fearful. But we were talking about how literally what happened last October and how usually every one of the moments where there is trouble, that's where, an opportunity is born out of. But don't get too much FOMO yet. You're not, like I said, we're not out of the clear. Yeah, so the Redfin covered call, that's in January 24. House passes $14 billion Israel aid. Again, markets moving a lot better than bonds right now. I think it's because the banks are still climbing. Caesars on the high. That's another travel name on the high today. The next event is absolutely nothing. Just the final earnings and then your next set of data. But honestly, just kind of coming into the end of the year. So next week, you're going to get Fed speakers, I would say. China data, then Tuesday, Red Book, more Fed speakers, couple of bond auctions and how the bonds trade. That'll probably be the big one. And then you have Fed Powell next week. So that's November 8th, Wednesday. So that's it. AKA you could loosen conditions until November 8th. And if they loosen too much, Powell beats us with a stick. And then if not, we kind of do our thing. 21, do your thing. Mm-hmm. Well, there you go. On selling big winners in the long term. I don't like to sell. If you haven't noticed, that's like my fatal flaw and fatal advantage. That's where people love me and hate me for it. Because, again, we've had tremendous plays that have rocketed and we didn't sell and they came back down. Again, we still own them to this day, and they still have a home in our portfolio, and they make up their own little segment, which I appreciate. But at the same time, too, there's other names where it's like, again, I'm glad we never sold Abivi. I'm glad we never sold Coca-Cola, even Altria, with even how it's moved, all the dividends you've gotten on it. And again, it's just like if we sold early, we would have gotten out of a lot of different things and not built a portfolio where we could sell cover calls and have opportunity for the future. So it depends, but the general idea is make your plan and commit to it. But I do think, if they are good, solid names, especially if they're winners, that's how I've made. Again, I held my winners and I held on for dear life, and that paid off, especially if they're good. So, I mean, if you really think they have future, it could go a long way. But I'm a big fan of just holding. So if I'm not here, it's simple. You got to really understand it. You've already watched me for several years. But when I make my mind up, I act on minimum 10 years. That's all you got to do. So if you don't want to hold for 10 years, why are you even buying it? I'm not here to try to trap you into holding. I'm trying to stop you from buying shit you don't really want. Oh, come on, baby. Bonds coming down, equities up. Very interesting. Do you get what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Because it's not to stop you from doing anything except don't buy shit you don't want. Like really, if you cannot say 10 years, I'm going to hold that, I want that, then just don't buy it. That's all. Trade it. Don't put it in your damn long term. That's fine. But there's no, don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to me. Don't lie to your future self or whatever. But it's very simple. Because if it's like, hey, I do believe in this for the long term. I think this company can change the world. You only thought it was going to change the world for 1 day, 2 days, 1 year, 2 years. No, it's like that. Like for real, it's like you want to give it time, but it's like at the very least, if you're going to buy it, act as if you cannot change your mind for 10 years. And if you don't feel that way, you don't feel that confident, just don't buy it. And that will save you a lot of this issue. And then again, go get 5% on your cash. The trap, it's getting weird here. Again, bonds down once again on the long end. 10 years not moving as much. And then Shy is still doing great, which is the crazy part. But interesting to see. Equities are in la-la land now. Again, we have what? Under an hour to Euro close? 45 minutes? DraftKings new entrants may grow overall betting market. DraftKings. ARC on the high too. UAL as well. That's coming back. Is him? Yeah.
Ever been in terms of the content and the quality of the gameplay. So I really feel like the future is bright in terms of sports viewership. By the way, Taylor Swift isn't hurting the NFL viewership either, bringing some new people in. And yeah, so that's when you thought you couldn't think of a new way that she could unlock an audience for somebody, there she goes. So I'm sure the NFL is enjoying that.
She's not. I understand she's not going to be in Frankfurt, though, Germany, for the game this weekend.
No.
That's as much as I know. But all the other games, maybe she's an extra boost. While we've been talking, the stock's up a little bit more, so that certainly helps as well. Maybe this is part of the reality TV story as well. Maybe that's what we could enjoy too. Jason, great to talk with you. The stock's up nearly 13% as we speak. Jason Robbins of DraftKings. Thank you, sir. Yep. Taylor Swift.
Thank you for having
the influence is everywhere. What was the show called again? Love is Blind.
I'm not talking about that.
That's the one that we should.
You have a reader. You read that prompter.
It's about cricket. Saudi Arabia expressing an interest in buying a multi-million-dollar stake in the IPL, the Indian Premier League. That is a fantastic thing to watch. Honestly, amazing. If you want to watch some great sport, the IPL. The Kingdom proposing investing as much as $5 billion in the IPL to help lead the expansion into other countries. That would obviously follow recent investments into professional football, golf, wrestling, I understand, as well, is on that list too. Anyway. Love is blind. Love is blind.
I guess the reason is, though, why? Like, is it an image thing? Is it truly a moneymaker for Saudi Arabia? I mean, I'm really trying to, but they're putting so much money into it. Anyway, that's a different conversation.
The relationship between the Gulf and the Indian subcontinent is a really strong one as well.
That one, in terms of, makes sense, particularly with cricket. But anyway, that's a different conversation.
Cricket. They want your teams. All right, Chattadonia, you're making some moves here. I don't know how much you like it or not. Again, bonds near the low, which is ironic, but a lot of things ripping out to the high. The squeeze may be back on. Again, I think even Cart just rocketed up. There was DraftKings, a lot of those earlier names. So you are still moving quite a bit. Where's Redfin Tuna? Redfin Tuna is still up. Again, Tesla's at the low. You have NVIDIA killing it. AMD and chip makers. Carvana, NVIDIA again with another high. And then even ARC is running. So 43.60, 4 point. This would have been a new high if we didn't wick. Remember, the wick was off of the good data. So that was it was the good data that softened up, and then we somehow went down off of it. I sold out of oil, but that one's hitting another high now. You want me to play Pump It Up? Yeah, you want me to play? No! It's been 1 week. You just had the biggest week of the year. Calm down, sir. Calm down. I told you, from now until 4,600, you better get your prayer right, life with the Lord. You better get it right with the Lord, okay? That's the only song y'all getting. Y'all need hymns. Y'all need prayer and hymns that you actually make it up to 4,600 and that we get you, okay? That's just prayers is all you get for now until then. Until then is prayers. So, amen. Amen. Is this the Santa rally? A lot of people are going to want it to be the start of it, but for now, this is just the rally off of extremely tight conditions, finally calming down, and we need to know when the conditions are going to tighten again. But for the most part, you have a lot of room to move until conditions are retightened. So that's why we just got to keep monitoring it. Like we've said, every data event, everything you've had this week was an opportunity to destroy you. And you dodged all of those bullets. So like I even just said here, you're not going to get too much next week, but you have Powell on the 8th. So by Wednesday of next week, if conditions loosen too much, Powell is going to have an opportunity to tighten or loosen those conditions in bonds once again. So keep that in mind. Google's on the high now. I haven't really seen no big tech except for like Netflix hit the highs. So you are starting to get some. Again, Amazon's not up there. Is Apple? No, Apple's pinned. Microsoft wants to, but Google, Netflix, I don't know about Meta. They're not at the high. Google and Netflix are the ones moving here. So again, you're even getting a little bit of big tech. A lot of those smaller cap runners are the big earnings beats that are still continuing. They're doing it. And then just a lot of chips too. NASDAQ up 1.2, SPY 1.0, Dow Jones 0.7, and Russell up 2.9. So 2 points off of hitting a new high again, 43.87, I believe. 43.87 on the mother in blood. No? Okay. Yeah, that's your next level to the upside if we could get above there. All right, where are the bonds? TLT is the only thing that's being suspicious. And IEF. The bonds are being weird on that from here to here, and then we're going to close on Euro in 30 minutes now. Again, UAL at the high, MP dub. I mean, we're getting above 5.55 to even 6, but it's crazy. We'd even had a 4 handle not too long ago. Tesla's going lower, though. So, like we've been talking about here, it's not uniform of what's moving, and it's not what you would think. There's been some weird earnings effects, too. TLT is up 6 is funny. Nothing has changed with demand. Only difference is supply. I think it's the reverse. I think nothing has changed with supply. All of that supply hits next week, even if it was less than we thought or not. It's like that's still $500 billion that's hitting. But then the demand has increased. If you haven't noticed, this last 5 days has just been people talking about, no, don't buy bonds, to now they're like, maybe it's getting attractive. And now if you think Powell is going to not raise, it's raising demand. So if anything, I think supply is the same. And then this is demand driven. But the problem is, that demand could be met with supply and maybe it's not enough. So you need people to want an appetite for bonds and keep buying them hand over fist over the next couple of weeks. Otherwise, if we go back, that bond supply may, show that it's not as hot as we think. But then again, if Powell pauses and you're coming into 2024 and now you really think Powell is fully paused and is not going to raise rates, I mean, what do you think about long-term rate expectations? Now might be a good time to secure your 5% bond. Again, 3 weeks ago, they were telling you that's a bad idea. So, but now you are reacting to what this whole entire week, like we said, you had many bullets. They all ended up turning out good somehow. Not really, it's just all rigged. What? The data? What? Revision? So it's still holding. You're back to 43.60? Oh, wait, I was thinking 43.50. So not bad, though. You made some progress again. You got Euro close in 35 minutes. Tesla's low-key kind of flushing right now. It's only at 0.45, but could go negative. And then I think Google's still running. Dude, Tesla. And then CART's came back up to 20. CART moves like insanity, bro. The daily candles on CART are insane. But I wanted that breakout. About Money Monday. Money Monday, bro. That's the thing. If we now close this green this week, are we going to have a green Monday? Every Monday's been green and every Friday's been red. Now you've gotten I think every day this week is going to close green. That's insane. Again, 5 days in a row. Not only you rarely see that. Every day of the stock market is about to close green. And then not only that, it's like the progress that it made. Not only is it sizable, but it's like consecutive back-to-back green days. Your Monday through Friday, every day has been a green day. Also not on my bingo card. Stars is laying off over 10% of staff exiting the UK. Is that Para or WBD? No real. Again, those are all still up too. Even Disney up 2.2. Once you hit rock bottom, let's hope you go up. Well, that's the thing. Again, if I asked you last Friday if this was the rock bottom, there was people, millions of dollars would have bet that it was going lower. Literally. That's the crazy part. If I took you back to last Friday, it's kind of nutty to think about. So, so it's not like we hit rock bottom. You were at a place where people were like, oh shit, we could do the same thing again just to go back to exactly where we were 1 year ago. Exactly in 1 year. So, I do think rock bottom is either perception, and I mean, you can use the chart too, but it was, definitely not rock bottom, but that's why the flip and what you've seen. And again, the bonds, don't underestimate what the bonds have done to you this year and their impact. You guys are lucky that we focus on it a lot, but like if I could only imagine if I didn't understand what bonds were doing to the market, this could have looked so insane. But that pressure and what happened in real world effects was just nuts to think about. So, but for the most part, I don't think we bounced off the bottom yet. I'm still a little worried, but it is setting up for, again, nice green. This is what I was expecting in October. Maybe it was just, again, 1 month delayed and then started off just a couple days after the new month. But it is because of all of the events and primarily, because of bonds chilling out. So, yes. Oh, Ricardis, baby. What's up? Richard Lewis has updated his name to Ricardis. It's what I use on platforms. Happy Friday. That's it. He's making it known, the new name saying Ricardis. Or not. Happy Friday, baby. Ricardis. Tesla's going lower. Ricardis. Yeah, a little ticker change. He just announced changing the ticker. NVIDIA. Realize it till the last 2 days. Yesterday, bro, but like when was the last time you had multiple gaps on the chart? The only other time I could think of this was COVID. Literally. When are you gapping up? And look at this. This looked like my teeth. This ain't supposed to have this gap right here, bro. This is pre-braces. When does it look like? Usually it looked like the market got on braces. You don't gap up multiple days in a row of just not touching each other on the candles. Again, I think the only other time I've seen that would have probably been, again, even most hated rally, that didn't even happen. You guys understand that, right? You had big candles, but like you were starting low and moving. Dude, these are gaps. So forever in the name of the charts, you're going to look at these and it's going to be on just gigantic gaps. I think it was COVID. That was the only other time. I got to do the daily. Literally. So it was the worst 3 months since the only other time. Oh, no, that was just gaps down. You didn't even do it during COVID, bro. Like, you'd have a couple of, like, you'd have it every other day. Like here where you had those launches. You see what I'm saying? But even then, they would connect. Then you would start to get the gaps a lot more or less. But wicked, dude. Or was it November? Yeah, here. That November 2020, you kind of had it. Yeah, right here. 1, 2. This candle somehow touched. Yeah, leading into the November rally. It was November 2020. That was the last time I've seen any chart that looks like this shit. Which, again, I guess you've had the worst 3 months since 2020, and now it is November. It's easier to see the gap downs than up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just... whatever this was, like, it kind of blindsided everybody. Like I said, I was positioned for bullishness. I thought it was going to happen in October. But at the end of the day, like, you were just, all right, we need progress, right? But I'm like, 2 days later, it's been so fast. You have quickly now just turned this into something you really haven't seen in a long time. But there's still a lot of other lingering factors. So we'll see how that trauma plays into this. Man. And don't forget, election next year. Congratulations. So very similar setup to November of 2020 now. Even just, I'm going off the gap ups, but my goodness. How's Burry short? I don't know if he's still up on it now, but I'm sure those last couple of days changed things. Dude, it's insane. Again, even to see a lot of these plays come back that quickly, but it's been this move has been something of a mix of a lot of fear to just, I don't even know if the relief. Like I said, I still think what Powell said was hawkish. I didn't like it the same way Nikki T did, but overall, I mean, it's still just the amount of optimism that has came from massive fear. Again, last time we saw that was a couple years ago. Or the PayPal, did that one hit? They thanked me for it, but I don't know if that one actually hit. The ARC was a good hit, though. Yeah, I'm still down on the PayPal one, unfortunately. So hawkish. That fake hawk. We get to hear from him on Wednesday, though. So we'll see. Highs leading in the year. We got 30 more minutes, or 24. That's the crazy part. Europe's not even closed, bro. It's Friday. You don't even have Euro closed yet, believe it or not. So welcome. And then, bonds have already done a ton here today. And we're still like, again, that was good and the market liked it, but they came back up. I don't like this. I want them to hold 4 or 5 and lower, but maybe we save this for next week. If we don't go any lower than here today, if anything below 4 or 5 next week could be good. But I would like to see that today. That would just get everybody excited. I feel like I'm not short on the JAP. I'm long on it. The JPY. I think. Yeah, I'm still down on it, though. Came back a lot, though, actually. We were down a lot more, but, still, I'm down overall, too, because that's a rollover. How many people lost money holding Bill? You just don't like me, huh? Yeah. He's here to shame me over BILL. I'll take listen, if you want to blame me, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? But it's not what you think happened. Promise you. The other Bill was literally the best trade of the year, no, hands down. No matter any way you cut it, even with S&P barely, like we're like 9-10% now, and you didn't have to deal with any of the swings. I mean, unless you wanted Nvidia at the bottom, that was good. But yeah. Do you take supplements or pre-workout? Not anymore. I used to, we used to have our own pre-workout, but then I slowly weaned off of that, and I haven't been drinking caffeine lately. So lately I just go on. I left the gym early yesterday. I had to poop. I don't know what happened. Again, my schedule got messed around. That's why, like, we did the what's it called? We did the watch list a little later, but I was at the gym, bro. And I was getting my workout in, and then like, dude, I just started getting the bubble guts, and I was like, oh man. And then like, that's it. I was like halfway through my workout. I had to back out. I had to leave. And I had to go. So that's it. As long as I don't have to poop, I have good energy. As long as my poop don't hold me back, that's literally the link between my energy. It's so weird, I know, but yeah. Yeah, I like the live watch list. I did one, I think, last week or 2 weeks ago too. It's a nice little addition. That way, if I'm flexible on the watch list schedule a little bit, if I have to do other things, it's nice. I liked it. It's fun. It's a different vibe. It's good if you're there because then, I think it opens up the door for some questions on all of it. And then I hope it gives the recap for the people who need it as well too. Especially when a lot of things have been happening. This has been such a wild week, bro. It's crazy. You found one in Vegas, Anytime Fitness. They have private restrooms and showers. You could legit relax and drop one comfy. I'm still kind of nervous about taking dumps in public places, but I'm not saying I haven't before, but I feel a good gym with a shower. Arm pop. Again, I watched those IPOs. I'm already in cart. That one just fluctuates. I'm going up $1, down, back down. Yeah, I see it's moving all over. But again, some of those might be able to move. Big commerce on the high. You just got here. Yeah, it's weird. It was a weird question. Somebody was asking me about the energy and other things. So I was just answering the question. But welcome. Like the video. Say what's up. Show some love. I hope you're having a good Friday. Honestly, I think everybody should be having a good Friday unless you shorted it. And again, I understand the shorts too. Remember, they bullied me earlier in the year. So I already got whipsawed by that. So, but either way, it's still just a very wicked week we have gone through. Even the month, everything. It's so hype. Like I told you, y'all better get excited. No matter what, remember, always opportunity gets born in these events. And sure enough, I mean, you're starting to see markets you haven't seen in a couple years. So fourth, we still haven't hit that high. Maybe we're going to have to wait till Euro close, 20 minutes still, but you're 2 points off of that. That's the high from the ISM services. Bookings on the high. Hold up. Wasn't booking down? Yeah, bookings already recovered. Dude, it's a $5 spread on booking. Oh, booking. Yeah, booking went red to green. Again, it's catching up with Expedia and all of those. Again, you're going to get Uber and some of those next week, too. Any reversal? There can be, but you're not going to go red. Maybe by next week you'll get like a real reversal if the bond volatility comes back and you can't hold it. But like even today, even if we drop, I don't think you're going red. today was a good day. It is non-farms, and we've been confused by them, and they've been tricky at other points, but I really just don't think, again, you've had a lot of good things happen here all throughout the week. And then, how the setup is, you have some of the most bearish people, again, Bank of America, Michael Hartnett talking about going long, and just now, you've dodged a lot of fucking bullets, man. It's insane. Not even the war headlines. Again, it's not even the war headlines should not be too detrimental. I have Disney in the long term, yes. Again, we bought a lot of things. They went down this month. Some names that we picked up in the long term, but again, you see it here. Just however the next couple of months play. Some of them are doing better. Some are right at break even, but all of your money comes back, and then it's if we will be set up with size for anything in the long term if it rallies. That's what you got to realize. You may not and be like, why am I here? Why? But just every rally we're coming into with more size than the last one. Just don't ever forget that. That's what I said. Talk to me in 10 years about it. And again, you feel it on the downside too, but it's also just in general, a lot of long-term names, waiting on them. Some are coming back. Some have came back, some haven't, but we're going to be riding that out through regardless. And then we're going to take our deposit and hold it. I do want to buy some other stuff, but hopefully if we already start rallying before I have access to the account, then there you go. Mega crash. You're not the only one. This could be the final breath. Again, you just saw what the yield curve did and all of that. But the sad part is this could be the last gasp of air, but this could last anywhere from 4 months to a year and 8 months. Why? Because that's how other situations played out. It's been 10 years since you said this. You were right. What are you talking about? Disney is very good. Very, very good. So no, it could happen both. I mean, you're more likely for end of the year rally now if this holds up, but see what Powell says next week. But other than that, though, we'll see. Anything could happen. Josh giving the pump it up people a glimmer of hope. It's there. I mean, it's not. Again, it's not look at it. You see what just happened there, but you need those bonds. I'm still skeptical of the bond market. That's I've been telling you for a long time. Is all of this shit fun sometimes? Sure, but fuck the equities. I don't care. The bond market is where the answers are, and quite frankly, that's the thing that is not as stable. Again, markets will go up 500 points down. That's not stable to begin with, but we need to make sure these rallies and, the points, the bonds, again, the 4.5, the 4.25, we could telegraph this because it's so important, and this is the slow-moving factor that we need to work itself out. So, again, this goes down, your stocks are going to rally. Same thing with the yield curve and all that. Again, we look up the two. Like I told you guys just the other day, I'm sure you see it today. It's actually not even flattening as much or steepening or inverting, excuse me. But once that starts inverting, once yields, this is going to give us relief every time. But if the bonds still pose the same threat they posed the last couple of months, enjoy this shit while it lasts, but it's not there. But at the same time, if this is the bonds, you say, okay, we're done doing this bullshit for the year and things calm down and Powell and everyone else is supportive, your pump it up is back on the table. So 10-year below 4 is fine, but all out for stability's sake, and I hope it makes sense, I want 4.5 to 4.25. If you hug between 4.5 and 4.25 between now and the end of the year, you can hold up the market. Why? because rates are still high. You still keep tightening. Conditions don't ease too much. And then they're 1.25 higher than last year. And now you get to really do higher for longer. You see what I'm saying? That's why 4.5 to 4.2, that is a reasonable range of tightening conditions while at the same time not loosening them up too much. That is where I think that's the sweet spot I think we could fall into, get a little relief as long as the bonds calm down from there. But if they stay above 4.5, you're still in problem land. And again, if it goes below 4.25, you enter problem land again. Why? Because then the yields start dropping so fast, conditions ease up, Powell may not like it, or at that point, everybody's buying into a recession because we're collapsing. So 4.5 to 4.25 is kind of a sweet spot, I would say, that I'm looking for in the short term to determine how this shit holds up. There are there's one more Fed meeting. There's December, and it has a SEP, but there's 2 more sets of data. That's the best part about it. You got 2 more CPIs, 2 more non-farms, and then you have 1 more Powell. But then you get Powell on Wednesday, and now you just got a new high. 4.365, again, 4.387, or I think 7.3. That's the next level we want, and then 8.7. Yeah, Disney's going up. Even Apple, man, back to the 0.86. My goodness. Bank's still killing it. Yeah, Goldman's up 3.4. KRE, they're not doing as much. Bonds are staying chill, though. Government shutdown, I mean, it could become an issue on the 17th, but I think they're going to punt till January, especially with the speaker already on board for that. I'm getting gray hair. That's good. Gray hair's fine. I lose my hair. You know, my hairline has been gone. He's been missing for a while now. I've been looking for my hairline longer than I've been searching for yield, believe it or not. So, you know, if the hair's turning gray, that sounds like good news to me. That sounds like the entire reason why we bounced. Because you're like, wait a minute, my hair's changing. And the market's like, hey, man, you could have lost your hair. Now it's gray. Now you got wisdom. Oh, Landon, that's fucking Goldilocks. Bring that. Yeah, buy it, nah. You buy it when it's higher, too. Oh, yeah, no, it's good. It's good. You're a redhead, so you'll never get gray hair? Oh, man. That's crazy. What's it like? What's it like being a redhead? Is it as unique as they say? Isn't it like a small portion of the population is redheaded? 4.365. Caterpillar's on the low. They just went green to red. SPY's still working its way up here. Googly, Netflix, Goldman, any of the other leaders, they're just killing it. That's not true. Oh, man. Wow. Dollar's lower, too. That's crazy. So that means the ISM services, bro, you really did drop 10 cents off of that. That's nutty. Bro, the dollar's murdered today. The dollar's down 1%. SWTX on the low. You're getting a little cheek lay there from the top. Thank you for making the market go up. I tried my best, man. I hope it helped. Your grandma lived till 85. She had a full red headed hair. That's kind of hype. That's it. You guys got red beards? Whoa. You should do Riz videos like Goose Wayne. Who's that? Somebody said that the other day, but what? Oh, whoa. Yeah, bro. This is how my. I think this is how my hair is gonna start looking. I might have to do that. Oh man, I thought I was gonna be the one who made it look cool. But yeah, I am gonna start looking like that. That's what I'm saying. I was debating. I'm gonna have to do the off top, and then I was saying I'm gonna keep the curly hair on the sides. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You do a gold digger prank? I'd kind of be down, bro. It's been a while since I did a prank video. I don't know if it'd be as well received. DKS, Dick's Sporting Goods, pop. 2% on the candle, I think. I can't calculate it because I don't know how much it was up earlier. DKS, pop. Pop at the highs. How about Bitcoin on the high? Yeah. Big Five Sporting Goods? No, that's not it. Like Bozo the Clown. Yeah. My girlfriend said sometimes I look like the dude from The Simpsons. Sideshow Bob. I think because I get like my hair just get crazy, and then sometimes my hair will get like dreaded because I don't brush it sometimes, and it just gets awful. ARK is hitting a high. Mm-hmm. All righty. Again, I don't have a headline on DKS. If you see anything, let me know. Go Mr. Clean. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I feel like my hair is just like a symbol. It's a symbol of like, one, I'm not Sam Bankman, even though it looks like it, but I just love it. Nothing says... Nothing tells you how I feel about everything, about Amor Fati, until you look at my hair. You know, because that's it. It's my symbol of life and freedom. That's the way I view it. It's just like, It's just beautiful. I just let it flow. You could tell, you're like, do you have a job? Do you do something? What is wrong? Why do you look like that? Are you confident like that? You seem confident like that. I'm confused. Rate hike odds ARK. That means no rate hike. Well, yeah, that's why we bought it. Mm-hmm. I was there, but you get used to it. We'll see. I still got time. Time keeps on slipping, you know? Into the hairline. Yeah, I don't have any news on DKS. What do you think about Sam's sentence? We didn't talk about it. I mean, I heard 100 years possible. It's like 20 years of charge, but he's still going to get like I still don't think it's going to be I think it's going to sound shocking, but I feel like he's going to be out on the streets in like 4 to 5 years or running some weird crypto thing from prison. I just want the list of the bankruptcies. That's all that matters. Again, in a weird way, Sam did wrong. He messed with a lot of people. He fucked with society and culture. But at the end of the day, I mean, all that matters is that the list from the bankruptcy court, if they're not going to reveal to us the creditors, you know, is there really justice? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like they're giving you the head on the stake, but they're not giving you, the evidence or the autopsy of the actual crime and what went down. So unfortunately, I don't think there is justice until we know who the creditors were. I heard he may not even get jail. I think he has to get minimum 10 years, but like I'm saying, I think he'll get let out pretty early. $4,366. You hit a new high on that. So you're slightly working up. Another high on Netflix. Remember, Ford was running up earlier, but they calmed down. He's getting 25 years easily. We'll see. Some people say you have to serve minimum like 80% of federal time. So, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he helps the government out like 5 years into his sentence. He helps them. He partners up with Bill Gates to develop the world's ultimate cucumber. And then they let him out early for good behavior. Yeah, maybe Biden pardons him. Yeah, I'm telling you what he did, what this young man did to cucumbers. I'm telling you, the advancements he made for all of us to enjoy a fake cucumber. I'm telling you, he deserved to be free. It's an injustice what we did to this man. All right, good, thank you. What's his name? Solomon? You're free to go, Solomon. I mean, Sal. Who the fuck's his name? Sal, the guy with the curly hair. Fuck it. Anyways. Bill is on the high, not the Bill you think. I can't believe it. My man came in here today. He's just like, fuck you, Josh. You just lost everybody money on Bill. You piece of shit, Josh. So much for stable. Man, so much for spell check. Damn it. Maybe we should have made it clear. Y'all ready to go. We're locked and loaded. And this is how we have 2 wars. Y'all ain't even down to y'all really down with the misunderstanding hella quick too. You're like, fuck it, run it, end him. All right, still working up. Did oil keep going? I wonder if oil came up with this move. No, it came back down. We got out perfectly. I'm down. Beautiful. 4367. Sam's. It's not the one I showed you. So that one everybody was putting around, that was fake. The one where he looks like Brad Pitt, that's not actually real. I think the real court drawing, he looked like a fucking he looked like a, how you say? Smeagol. Mm-hmm. MP Dubs. All right. I need to go to the party. Netflix. You guys know we're up on Netflix too. We have $10 a share now. From down $70 a share to up 10. I know. I'm still holding it too. That's the wicked part. But my goodness. But now I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning, good evening, good night. See you in a little bit.
Story all over the world, but also some European earnings feeding into it. Kind of countering that, and the other side is the geopolitical risk story. And the Israel-Hamas war has been impacting Brent crude, which is kind of the global benchmark for oil, separate from WTI. We're down 4% on the week. We've seen yields come down a little as well. The German 10-year bond, 2.63% off 20 basis points over the course of the week. And euro-dollar, the euro up 1.6% against the dollar. It's been a fun week. We've been showing you European markets because of the time difference at this time of year, but that's it.
And those European markets, Ed, as fun as they are, have been dictated in large part by macroeconomic policy making over here in the United States. And of course, a lot of that has to do with the Fed yesterday, well, on Wednesday indeed, but also what's happening in terms of the data, the rich data we're getting and the cooling that we're getting in the macroeconomy here in the US. From a jobs perspective, the Goldilocks scenario is on. The stocks, they rise here in technology. We're up NASDAQ 100, 1.3%. Basically, best week for the big benchmarks since last year. So clearly a desire to be getting back into some of these stocks that have been sold off. I'm looking at a 2-year yield, as you'll see, currently dipping down. In fact, across the board, we've seen bonds rallying, yields falling as we anticipate a less hawkish Fed. I'm also looking at what's happening in the world of Bitcoin. And actually, interestingly, even though we've got a weaker dollar, significantly weaker dollar, we're still seeing Bitcoin just to the downside. That seems to be a read across more on what's happening in the world of court decisions around Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX, the guilty verdict, Ed.
Yeah, and that is the biggest story of the day, one of the biggest stories of the year, and we'll get back to it. Sam Bankman-Fried convicted of a massive fraud that led to the collapse of the FTX exchange follows a month-long trial where we heard from Sam Bankman-Fried himself, from some of his closest friends and confidants. We want to go back and look at how the trial played out with Christine Adams, partner at Adams, Dirk and Kamenstein, who has over 25 years of experience as a former federal prosecutor specializing in SEC investigation and white-collar crimes. Our reporter earlier in the program painted the picture. She was in the courtroom the moment that the verdict was read out. Was the verdict and the 7 guilty counts that came a surprise to you?
Honestly, no. I was a bit surprised that the verdict came so rapidly, but I think everyone who was watching this trial with some background and expertise saw this ship sinking rapidly. It was clear that Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony was going to be what it ended up being, a Hail Mary pass that was not successful. There really wasn't a question when the government kept things so simple and just simply showed that Sam Bankman-Fried said one thing and did entirely another, and that his image
That's how
was
they drew him?
basically a ruse as part of this
He don't
whole
look like that.
cryptocurrency fraud.
They still drew. No, I saw
Christine, the lead headline of
I don't know
Bloomberg
what's
this morning
legit or
is
not.
SBF faces decades in prison
won't
after
tell us.
swift guilty.
Bro, they won't tell us. I don't think we're ever gonna know how what the real drawing was like, and they don't want you to, because once you know what they really drew his ass like, then you gonna realize like no, that don't make any sense. Stop being, man, that's crazy, bro. I can't, even if I put the puppy filter, I can't even look that good after looking like that. That make no damn sense, bro. He should have gotten to the cosmetic industry, not crypto. He would have killed it. Show me that before and after. Sam Bankman would have been selling better than Ozempic. This makes no sense. Yeah, people of the future, they're never going to have, and they're going to scrub all the cucumber pictures off the internet, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's Bankman. Well, you're hitting new highs all the while here. So, Chad, welcome to the squeeze. I mean, we knew this from the morning. You had your little opportunity. The bonds, again, they're still up, just all stacking on everything. Redfin's running. I mean, now it's just more buybacks. We do get Powell next week, but it is Euro close in 6 minutes. We still have so much time. That's the crazy part. But now you're about to enter Euro close. You're at the high again, 43.70 to 43.73. That's a little bit of a baby level. We got to get past there, and then we will be good to go. MP Dubs even, let's see, KRE. If that could come back up, that could lift up a lot too. Bank of America warns of banking industry deposit delays. The fuck that mean, Bank of America? Why you putting it out on CNN? I'm tripping. I read it. I thought it said 26, not 36. My bad. Yeah, Euro close was 5 minutes ago. I am tripping. Yeah, no, I'm tripping. I thought it said 26. So we're at 36 or 35. As long as TLT does not go lower, that'll be good. Redfin's running right now, which is funny as hell to me. Again, they're earning every time it's had bad earnings. I think it rallied. Didn't that happen last time? I think this earnings was bad in July, and then it rallied. There was one of these, and I was like, what is happening? That's insane. It's up 50% from its low. And even Snapchat's higher than their earnings, and they didn't do too well. They did good, but they blamed damn Israel, which was weird. Again, still near the highs. Again, Netflix is doing great. China plays would be next. Those didn't come up as much. So we're still going to have to wait for them to get the green light. Yeah, the Zillow news. You could have got away with saying you were testing the chat. Oh, I could have. Yeah. He countered 650. I don't know. How bad do you want the property? You could tell him the You could tell them the what's it called. The other unit's not permitted. You know, it gets harder to sell by. It all depends on the competition you have there. So, oh, whoa. What happened to the wire? There's no way that all came out, did it? Yeah, whoa. No way. So you just had a dump of analyst upgrades, downgrades, maintain, JP Morgan. You guys saw that, right? No, that was real though. It wasn't falling behind again. That was just all of those were released at 12:37. So again, just BMO Capital, JP Morgan, Citi, RBC. So you're hearing from analyst. We got wacky on the junk. But I don't think you're getting any crazy moves off of it. They all just shorted. Well, there was a lot of shorts coming into this. That is one of the reasons people have been bringing up, even for this craziness here. Again, the CTAs and even I think like hedge funds, they were down. It was like 2 standard deviations short, literally as a couple of days ago, which is wild to think about. Weird cart that came back down. Amazon. The TLT pattern. I mean, it's good to get a vertical. We haven't had a vertical off the bonds in a while. I want to say since SVB. Yeah, SVB was the last time the bonds went vertical like this and like gapped up and held. So, you might get a little bit more volatility, but again, if that could hold up, that could be great. The question though is what base does it form at? Like what range is it going to chill at? Roku again on the high. Any random plays? I don't know. Wait, I don't know. Can I log into my TD still? Yeah, 8:30 p.m. Random plays, I think, but not really. Again, we had a lot of expirations. Your Nikolai, your SoFi, but no. Random plays been hurt. Still has cash. It has mostly cash, but everything else, not so much. Will you add more capital to the random plays? There's still $800 in it, so that's 8 more weeks, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe we end it with the options. There was again that Tesla would have saved us, but I sold it off too early. I was saying I thought I could have, but it was we only gave me like 300 off that. They closed at like plus 1,000, I think. But we'll see. But the long term is forever killing it, man. It's crazy when you look at the two and you see the difference. Yeah, honestly, this wasn't even a shake, even for the small long term. I don't know. Can I log into Schwab? No, I can't until Monday. So this will be our last time viewing it on TD Ameritrade, Chad. You know that? This will be your last time viewing the I wish I had the other one. But that's already in the limbo. I have it in the other. I could kind of show you it. I have to get you the screenshot, but yeah. So that's it, man. This was since we started it. We began October 8th, 2019. So that's what? Is that 4 years now? Yeah, this will be our 4th year. Almost on the dot. 1 month behind. Goodbye. This is our friend. We still have him. The journey continues. The journey will continue. And he is going to carry on. It will now be on Schwab. It's amazing. It's not a graduation song. We got evicted, bro. The fuck you mean? Think I got evicted. They tied up my other funds. I was trying to move out. Then they stole my U-Haul. And I said, cancel the U-Haul, cancel the U-Haul. They're like, too late. It's already in freight. It's already in shipment. Oh, too late. Can't do anything. Now you got to wait. You got until November 3rd to get out of here. I'm sorry. No exceptions. Oh, you had time. They gave me a 30-day, 60-day notice. They pinned it on everything. They said, get the F out of here. This ain't no graduation. I got evicted. I didn't even want to leave, bro. Do you think I wanted to leave? This was an eviction at its finest. This was eviction at its finest, bro. You should download data. Maybe. I have all my statements. I did that already for everything else. But I don't think, as long as everything's in there, we'll be good. It'll be good. Yeah, bro, the dollar dump is wicked, but market's starting to come down. That's your first bigger candle since the morning here. Again, you already had Euro close, and don't you have Kashkari coming on here? Again, Bank of America appears related to automated clearinghouse. Loving the long term. Thank you for everything, Josh. Amen. Amen. You letting that expire? What happens? No, I made a Schwab account, so I moved the other one. I'm looking at it now, so I could still see my whole positions for the long term. But again, it has to like fully populate. And again, because I was going to transfer everything, so you should remember all of these names. This is all today. This is your long term. This is the big account. It's like the small one. So I had that one moved over. I'm having issues with that. It takes more time than I expected. But then once I realized it was going to take that much time and everything, I made a Schwab account so I could transfer the other two accounts. Just because I was like, it wasn't feasible for me to do it. So either way, I'm walking away with the Schwab account. That's the moral of the story. I may be down and put them all towards E-Trade, but E-Trade kind of pissed me off with this little process already. But then again, we'll see. We'll play with both and see which one we like. Yeah, you have till today to do it, I think. Today is your final day. Otherwise, they're going to mail you a check and close your account. And then if you have the wrong mailing address, you're fucked. So make sure you have it all there. Mom, I told my sister to do it because I can't do it for her. But I told her to do it. But this is mom's account. This is mom's long term right here. It's already moved, but it's not like fully moved. So I could see my positions, but they have not completed the full transaction yet. And then the other ones, I didn't initiate those yet because after seeing how long this was going to take, I was like, yeah. No, it's not for everybody that has TD. It's if you were part of the... if you've been notified as part of the recent like round of people they're sending over. All right, 10-year, little weird candle. I was at the top private biomedical organizations in the company. They said they expect the industry to grow 6 to 8%. Do you think that's good? It depends, but it's decent. You'd have to look into the last couple years and base them against that. But at the same time, it is like a lot of people, 6 to 8 isn't necessarily that good right now because inflation is high, interest rates are high. That's kind of break even if you think about it. So all depends, though. All depends. Relative to the relative industry and how they've done lately. Bostic. You're going to get Fed Kashkari. Again, I don't know what time specifically. Yeah, it's already November, bro. You guys realize that, right? Your next holiday is Thanksgiving. You guys do know that, right? Militant attack killed 16 Pakistan soldiers in Southwest. Veterans Day. Do we get the day off? Is the market closed? March fast. I'm looking at the Fed website right now. I still can't believe it's November. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. And then you got Bostic coming up. What? You got Michael Barr today, too? You had Michael Barr in the morning. You have him today. I got to see where Kashkari's speaking. In a leadership discussion at the Economic Club of Minnesota. So we might not even be able to get it live. I don't know. Lately, there's been a lot of Fed meetings that they've been keeping for pay-per-view. What? Events, calendar, leadership discussion. Oh, he's with CNN anchor Poppy Harlow. Need to contact the organizer. It's on Eventbrite? Dude, it's literally, I was just joking around. It's pay-per-view, bro. What the fuck? So if you want to listen to the Federal Reserve, you have to join an event like it's fucking Taylor Swift. But the Fed listens, they say, but you can't listen. Interesting. Register. It's not on YouTube anymore. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. Well, even then, usually, like if it's at these events, they stream them. I mean, most of the time, listen. I didn't know they monetized the Fed speakers like that. I guess it makes sense, but I can't even buy a ticket. Like I'm down to buy a ticket, but that's still a little weird. But still, I don't even think I could buy it. It says they have no upcoming events. They're just doing it on there. So I don't know. The troll told to watch. Will this hold? I think generally. I mean, we could give up a little bit. Maybe we go a little higher here. Things have been very squeezy, but I think we're going to close green. I think we're going to have 5 days of green this week. It's going to set a little weekly record here. And then, we'll see what the bonds do. If they want to break below 4 or 5 today or want to do it next week. But we have Powell on Wednesday. Unless any of these Fed speakers want to just say something crazy out of pocket. But I don't know. Dollar's down 1% today. It's been a while since you've seen the dollar wreck like that. And again, it looks like those squeeze days in terms. Every little red candle instantly gets eaten up. Microsoft's on the high now. They were kind of chilling a little earlier. LHK. Oh, we did not do push-ups. No. Let's do it. I'm down to stretch. We're a little late, but get your ass up, Chad. We've been behind. The market's been going good. A lot to focus on. And we were early today. So get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It doesn't matter. Just get the body moving. Okay, I'm going to do my back stretches, my shoulders. You know, make sure the rotator cuff good. My legs in front of you, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. Just start looking good. You looking good already. You look better than the market right now. Look at rebound. You need a rebound like the market rebound. Rebound your spine. Sit up straight. There you go. And breathe in a little bit. Go. Breathe in, breathe out. So relax the jaw. Go. Then one more time. Breathe in, but on the way out, you're going to do the dragon breath. Go. Then breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Just like that. Just like that, my friends. Boom. Boom. Ooh, oh, I forgot. I did back in biceps yesterday. Is the tongue out necessary? Yeah, it's dragon breath. No, it really does. It's actually like it moves the muscles in your like mouth and jaw, like You don't feel it, like open your mouth and go and then open your mouth with your tongue out, and then you don't feel it. It's good for you. You gotta relax the jaw, man. A lot of tension. I got a resistance too. Yeah, DraftKings keeps going. I'm doing the resistance. It's good, man. Helps jaws clenched all day. I know it happens more than you think. More than you think. Oh. Okay. Couple more stretches will be good. It will be good. And then SPY's still holding up. I see DraftKings on the high ticker so much today. It's still going. Maybe even bonds. I think Microsoft's interesting with all of it. All right, we good. We good. Net is blowing my mind. Dude, that thing, wasn't it clapped? Did that one hit? We were talking about that one being a good one. I thought they went down afterwards and then they rocketed up. But I don't know if 12% was 2 standard deviations. But if they hold up from here, any of these could get really crazy. I'm surprised PayPal's not moving up more. That one could have been better. And that went hard. Let's see, 2 standard deviations. What was it at yesterday? It was at 56. I don't know what it was pricing in. It kind of went up. I don't think those leaps would have, out of the monies that I would have got, I don't think they would have hit. Yeah, not so much. Do you know if any margin are being transferred to Schwab the same way? I think it is. I don't think you're going to have an issue with that. I think if you wanted to transfer it to like E-Trade or something, you would have to. It would have to be like you'd have to be having cash. I think. I don't think you could hold a margin position. What am I doing this weekend? You asking me now? We just barely had Euro close. I got a couple of plans. Gonna chill, go out a little bit. Gonna go party because the market went up 5 days in a row. Not really. I'm gonna get a game of 2K in. Hang out with the parents. Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. Real estate. Actually, not as much real estate, believe it or not. So kind of cool. Mm. 4,367. We're just again. The next level is 4,370 to 4,373. I believe 4,373 is the main one, but we also got a little bit of weird volatility leading into it. Net is going up again. DraftKings now running. AMD is everything else. Some more than others, but some of those like earlier. Square was the one that didn't get it. Square and PayPal, but DraftKings up 16 now. That was only up like 9 in the morning, I think, or 12. It's still moving a lot extra. Power on the high, Wayfair. Again, you got Net as well too. Oh, VKTX. Oh shit, I forgot about that one. So that one came back to green, even after the shitty earnings. Out of real estate, real estate's been great for me. Hasn't been bad. The only thing that hasn't been good is that, my activity is just lower. Like, again, I'm not buying as many houses. I'm not flipping as many houses, but as far as like a fixed real estate portfolio, my worry isn't in funding, like, the loans and all that shit. So I'm chilling. It's been great. We talked about my Airbnbs yesterday. They're booked. They're a little less booked by now than I was any of the last 2 or 3 years. The Airbnbs are actually, it's still, I'm already 50% booked for November. Every weekend. Again, one of my Airbnbs is fully booked already, even to the end of the year. But for the most part, real estate's been chill. Again, I've been taking it chill. SPXS, I have seen it. There's a lot. Have you seen even SPXEW? So there's a lot of different SPX indexes that you could pull up. ACAM on the high, Goldman again. Let's see financials. The Euro close buy did work. Now we still have the other 3.5 hours after getting all of that data from not too long ago. Do I do marketing? No, not for the Airbnbs. I've had them for a long time. So like, I don't know. It's just, I think I get hooked up by Airbnb. I price good, low cleaning fees, super host. Like, I think I have like over 200 reviews or some shit. So it's just, it goes a long way, but I don't advertise it on a separate Instagram or anything like that. Will Netflix get low? I think Netflix, right now, Netflix is testing its next level. Again, like 435 to 438 for Netflix. That could open up the door to like 440s and 450s. Otherwise, it'll get trapped here 433 to like 420. And then SPY's about to hit another high here. So again, it's about 30 minutes exactly since Euro close. MPW, not really today. It just we talked about it a couple days ago. I think everybody's under the same impression. It's going to move with rates. Right now, would I buy more of it? Not necessarily right now, but if rates recover, I'm expecting MPW to recover with it. And then, they hopefully management doesn't mess things up or rates get better before then. Bill, ARC is still going up. SPY, new highs. Baker Hughes rig count, 496 versus 504 previous. Interesting. And then bonds, 10 years catching a bid. SPY literally going higher now. Everything's ripping. Net still going up. DraftKings, 43.69. So watch. If it's slow at 43.70, maybe that'll be the level. But 43.73, that's the real money spot. That's exactly where we're trying to get to right here. 43.73 means every single downside gap has been filled. You still have these gaps on the way down, but literally this is a big level. Again, and we spent a lot of time here, I think even in the past too. And last time we were around here, remember it? It was at 43.70. This was on the first drop. This is where we bounced off of August. So remember, August was bad, and then we bounced halfway through. It was around this price. UWMC, it's a little bit higher, I think, than when we took the tax loss 1 year ago. So, like, pretty much same price after 12 months. But yeah, MPW, just wait for interest rates if they stabilize or not. VKTX, this one got clapped and now it came back. Interesting. So one of the bios. I wonder what they're going to do. There's a couple of biotech plays we still have. So VKTX, that one came back. Again, their earnings was not good at all, but they had that weird little recovery. This is just their first pop. Goldman on the high. That's it. Win. Oh, yeah, Caesars did good. Damn, Win's up. Okay, I thought I said it was up 8%. They crazy. And DVA. Redfin came down a little bit. So, again, all those other runners, they're still holding good. DraftKings, Net, all of that. 10 years trying to make a bid. We just hit a new high on the SPY. That Abbeville on the low. And 436,954, half a point below that right now. The Vita up 2. That's kind of a little vertical, if anything. That one's kind of going straight up. Where is it? I don't see anything on it. DVA, yeah. The Vita, no, it's old. Two-year dropping hard. That's good. Again, the 10-year is going too. The 2-year, I think, was one of the bigger winners. It moved smaller than the other ones, but given the fact that the 2-year don't really move like that, it means a lot in terms of both policy and how people are feeling in the market. House passes bill on Iran oil sanctions. Guild on the high again. More of those biotechs, XLV's up there. Staples 0.5, financials into the high. I think that second half of this little Euro close rally, I think it was all financials. Yesterday, DaVita unveils new research to improve care and quality during annual American Society of Nephrology. I know you said Redfin needs to come down, but isn't it decent to get them when they're valued at $500 million? Everyone I know uses them. Well, that was my logic, again, when it was a lot lower. And I think at that price, it was worth less, but you just have to be careful. It does make sense. Your logic makes sense. But the fact is, this thing can move 50, 20% in a day. So if you're willing to make a 10-year decision on that, and you like it here, and you think this will be the lowest it'll go in 10 years, and you're confident in that, then, I mean, feel free then to grab it now. But like I've said, buying it any higher than we paid for it, it was a losing strategy all year. Like, you had your moments maybe, but if you're trying to buy it and hold it, you need it to be sustained. So it's up to you. We spend too much time talking about Redfin. No, you're just the uber bear on real estate and you get mad about it. Does that seem more likely? I think so. I think we've answered like 2 questions today about it. You picked up some yesterday. You're deciding to trade out. Well, that's the thing. Y'all need if it wasn't a long-term decision, I think y'all just got to figure out what's a long-term decision or not. You know, that's where I think a lot of people are. You're going to see FOMO. The only way you're going to justify FOMO is literally through that. Oh, there it is. It showed up. Ha-ha.
Contributor to CNBC.
Thank God.
Fortune magazine. And the Wall Street.
All right, you got a Fed voter. He's usually bullish. I mean, let's see what he says about what just happened here.
We're pleased to have him making an appearance here today. Neil Kashkari is chairman of the Economic Club of Minnesota. He took office as president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis on January 1st, 2016. In this role, he serves on the Federal Open Market Committee, bringing the 9th District perspective to monetary policy discussions in Washington, D.C. In addition to his responsibilities as a monetary policymaker, Neil oversees all operations of the bank, including supervision and regulation, treasury services, and payment services. Neil leads the bank leads the bank's many initiatives. I'm stumbling because there isn't a light here, just so you know. Among them, he was instrumental in establishing the Opportunity and Inclusion Growth
Overstock
Institute,
just got news.
Whose mission is to ensure
somebody said they're ringing the bell.
World-class research helps to improve the economic well-being
substantial insider purchases. That was what I saw from yesterday.
Harlow will be moderating today and participant as well. Poppy is a Minnesota native and co-anchors CNN This Morning, weekday mornings from 6 to 9 a.m.
I wish it was PM.
We'll see if we can work on that.
Thank you.
Alongside with Phil Mattingly. She impacts her
Poppy, like P-O-P-P-Y, not P-A-P-I.
The world's top business
you know,
leaders
we gotta,
and CEOs.
We have a diverse set of Chads in here.
Supreme Court Justice, Justice Ruth Bader
I said,
Ginsburg,
Poppy?
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
No, P-O-P-P-Y.
And moderated 2 CNN presidential
like a poppy
town halls.
plant.
She's been nominated
like the Americans
for multiple
used to
Emmy
destroy
Awards
the Middle East.
Throughout her career,
Not
and
like
her reporting
a
has
Poppy.
won numerous industry awards. Without further ado, Poppy, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much.
Man, fuck you guys. Now I can't unhear it. Now I just sound like a white lady saying, okay,
Thank
Poppy.
you, everyone. For coming. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Bill. It's so nice
Why'd
to
y'all
be
have
home.
to say that?
As long as I am gone.
I can't unhear it now.
And thanks to everyone who's been so warm in their welcome. I love this topic. I care deeply about this topic. I've never been a business leader. I've always been a journalist. I came this close to being a lawyer, maybe one day, went back to law school a couple of years ago, but I've been fascinated by leadership. And I've seen and experienced and witnessed through all the interviews I've done how critical strong leadership is, moral, ethical leadership, and how detrimental not having that can be. So thank you both for having this conversation. I'm fascinated by the fact that, Neil, you met Bill and really wanted to talk to him deeply about this. And Bill, I'm glad you have the book. I just got to read this. It's a fantastic book, True North. And my friend and one of our CNN contributors, David Gergen, writes at the beginning of the book, this book can help us find our way. If individual leaders can recognize when they have drifted away from True North and make successful course corrections, as Bill George argues, nations can as well. Surely authentic leadership beats what we have now. What is someone's true north?
It's who you are. It's your essence. It's basically the beliefs you have, the values you are raised with, and the principles you lead by. And if you can be clear about those things and stay on course, and then find, where do you find joy and fulfillment in your life? Is it through your work? I hope you find that kind of joy in your work. By the way, welcome back to Minnesota. We're delighted to have you, a Lake of the Isles person. But it really is, that's your essence. And I think the problem is that people, when they go out into the so-called real world, there are so many pressures and seductions that sometimes people get caught up in those and think they can get ahead quickly, violate the rules, no one will know, and they go off course. And they don't, when you see people getting in ethical and legal trouble, they didn't start out they started out here making some deviations, and they get on that slippery slope. And they go down that. So I think it's important to be grounded in who you are before you go out and try to change the world. I don't think you can have an impact on the world until you have a clear sense of yourself and who you are, and bring that self-awareness.
Neil, why were you so intrigued by Bill and wanting to have more deep conversations with him on this when you met him? What was it?
I have seen throughout the course of my career multiple instances of people I thought were highly ethical leaders who lost their way. And I didn't understand it. Like, I just could not have pictured this person doing that. And so when I saw Bill, we met socially through mutual friends, I kind of pulled him aside and
I'm
said,
just picturing
"Explain
a
this to me."
dude eating a cucumber right now.
And he had many examples in his own career when he's seen the same thing.
I never saw it
the
coming.
fear is, I consider myself to be a highly ethical person. If this other person could lose their way, maybe any of us could lose our way. And how do you guard against that and protect yourself from that? So that's what drew me to Bill. And we dove into this conversation, and then it also dawned on me, I think a lot of other people would be interested in having this conversation too. And that's what led to us having this discussion here today with you.
And we are going to open it up for questions really throughout. So if you have one, please raise your hand and the microphones will come to you. We can do it at the end, but we can also do it throughout as well. I want to stick with you for a moment, because for those of you who have not read and you should read, the 2009 profile on Neil in the Washington Post, after he ran TARP for this country and helped save us, and then led the Fed through COVID here, now dealing with inflation, you literally went to the woods. You went to the woods, you had run for governor of California, and you went to the woods and you had four goals. Build a shed, chop wood, lose 20 pounds, and help with Hank's book, Hank being Hank Paulson. But I think in essence there you also sort of found yourself again. Is that right?
I mean, I realized what drew me to public policy was a chance to make a contribution, to hopefully make a difference, hopefully a positive difference. I always say to people, if you want to help 1,000 people, donate to a charity. That's really important. Do that. If you want to help 1 million people, you can only do that by improving the public policy of the nation, the state, the city, the world. And so that's what drew me to public policy. And I think spending time in the woods, so to speak, helped me refocus my energy on, hey, how can I make a contribution, hopefully for the better?
And you built that shed.
Built that shed, lost the weight, then gained the weight, then lost the weight again.
I thought she said, and then you built that shit.
Did all the things.
She said shed.
Bill, you've been having a lot of.
It was about the forest story. She did not say, and then you built that shit. No, she said
our
shed.
ears perked up when
Shed.
Jamie Dimon said in the bank's third
Built
quarter
that
earnings,
shed.
quote, "This may be the most dangerous time the world has seen in decades." And if you talk about all those things together, what the war between Israel and Hamas, the war on Ukraine, Taiwan, China, inflation, the Great Resignation, the return to work, or a lot of people don't want to return to work. What are CEOs telling you about this moment, and how are you advising them?
They, and frankly I, have never seen a time of multiple intersecting crises. You just listed half a dozen of them. They affect you. You can say, oh, Russia, Ukraine, that doesn't affect us. No, it does. And anyone who has any knowledge of history know how these things can spool out of control, certainly in the Middle East. And so I think the CEOs, I was just with a group of very large company CEOs in Paris. We put together a program for them that we get together twice a year.
You said Russia, Ukraine, so important.
They are concerned about the situation.
That's why things spiral really fast in the Middle East.
They're not going to solve these things. But then their companies have to do the right thing.
I like his hair, though.
They have to stay the course.
This dude like 97.
And,
he got better hairline than I do.
Crises and trying to adapt. So
up,
today,
man.
as a leader, you have to be very adaptable. You can't just have a fixed plan and have, well, we got a 5-year strategy we're following. You actually have to be very adaptable. You have to know where you're going, keep your vision clear. But you have to adapt very quickly to changing. And I've never seen a time when they move so quickly.
Yeah.
And so you need to stay abreast of those things. The problem is, by the way, a lot of people who come into top leadership roles are trained for the internal roles, but they aren't trained for what's going on around them. Bob Chapek at Disney was not sensitive to these things. That's why he lost his job.
Do you want to talk about the Disney example anymore? Because I think that's
Yeah,
interesting.
I mean,
Bob Iger leaves, Chapek comes in, and then DeSantis and Florida, and then what?
Well, it starts, though, he took $580 million in tax subsidies from the governor of Florida. So he has some culpability there. You don't do that. You know, it's a two-way street. When you sit down with the governor and he gives you certain concessions, you've got to fulfill those. And he said, but he came into office saying, I'll never comment on anything outside of Disney. And then, of course, I think you're all aware of the Parental Rights in Education bill, which has been dubbed Don't Say Gay. But he didn't stand behind his gay employees. And needless to say, Disney has a lot of gay employees, and so they started protesting. And then he changed the position midstream. So as a leader, I think Neil's got to know what he stands for going in. He can't, oh my gosh, I think I'll change my values or my position on this. I think you have to be clear about what you...
One thing that is clear, before Bob Iger came back to run Disney in that moment, Bob Iger actually came out and was very clear in his statement.
He did.
So, but Neil, let's take ESG as an example, okay?
Kathy Kennedy is trying to kill me.
Leaders believe in, okay? And then they put their money toward it, their strategy, their public statements, and then there's been a bit of a backlash.
Well, I think they need to make the case of, first of all, let's say you're an asset manager. It's not your money that you're investing. You are investing your client's money, and you need to be transparent with them about what their objectives are and how you're going to invest that money. So to me, if not in that specific example, it's not getting out in front of your clients. It's not your agenda. It's their money. Mm-hmm. You need to be in communication with them. And I think if you tie back to who your constituents are, who you're working for, and make sure that they are in alignment with what you're doing, that's ultimately the protection that you need, because it's their money. They're the ones who should be making the decisions. And if you're investing the way your clients are telling you to invest, then you should be able to look anybody in the eye and say, I'm doing my job.
How important is admitting mistakes? And let's take the Fed as an example. How did the Fed...
We never make mistakes.
You have made mistakes. Rose-colored glasses. How did the Fed, Neil, miss such persistent high inflation? I think everyone wishes they could forget the word transient.
Transitory.
Thank you. Transitory, you're welcome. See, I already forgot it. But transitory, right? And it wasn't just you guys, it was the administration as well. What did you learn from that miss that guides how you move forward?
Yeah, well, great. You're absolutely right. We missed on transitory. By the way, not just we, I did. I was one who affirmatively said, I think this inflation is going to be short-lived. It's going to fall back down. Therefore, let's not overreact. That was obviously wrong now. So a bunch of stuff has happened. One is the pandemic was unlike anything any of us had ever experienced. Yep. The shutting of the economy, but also the reopening of the economy. You also had waves of COVID, and then you had Russia invading Ukraine all at the same time. Nonetheless, we got it wrong. So one thing I tried to do is when I do make a mistake, and I do make mistakes, I try to be very disciplined about owning it. Not just in my own head, but publicly. So I published an essay a year and a half ago where I came out and said, I got it wrong. Here's what I got wrong. Here's what I looked at. Here's what I've learned from it. I can't promise you I'm not going to make mistakes in the future, and we're not. We want to minimize the mistakes, but even more importantly, we want to identify them early so that we can adjust and then not double down on this misbegotten path that we've been on. So again, we're going to do our very best. Every one of my colleagues is doing their very best to understand the dynamics driving the economy. There's a lot of uncertainty. We're going to make mistakes, but we need to own it so that we can learn from it and not repeat those mistakes.
I know you can't tell us everything, but can you take us inside the room at the Fed when you said, I got this wrong, and hopefully your fellow central bankers conceded such as well? What's that? What are those conversations like, and how do they help you now? Because what you decide impacts all of us.
Well, I mean, I think it's hopefully what we're left with is overwhelming humility, which is we didn't understand the dynamics of COVID. We never lived through it before. There was so much uncertainty around the reopening of the economy. Now there continues to be great uncertainty about how financial markets are responding. So right now, there's a lot of focus on the Treasury yield curve and what's driving some of the moves in the yield curve. Mm-hmm. If anybody tells you definitively that they know exactly what's driving that, be very suspect, because none of us knows for sure. And so, we'll all have our various theories, but the big takeaway is none of us knows for sure. So let's not bet on any one explanation, because we might get that wrong.
Bill.
I think this is a great example. We all make mistakes. And I think as a leader, the first thing we have to do is own our mistakes. I wrote a book a few years ago after the banking crisis of 2008 and 9. And the first lesson about leading in crisis is face reality, starting with yourself. And reality changes. No one is clairvoyant. You don't know exactly what's going to happen with COVID. You don't know exactly what's going to happen with all these events. You didn't predict Russia was going to invade Ukraine, I'll bet. But then when you see it changing, you have to be adaptable. That's why I say, as a leader, but you have to say, we got it wrong. I think it's very courageous you do it. I know a lot of leaders that won't admit their mistakes, and what happens then is they start covering up their mistakes. Those are the ones sometimes go to jail because they maybe if they admitted the first mistake, they could have gotten out of it.
It's so important. You teach this in your courses, right? And you have a pretty poignant example of your time at Medtronic on admitting mistakes.
Well, I came to Medtronic. I was still chief operating officer, and we had to reorganize the globe, and I wanted to have a president of Europe, promoted a very competent person, come from a subsidiary to president of Europe, very powerful position in the company, and he had all the qualifications you could hope for. 6 months after I appointed him, our general counsel comes to the door and said, Bill, can I call up our chief auditor? That's not the norm. And they showed me he'd been running a bribery fund on behalf of Italian doctors for 24 years, but the 4 years were on Medtronic's watch. So firing him was the easy thing for me. Called him over from Belgium, said, you have to leave. He accused me of imposing European ethics, or American ethics on Europeans, but anyway, nonetheless. I said, no, John, these are Medtronic ethics. Beat our standards. You violated our standards, not some kind of American. But then going to the board of directors, the executive committee, and I was the new kid on the block, and then going out publicly. We went right away the same day to the SEC and said, wait, can we come down and see you and talk about this? Because here's what we found. And fortunately, it could have very easily been a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act violation. The end, they did not hold us.
You're a little bit lower than when we popped above here.
Because they said you self-reported right away.
Nothing has happened. Kashkari barely even talked.
You have to face that. But if we had tried to say, well, let's not talk about this, we don't want anyone to know, it could have gotten much
I kept
worse.
up the bonds and SPY here to see, because again, there was a gap from here.
In March of 2002, Neil, reminded people of a letter that Abraham Lincoln wrote to General Grant. This is from July 13th, 1863. My dear General, I write this now as a grateful acknowledgement for the almost inestimable service you have done to this country. I wish to say a word further. When you turned northward, east of Big Black, I feared it was a mistake. I now wish to make the personal acknowledgement that you were right and I was wrong. Yours very truly, Abraham Lincoln.
Wow.
Why do you bring that up?
Well, those of you who know me know I'm a little bit of a history junkie. And the thing about Lincoln that just amazes me is Ulysses S. Grant knew that Lincoln wanted him to do something else. They both knew it. But Grant went out of his way to say, I want to acknowledge for the record that you were right and I was wrong. And so that's like my great reminder. I'm not Abraham Lincoln. You're not Abraham Lincoln. But if Abraham Lincoln could go out on the record and say, you were right and I was wrong, then you know what? So can we. And so that's just a reminder that I always say to myself, if he could do this in this situation, why can't I have the courage to do that? And so I love that letter. It's a famous letter, but I stumbled upon it, and it was like, wow, how cool is that?
I love it too. I think it's interesting how much Abraham Lincoln has been referred to in the last, especially in the Republican Party, in the last, especially couple of years. We should pay attention. Bill, you wrote this great piece 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, Why Leaders Lose Their Way. And in it, you say that every leader needs to ask themselves two fundamental questions. Why do I want to leave? And what's the purpose of my leadership?
Right.
Why are those two questions so important in helping leaders not lose their way?
Well, if you're leading for money, fame, and power, you're going the wrong way, and you can get yourself in very deep trouble. Okay, you will do well financially if your organization does well. And fame is very fleeting. You can be, Jack Welch was the greatest leader of my time, and now, his people are questioning him. And, if it's all about power, our job in leadership is not to have power over other people. It's to empower people who work with us, because they can do so much more when they feel empowered. And I think if you need clarity of purpose, why are you doing this? So, Poppy, I actually left a great company, Honeywell, to join Medtronic because the purpose was making money. And yeah, I believe we've been in a lot of business, know how to make money, but that can't be your sole purpose. And so we went to Medtronic, and our purpose was restoring people to full life and health. And we actually measured it by how many seconds does it take till another person's health is restored by a Medtronic product. So I think you need to have clarity about that before you take on the leadership role. Because if you don't find that, then you're liable to go the wrong way. And I've seen way too many people get caught up in themselves and think they're so great, and I'm responsible for all this success when they've got a huge organization underneath them.
Let's talk about a couple of examples. One, I would go back to your time on the board of Goldman with Rajat Gupta, former head of McKinsey, was found convicted of securities fraud in 2012.
You thought this was Jamie Dimon? Jamie don't sound like this.
He's innocent.
Jamie's hella
What
aggressive.
did you learn from that experience? And then let's talk about the conviction of Sam Bankman-Fried just late yesterday.
I would love to. Rajat Gupta is a great guy. I looked up to him as a leader. We were on two boards together. I helped recruit him to the Goldman Sachs board. He helped me get on the World Economic Forum board. And he was a leader I looked up to. And I'm sitting next to him in the Goldman boards. Now, I had no idea that 16 seconds after this very critical meeting where we had the most inside information that Warren Buffett was going to invest $10 billion in Goldman Sachs, and the stock had been on a rapid decline. This September, when everything was going, about 2 weeks after Lehman failed, and, we're going to be next. And so, the fact of that was highly inside information. There's no one that wouldn't argue that was inside. So he called someone a well-known inside trader that Goldman wouldn't do business with, and Rajat Jaratnam, who invested a lot of money, tens of millions of dollars, just before the market closed. But it was very sad to see this happen. He was a good person, but he got caught up in the money. And it's on the record, he was worth $120 million when he graduated. He retired from McKinsey in his early 60s. As I said, most of us can kind of scrape through to the end with $120 million in our pockets. But he wanted to be a billionaire, and he got caught up in that, and that unique, you want to be in that unique circle of billionaires. So I find it sad. Now, Sam Bankman-Fried's in a different class. He actually never did anything to achieve success. He conned a lot of people. And, I just like to read a statement from the U.S. Attorney. Sam Bankman-Fried
he already had that ready to
go. The biggest financial frauds in American history, okay? Designed to make him king of crypto. But here's the thing. Players like Sam Bankman-Fried may be new, but this kind of fraud, this kind of corruption is as old as time, and we have no patience for it. So my question for all of us is, how do we get caught up in this thing? He's playing with other people's money. I don't think any of it was his own money. And his firm got up to, I think, $32 billion, or his personal wealth got up to $32 billion. Of course, it's all gone now. But, why do people invest in him? They're pretty sophisticated investors that invested behind him. Is it FOMO? What's causing us to do that? But we got to realize these people are all outside the system. The Fed
I'll tell you
is
what,
one of the strongest.
you give us the
and
list of
toughest
who
regulators. I
invested,
go with them all the time. And go
maybe I
They're
could come
really
back with
good,
an answer.
And they're really tough. They can frustrate the heck out of you.
If you could just get me that list, we could get to the bottom of this, sir.
They did a lot
I don't
of
know
good
how
things
much of
to
a
get us out of
priority
this
this
mess.
is to you.
Today, I think you can look at it. The regulated banks are actually very healthy, and if we do go into recession, I feel pretty confident they're going to come through it very strong. But we're investing in people outside the system, and frankly, Neil could comment on this if he wants to. I can't find any benefit for crypto. You always have to ask, if you got a new product, what's the benefits of people who are going to use it? And the only benefit I can find is money laundering, because you can't trace the transactions.
Well,
you can
that's a
trace
benefit.
To whom?
The criminals.
Do you agree with that assessment? There are some big names on Wall Street who agree with Bill. There's a lot who don't.
For 6-7 years now, I've been asking if anybody to give me one example of a legitimate financial use that is solved by crypto. I've yet to hear anybody. One person told me, this is a true story, one person told me, oh, he did a transaction he couldn't do any other way, and he was trying to buy arms from an arms dealer in Germany to send to Ukraine because his bank wouldn't wire the money to the arms dealer.
And because they were going to Ukraine, he was saying it's justified.
It's justified, but it's not legal for an American to buy arms across border to send it, even to an ally.
That is correct.
I don't want to say it's not possible
That's
that
a new
any
example.
utility, any actual
I'm doing
usefulness to
stretches right
society
now,
could come from
so
crypto.
Josh will move
I don't want to
around.
rule out that possibility,
That's crazy.
but I also cannot rule out that these
Usually he
magic
says he
beans
never
might
found
grow
an
beanstalks.
example.
But
Now
can I
he's
also
like,
ask you,
somebody
given the
trying to
conviction
buy
of Sam
weapons?
Bankman-Fried, I think it begs the question of Washington and regulators and what does this mean now? Because frankly, something is the Wild West when it's allowed to be the Wild West, when regulators are behind other actors in the space. So what does this mean for regulation, for markets, for other Sam Bankman-Frieds, for other crypto firms?
I think the SEC has a lot of power in protecting investors from fraudsters. Whether you're selling a bridge in Florida or you're selling magic beans, I think a lot of this should be under the auspices of the SEC to say, hey, we're here
But
for
are they a security or
investor
not? That's the
protection.
question,
Well,
right?
yeah, I think a lot of them are securities. But that's a good question. I know the SEC is trying to be aggressive, and some of this stuff is being litigated. Yeah, but as you said, this type of fraud is, Sam Bankman-Fried's not the only one. Theranos, another great example. WeWork. No, not to pick on you on behalf of all of your colleagues.
On the media?
The media,
we're used to it.
But the media has a role here. They hoist these folks up
fair.
like they're heroes. They put them on the cover of Fortune, the next, great genius, and there's nothing there.
That's totally fair. I think it begs the Fourth Estate to do our own introspection. Not just on that. Look at George Santos. There was, 2 small papers in Long Island that had been waving the flag on this before the election, right? And it's incumbent on us in the media, especially national media, to absolutely. It's on all
Everybody,
of us,
yeah.
for sure. I want to ask about your experiences when leaders go astray.
TLT on the
former
low.
colleague
So the
of Timco
10-year,
also
that's not going higher, but
formerly
TLT, the
not that
long
long
end's
ago
giving it
within
up
the
and out.
Fed.
Yeah, well, the Fed president examples where a couple of Fed colleagues were trading stocks. It was just shocking because nobody had to tell me not to
Bostic did it
trade
twice?
stocks.
He's about to
You don't
speak.
need to- you know what I mean? If somebody had come to me and said, hey, you should be careful
First
that
time
some
was
colleagues
shocking.
might be trading stocks, I would have said, that's
second
absurd.
time,
of course
that's
we're
the
not
plan.
trading stocks. And so the financial disclosures, the Wall Street Journal broke the story, and it led to big changes. And so that's another example of I just can't explain it. I cannot explain how somebody in the
can't
position
explain
that
how it
I'm in
happened twice.
would possibly think that was okay to be trading stocks.
Twice.
And that's why I
Please,
said, Bill,
for context,
help me
Fourth
understand
State
this.
media, and don't ban me for saying it.
If
upon
you're
your
in a leadership role,
introspection
your standards
of
cannot be
saying the
equivalent to
truth.
firm ethical standards. They have to be above reproach. Everyone's watching. Every time Neil does, people are watching everything he does in a role like he's in. If you're a CEO, everyone's watching. So, you need to set a higher standard for yourself. And we have a lot of. We've had like 400 major CEOs come through our programs at Harvard in small groups of 12 each. That's one thing we talk about. Are your standards above reproach? Is there anything, and how are you going to ensure they are? Because you're going to be watched everything, and you set the standard for your organization. Like it or not. And some of them don't like it, by the way, but you are the You are the image of the organization. And it's so important that you set that standard and you maintain it. And it sounds like I'm being purer but no, that's your job. That's not being pure. That is your job.
And that goes back to the question, why do you want to lead? Really deeply
It does, yeah.
look in the mirror and ask yourself that question.
Yeah, and if it's about you, then you're probably doing the wrong thing. If it's about building a great organization that can affect human lives, that's wonderful. And so, yeah, I think that's what, you have to be clear about that. And by the way, there are a lot of financial people, a lot of bankers in this room. Let me make a strong comment. Next to healthcare, banking's probably the most noble profession, because we can't do anything without fuel in our tanks. It gives us the fuel in our tanks. It enables everything
I don't know,
else.
man. Like, I'm down if you want to.
Enables
but like, I don't know.
expand businesses. Enables us to protect our funds and then hopefully grow them.
Honestly,
so
man, everybody charging like 19.8% or APR, bro. It's noble. Even though like different religions have literally said no banking because of what happens when you lend money. Honestly, it's number 2 though, next to saving your life through medicine.
I think he would have been exposed.
I want to dig into that more, but are there any questions at this point?
I have a lot.
Questions, raise your hand. Okay.
No.
If you do.
Okay. They didn't call.
Yes,
I raised
right
my
there.
hand.
And we're going to bring.
Microphone's coming to you, Sri.
We're going to run. Microphone's coming. If you could just stand up, if you don't mind, just so everyone can see you.
I mean,
tell us your
it
name.
sounded like they were sounding good in the like early
Yeah.
with like this got a little wild.
The mic's right there, Sri.
This is Sri Zahir.
I'm Sri Zahir. I was formerly
Noble
Dean of the
banking.
Carleton School of Management and I'm still a faculty member there. And I'm also a life trustee of Hamilton College. So I disagree with you, Bill. Apart from healthcare and banking, I think education is right up there.
Maybe.
But,
maybe. I don't know, man.
Higher education has always
I'm
been
telling you, man, nothing like a fucking banker. You know what they did for me in my life.
Disagree with each other, but respectfully. And
Yeah, man,
at the end
fuck
of the
a
day,
teacher.
support
Like,
each other. Those are the
clearly
values
more
that we
noble
want to
bankers in this
communicate.
world.
Right now,
They
emotions
sacrificed
are
their
so
life to
raw
raise up
that higher
race
education
and shit,
institutions across the country are having
can't believe
enormous
he said
trouble.
that.
The The leaders in trying to.
You know that
figure out
sounded good
how
when he said
to,
it too.
Reinforce
At least to
these
him, he
values
was
again.
like,
There
"Oh
is
yeah."
so much unrest on
Oh, yeah.
campuses around the Middle
He thought
East,
he was like,
particularly, but
saving
also
lives.
around
That's
our
number one,
issues.
but
And so, what
number
advice
two
would you
is
give leaders in terms
probably
of how
banking.
to bring, some sense of calm
Mm-hmm.
and respect, and this idea, this Rousseau-like idea that you can disagree vehemently, but you have to, at the end of the day, support each other.
Or
That's
like
what we're here
bankers
for.
think they're
How do you
nobility.
reinforce that?
I feel strongly that as a leader of a great educational institution, which I work at one, you've got to get out in front of these issues and make a statement. Because there are many people on your campus with different points of view. Okay, let me get right into the controversial issue.
Well, Harvard is the poster child for this right now.
Yes. Hamas, okay. And I came out on Saturday night with a statement on LinkedIn and Twitter.
This is going to be good.
X.
You just said banking
just
was
said,
number 2 in Noble. Now he's talking about Israel and the Hamas and
everything
Palestine.
Hamas
Let's listen.
And you have to have empathy for the Israeli people. But at the same time, you're going to have empathy for the Palestinian people. They live in terrible conditions. And so I'm not going to get into the battle of all the details, but I think you have to say we stand, on behalf. And we're opposed on our campus to any form of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. And by the way, if you come to my classroom and you make an anti-Semitic statement or you say all Muslims are terrorists, you're gone. You're out of there. You can't stay, whether you're a CEO or you're an MBA.
Bill, why have a number of, and I'm not grouping them together, why have a number of college and university presidents fumbled on this recently?
Free speech. And I believe in free speech. But aren't there limits to free speech?
Of course, the Supreme
Don't we
Court
have
has-
standards relative to free speech? You can't
Yes.
say things,
The Supreme Court has made clear there are limits to free
can't-
speech.
I just feel like we have to say free speech doesn't mean you can say anything that's hurtful to anyone. And particularly, when you make statements to an individual about whole groups of people. So I think, I feel pretty strongly about this, sorry, but I think you really have to stand up and be counted and get ahead of it. And yeah, there are going to be students on your campus, just like there are at Harvard, pro-Palestinian groups, pro-Israeli groups, or Israeli donors pulling out. I think she made a beautiful statement, Claudine Gay, about 5 days later. I wish she'd gotten out on Sunday morning.
You guys
And
won't
some people
understand
say
it
that's
till you
risky.
understand
Yeah, it is
banking is
risky.
noble.
But you know what we stand for. Yeah. By the way, you have to know a priori what you stand for. Neil said about how he personally feels about one particular issue that some people would consider in the gray area, trading stocks as a Fed president. But he's clear about that. That's why you need the clarity about your values in advance.
The same
because
Fed
under pressure,
did the same
you may
thing
start
twice.
to vacillate.
They caught him, and then he did it again.
No, if you're
and said
clear
the
about
same
it, then you
exact
say,
excuse.
This is what our institution stands for.
Sorry.
Period.
My husband quotes Alice in Wonderland a lot to me, and he said, well, here's the quote. If you don't know where you're going, it doesn't matter what path you take to get there.
Any road will get you there. That's right.
There you go. Any other questions as we continue? Yes, right
Thank
here
you,
in the
Sri.
back. Go to question, Tree. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. The media, are we putting too much pressure and expectations on the media to find issues as leaders?
I wonder if someone's going to ask like a left field stock market question.
Experiencing just
Somebody
terrible
usually
pressure right
does.
now economically, and the model
Someone's
may
be like,
be
Kashkari, are
not
you going to
viable
raise?
going forward.
Can we get your name too and who you
I'm sorry,
represent?
Eric
And thank you
Mitchell
for standing up for the media. Go ahead.
Eric Mitchell, as strategic business coach, consulting. Thank you.
Okay. It's an interesting question, Neil. I don't know if you want to address it, but are our business circumstances as media writ large, should that really have an impact on our job?
Well, think of it this way. Think of the two examples we spoke about a few moments ago. Is it realistic to expect the media to do all the vetting work of all congressional candidates? There are a lot of congressional, 400 plus members of Congress every 2 years. That's a big burden to expect the media. But I will say, contrast that with the media's role in promoting Elizabeth Holmes, Sam Bankman-Fried. You know, it's one thing to say you're not responsible for doing all the vetting. It's another thing to put them on the cover of your magazines and say these are heroes of the future.
They had it.
And so I think
they had
one of
Sam
those is a reasonable
Bankman
expectation, at least
at a
not to
New
be-
York Times
So I agree
conference.
with you, Neil, but I also
that was
feel
$1,000 a
thank God
ticket
for the media bringing a lot
after
of these things out.
he
that
already
we
went
didn't
bust.
otherwise, that we would never know about it. The media
What?
were not doing some form of investigative journalism and knowing.
You
some
could
of
take away the
terrible things
first
going on.
articles for the
So,
first
yeah,
5
maybe they're
years,
gonna get
sir. What
some
about
wrong.
after
But
they
what I
found out
worry
he was a
about with the
criminal?
media today
And then they
Well,
still
this one back to
proceeded
you. There's established media
to shine
that any
him
one
in a
of us this
favorable
room
light.
Can become an author right today. So we walk out of here and just
Yeah, that's
publish on
right.
X, and you can get away with saying anything you want. And they've now removed all the constraints to what you say, and it could be the exact opposite of what Neil just said. And you know that's the problem. Is it's not vetted. Where's the editor checking what the
That's
you get checked, right?
Of course. I mean, I'll just give you an example, and this is why I will, look, I still believe, and maybe call me, Pollyannish, but I still believe some of our best days are ahead of us. I'm invigorated and excited for our new leadership at CNN. Just a couple weeks ago, Mark Thompson took over. You'll know him for running the BBC and turning around the New York Times. And I do believe there is that future ahead because there is not only a desire, but a need for accuracy and truth and facts for our society to operate and to function. So here's one example. The other night, I was going to bed and I was on Twitter and I saw something tweeted out that was video on a college campus of what looked like violence in a student protest. So I sent it to our overnight editor and I said, hey, can we vet this so when I wake up at 3 a.m, we can know if we can use it on the show. I wake up to a long note from him and standards and practices and the road that overnight had spent the time to say, we believe this is edited, we advise you can't use it, let's not use it, da-da-da-da-da. I didn't use it on the show. That's what we go through before you see something on CNN this morning. That doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. I make mistakes, we make mistakes. But that is what we can do as media and what we have to do, and that's what you're not getting with a lot of.
But that's why when you get it
being a
wrong, it
journalist.
just looks purposeful.
At the same time, I find a huge advantage to society for.
Like, yeah, we
sometimes I
tweeted
see
him and we
things on
asked him if it's
Twitter, what
legit.
have
He
you,
said, nah, so we ain't use
that
it.
call my attention that I hadn't
Yeah.
missed before, that I think we need to be covering. I hear voices that I don't hear in Brooklyn, New York, where I live, or when I'm home here. So there's an advantage, but it has to be checked, is what I would say to
The
that.
checking is critical. I mean, think about the President of the United States is flying to Israel, okay, in the midst of the crisis, and there's a bomb that goes off on a supposedly
DoorDash,
Gaza
52
hospital. I guess
Ikai.
it actually hit the parking lot. And it's attributed to the Israelis. It turned out it was not the Israelis.
By some.
But meanwhile,
It was wrongly attributed by
wrongly
some. Too
attributed. But
fast.
meanwhile, right, the Egyptian president has called off the summit with the president of the United States. This is an important summit.
In Jordan, it didn't happen.
And with the head of the PLO. And these were in Jordan, and Jordan called it off too. And so it shows how these misleading sources, without being checked.
We have to be.
U.S.
not
Supreme Court decides
Just
legality
have-
of
That's
federal
so
ban
hard.
on
I'm
firearm
working
bump
with
stocks.
One of the people I've been working closely with is is Almar Latour.
Coinbase gets
who's,
Supreme
publisher
Court
of the
review
Wall
on
Street Journal
Dogecoin
and
sweepstakes
CEO
suit.
Dow Jones. And he came in saying, we are going to only print the truth. That is what we're going to do. Now, our editorial pages are the opinion of the owner of the newspaper, so that's something else, and you can debate about that.
Yeah.
But he has at least tried to hold to that standard.
And
I
there's
think,
value to, I think, I read the editorials every morning. I think there's value to
right.
opinion too.
But they are opinions.
That's
and
right.
It's got a name on the opinion.
That's
We
right.
shouldn't publish news,
That's right.
which is really an opinion.
As I ask other questions, I want to ask you about Washington, because in that same profile from 2009, they were asking you, will you go back to D.C.? And you said, at that point, there's nowhere else you can have such a large impact, for better or worse. Do you still think that's true today?
Well, I think it's true, just policy in general. That's what drew me to jumped at the chance to join the Fed, to try to hopefully make a positive influence on important public policy issues, whether that's in Washington or in St. Paul, here in Minnesota, or a city council. I think you can have positive change. You can advance big ideas and help things get better.
Washington's not broken.
Washington has challenges, which we are all very, very well aware of. But I do think in times of crisis, our democracy can function very, very well. I think the bigger challenge for our democracy is functioning when we're not in crisis.
That's a great point.
Wow.
That's a great point.
So
Go
can I
ahead,
just
Bill.
comment on the business community, which takes its hits with some of these scoundrels? But let me say, I think a lot of leaders in the business community are most of all the ones I know are extraordinarily ethical today and really trying hard to do the right thing and are willing to speak out on issues. I'll give you an example. Somebody I've worked closely with, Chip Berg, who is CEO of Levi Strauss for the last 11 years. He was concerned a few years ago that his customers, young girls who wear jeans, were scared. And so he came out very strongly on behalf of gun safety.
That's
Not
right.
gun control, but gun safety.
It's actually, yeah.
And
His
he-
daughter has asked
Levi's
him a lot
ain't
of
just for
questions
like
on climate
You got
change
it.
and guns that
Yeah, and
help
I know
guide
his
him.
daughter.
Yeah.
But
He's like the young
then
girl
he came out
who all wear
just
Levi's.
before the Supreme Court
They
decision,
felt
Roe
threatened
versus Wade,
by the
and he
weapon.
said abortion is a business issue. Now, he hadn't gotten into the morality, and some of you are going to feel on opposite sides of that, but at least he took a stand on behalf of Levi Strauss, that we're concerned about women and our employees. Over, 60% of the people we employ are women. We have to be concerned for them.
Chip
I'm
has
just
been-
saying some people do
About
have
guns?
courage to get out
Or
and
is this
make,
about
make
abortion? I'm
statements.
so
which
confused
I
now.
admire. And I realize these are controversial, and some of you will take umbrage at this, but that's
no,
okay.
I'm just confused, dog.
I have this debate at home over the dinner table with my husband a lot on is that the role of businesses? Is it works?
Yeah, is this
I mean,
about
Chip believes
jeans?
these
What
things.
the
I've
fuck?
covered him deeply as a
Yeah,
leader.
wait a minute.
And and his business continues to thrive. I think you saw the same thing with Howard Schultz at Starbucks. There are others that
AMD
would take the
keeps
position
running.
that, it has the
Spike could die here, but again,
our
it's
business. Should we
just been
still do
holding
it, or
every
is
single
that
time.
antithetical to
Still
our
got a lot of
job
time
as this
remaining,
company
at
and our
least 2
fiduciary
hours.
responsibility to our
At least.
shareholders.
I would
2
say
hours,
you
10
better know who
minutes.
your employees are and your customers are. In Disney, they didn't back their employees. I think you better know that. I happen to know the CEO of AB InBev that owns Bud Light, and that was
Yeah.
something 5 levels down, and I think they regret that. They kind of led with their chin. And you can make your own position about this, but I know they regret that ever happened. Now, take a really complex one right here in our town. We can go right to it.
Sure.
Our largest corporation, a company called Target, some of you may have shopped there, had a really difficult
talking
situation.
about everything,
Target has been the most, let's be blunt, the most gay-friendly company in town, very public about it, very supportive of their LGBTQ plus community, and nationally they've become known that way. And then they had the Pride Collection after the 11th year of the Pride Collection, and they're having employees physically get beaten up. So
Did you talk to
Brian
Brian
was
Cornell
on
about
TV,
that?
yeah, he was on TV. It's a very difficult, nuanced situation. He was on TV yesterday saying, I felt I had to protect my employees. Here you have two competing interests, both of which are valued. And he said, I had to protect my employees, so he pulled back some. And
Hard decisions leaders.
that's
have
what I'm
to
saying.
make.
You get hit with these.
Yes, right here. And just tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Kofi Bruce. I work at General Mills. And thank you for your comments, Neil, Bill, Poppy. I would just want to pick up on that last discussion there, because I think it's really interesting. And it's kind of the challenge of the moment for many of us in leadership roles in business, which is there's the weight of expectations of the people and the organizations you serve to speak out on so many issues these days as leaders. And kind of what's the framework that each of you think about on when you wade in and maybe when you don't? Because there's risk either way. Not wading in has consequences as much as sometimes wading in proactively does. So how do you think about that? What are the other factors you weigh? And Bill, you started to lay out a few of them, but I would love to hear each of you kind of reflect on that.
I'm happy to comment. You want to go first?
Very briefly, for me at the Minneapolis Fed, I think the standard is weigh in, make it count when you weigh in. If you want to weigh in every day on something, that's all you're going to do. You'll be weighing in every day because there's stuff happening around the world that somebody in your organization cares about. So we weighed in at the Minneapolis Fed very strongly, and I gave very direct comments when George Floyd was murdered a couple of days later. And I had members of the media taken aback and said, we've never seen a Federal Reserve president that stark in my comments and calling out the racism that I saw. And I said,
Overstock running. I don't think we got a headline yet from whatever that was, but big candle on overstock into the highs.
This is affecting so many of our friends, our neighbors, our staff, our colleagues. I have to weigh in. That was a clear case of, yes, it's the right thing to weigh in and do it strongly with what we believe in. And then it's just, I don't have a clean answer. It's just you got to pick your spots and you weigh in when it really counts. And that one was an obvious one where it really, really counted.
I would say, thank you. I appreciate that example. It's a great example. I would say, again, we talk about purpose, Poppy. It starts with your company's purpose and its values. And if this reads on your purpose, if it's a healthcare issue, Medtronic's got to have a position on it. But it doesn't have to have a position on everything. And so, you know, like I have great empathy for the Uyghurs in China. I've visited with them, but that's not my issue. And so as a leader, I'm not going to be commenting on that. So I think you have to decide, does this read on my purpose? So the examples
the jeans and the guns and the not safe and the...
And, you know, frankly...
He said none of my employees care about the working labor camps in China.
Employees. So that's why I use that nuance.
I don't have any comments on me on behalf of Medtronic.
Push to your great question. Just eating General Mills cereal last night, right? We talk with Howard Schultz at Starbucks. They're a coffee company. But he was one of the first ones to come out and talk about social issues, to take on race. Some of the things backfired on their business.
Yep.
When it's not about the core product of your company, how do you decide when to speak on it? And I think Neil makes a great point that if you say something on everything, people don't listen as much.
Right.
It's a difficult question that leaders have to ask themselves.
Yeah.
Do you have any
I think
advice?
you can't just take on everything. You know, I really agree with you. I think, again, it's got to be what's really important to you. And I use the example also of George Floyd's murder. If you're a CEO in Minneapolis, you had to have a position. Not only that, you actually had to go take a much harder look at what's happening with your black employees and other BIPOC employees. Maybe their lives are not the same as everyone else. Maybe you need to understand. You haven't fully understood that in depth.
I remember Ed Bastian of Delta.
Yeah.
I remember it was Northwest Airlines from when I was a kid here, coming on with me, talking about the changes that Delta was making after reflecting on that, for example. Other questions?
By the way, he had one of the great statements, Poppy. Delta's values are not for sale.
Yep, I think we have to go pretty soon, is that right? We have one more question before we get to that question, because I'm a journalist and the media has to ask questions on the news, Neil. A couple of quick questions for you just on the economy. We just saw the jobs report, 150,000 jobs added. Still, though, there's a question of is it enough?
Yeah, there you go, baby.
For the Fed to be able to stop.
That's the sponsor. They say you better ask them 4 specific questions.
It's one job report. The last 3 months, we're averaging around 250,000 a month. This suggests that the labor market is slowing, which we're looking for. That's helpful. Gives us more comfort that the economy is moving back into balance.
It's all good things.
I don't want to overreact.
Wait till he says something negative.
But Jerome Powell said yesterday officials may not need to raise rates more, but it seemed like the market shrugged that off in essence, and we saw a slide in Treasury yields. And if this persists, could it force the Fed to move more nimbly and consider another rate hike?
We just have to keep watching the data. Keep watching the labor market data like today. Keep watching the wage data. Keep watching the actual inflation data. Our forecasting, in case you haven't noticed, our forecasting hasn't been that great in the last few years. And so we just need to keep watching the actual data to see, are we actually making enough progress to get inflation down to our 2% target? So it's too soon to call.
One more news question for you, and then let's get the mic to whoever is going to ask the last question.
I love how they
Stan
work that in there.
Druckenmiller, hedge fund giant, about Janet Yellen just a couple of days ago. Quote, Janet Yellen, I guess because of myopia or whatever, was issuing 2-year treasuries at 15 basis points.
Ask him about the
when she should have
jobs.
issued 10 years
and then
at
ask him
70
about
basis
Janet
points,
Yellen
or 30 years at
being an idiot.
180 basis points. I literally think if you go back to Alexander Hamilton, this represents the biggest blunder in the history of the Treasury. I have no idea why she has not been called out on it. She has no right to be in that job. Janet Yellen responded last night to my colleague, Aaron Burnett, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond.
It's Treasury's job to decide how they fund themselves, but I'm going to make an observation. In my experience, every time there's a new administration or a new Treasury secretary, they look at the Treasury yield and say, oh my gosh, it's so attractive, we want to extend the debt. And then they start to do that, and then they talk to bond market experts, and they realize there's limit to depth at these various yields. And it's to simply say, well, they could have taken all these 2-year issuance and issued it at 10 years, the price would have moved, and the yields would have moved. And so it's just, it's a very simplistic analysis that Mr. Druckenmiller gave, and so I don't share his perspective.
Okay. Last question right here. Hi.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Naivetya Patle. I'm a student at Carlson School and Humphrey School.
Entire quote.
Thank you so much for sharing your insight. We did touch base on the ESG space in the leadership area in ESG realm. However, I do want to know, what's your take on the governance side of the ESG realm?
Okay, you're about to hit a high. NVIDIA's going crazy. Again, he just said the jobs report was good. That's about it. He didn't really say much, if anything. Everybody's liking the jobs report, so making a move up. This is 9 points from the bottom almost.
Governance.
Again, we still haven't hit the 4370s yet.
It's been about leadership, which is really about governance, and governance is the application of some of these leadership principles. And so, I could turn to Bill on strategies on how boards of directors are organized to maximize the benefit for the shareholders and for the employees and whatnot. But clearly, governance is really important, and it comes back to true north, comes back to values, comes back to what is the mission of your organization. Bill.
Absolutely. Again, we need strong governance, we need smart boards of directors, and we need people in strong positions of leadership, and there needs to be clarity about that. But remember, a board member has the future of the organization in their hands, and if it goes under, like Silicon Valley Bank did, shame on the board members. They have a responsibility to preserve, protect, and make important decisions about the future of that institution. It's not just about
he does
the leadership. It's not just about earnings per share. They have that. And so I think if every board member, a nonprofit felt the same way, for-profits, and people that serve on academic boards as well, it's very important.
Thank you all. What a delightful and important conversation. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Bill.
Great job.
And thank you
Thank
to the
you.
Economic Club of Minnesota.
Thank you, Poppy. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Welcome to the Panda Fest. My goodness. So they waited till the final end. They were having a lot of fun talking, and then they asked the final economic questions about the jobs report. He just said it was good, man. I don't even think it showed up there. He said it's helpful, but they don't want to overreact to one jobs report. That's what he said. That's the quote. So it sounded good. He tempered it a little bit, but we listened to that whole thing just for that final quote. That was about it. Again, it was moving a little bit during there, but again, the main story today has been that jobs report. If you don't want the jobs report, it was Apple, good and bad, depending on how you want to break it down. But then also Powell on the day before that, in a week filled with dodging bullets, man. I think we need to listen to Matrix, because that's what the market dodged every bullet that was thrown at it this week. So we're still seeing the final culmination here on Friday. Again, it looked like Raul was trying to show up, but literally you just went 1 point off of the high right there. So we got 2 hours remaining, though, Chad. 2 hours remaining. NASDAQ up 1.3, SPY 1.1, and the Dow Jones up by 0.8. Russell 2.72. Wow, looking great. Looking great. You say SPY triple top puts here. Hey, man, we'll see. We will see. We will see. I think no matter what, we're going to chill out for the rest. It's kind of been chill all day. I mean, you've got a little bit of emotions considering how many things have happened, but just next week, and then we even get Powell next week. We'll see what he says. Oh, another short in the chat. They're getting short, baby. Well, good luck. Good luck, boys. Good luck. The market, he's a wild one. No, it's just, even then, it's right now we could hug the level, stay it, we could break out, we could die. I mean, that's what the Reds were a lot bigger than yesterday on your way down, but, you are getting that melt up. I still can't believe I'm going to call it the braces, bro. It looked like, I can't believe the gaps. So, we will see. Can we get a philo about living in the moment? Well, it's important, but I'm a big man of the future. But that's exactly what you're, it's paradoxical because I love the long term and I love the future. But if you remember the philo that we just had, that was on Memento Mori. That's literally exactly. There you go. Look at you on YouTube. Oh, amen. 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 So definitely, we have discussed it, but I don't know if it'll sound weird, but, living in the moment, just don't forget the reminder. We all die. You are going to die one day, and if you want it in a more practical way, I'll give you something more practical. I don't know if you want practical. Maybe you wanted more motivational. Maybe I don't know what you were looking for, but I'll just tell you practical is that you are only here for a limited amount of time. That's it. You are here for a finite time. You have finite resources. Sometimes you have a lot of resources. Sometimes you don't. But at the end of the day, your time. You are here for a limited time. Yes, it sounds like exactly. They FOMO you to buy stuff because of a limited time only. But that is the general nature of all of it. It's in how you use your time and what you do. But you got to be careful because, like, Memento Mori, I mean, you'd be like, well, shit, if I'm going to die tomorrow, then, like, why am I going to go to the gym? So, you do need to appreciate the future to a degree, but that's why I'm saying just you have a limited amount of time to do something that you are here to do. Like, or at least at the end of the day, you're going to live this life and you had X amount of time, X amount of resources, opportunity, failure, whatever it may be. But it's like, what did that culminate to? Did it allow you to, like, reach your full potential? I think that's the mind experiment that they say. They say, like, if you imagine when you die, you don't believe in God, you don't believe heaven, hell. Let's throw that out the window, right? Let's just say you die, and when you die, you meet the version of yourself that, like, you could have been. That's it. It was just you maxed out. You're my player, but maxed out. That's it. That's all. And all you do is meet that person, and then you see what you could have been in that time frame versus what you chose to do with that. And then that's it. That's the afterlife. That's the mind theory to think about. So, and if that's the case, it's just, again, it's down to appreciating, you are here for a limited amount of time. You could do a lot. You have the potential, but you have to actually, like, are you going to do something with it? But that is Memento Mori. Mm-hmm. No wonder the VIX is crushed. You're telling me we're a contract with the unknown expiration? No, I'm saying you do have an expiration. So that's your incentive to live in the moment. You're here for a limited time. You got to do and you had a mission. You may not know the mission, but then that's the other thing. You ain't hear that one? I think I told you that one. That was Miles Monroe. That's the other thing he said. Miles, that's he didn't say the other stuff, but he was saying how if you know the destination, but if you knew the plan, you wouldn't be down. So that's the thing. Like God will show you the destination. God will tell you stuff. You are destined to do this. You're destined, again, you all have a dream. Think about it. You're all so weird, right? All of us. Like, I'm a weirdo. I ended up here. You guys listen to a lot of of what I've said, thoughts and moments, but like imagine all your life events that led up to your dreams, your desires. Some of us have very similar ones. We have different ones, man. We got a guy in the chat. He's taking care of tigers right now. Like what sparked that? Like that's a different personality. Some of you are coders, engineers. Like think about it. You all have something, right? Like where did that? Well, you have a dream, a destination. If not, I encourage you to get one. But there is something about you, or at one point in your life, or even right now, you constantly think about it. So think about that in that sense of like, you know the destination, but if you knew the plan, you would give up on the destination. That's the general idea. So God will tell you the plan, but if he told he'll give you the destination, the dream. But if he told you the plan, you'd be like, "Nah, I'm good, God. I'm good. I'm killing the market. That's amazing. If I have that much power, bro, you should tell me next time. I'm going to go get me a put if those work anymore." But, yeah, I don't think I'm killing anything. I think the market, there's a reason. There's something on the screen right now that should leave you open to movement on the day. There's something that you're seeing here. The bonds, but do you see you're close? You're in the right neighborhood. Think about it. It's overlaid with the SPY. There you go. You got it. The divergence. There's a little bit of a gap. So again, the last couple of days, there's still a lot going on. Generally speaking, we just want that the bonds to like calm down, and they're kind of doing that. Overstock's still going. That one's on the high. But there is a little bit of gap since that one time. Remember when we were looking at it? You were there. You were with me. Remember we were looking at this one right here. It started to go down, and we were getting excited. The market was going up with that, but then the bonds, they didn't go any lower than that, and they kind of chilled. And then the market was able to run up here. So if anything, I would keep this in mind. So you got a couple of options. Either market comes down to the bonds, or the bonds are going to rip by the end of the day. Maybe it closes with the gap too, but I think the first two options seems reasonable. So, but like I'm saying, generally speaking, this is a good day. It's a strong day. It's one of the strongest weeks in a while. So again, I was expecting this to happen earlier, but you just came out with a bang here. But I would definitely say, where this is going to be, the price within a couple of points. I mean, I'm not trying to predict that for the day, but that's it, man. It's just, you got good news. Things are good, and you're going to take that into next week. We hear from Powell on Wednesday, a lot of other Fed speakers, and then we'll see if the bonds could keep holding. Honest, I think the day, I'm holding stuff too. Again, I have a lot of things that came up. I'm even profitable on certain names too, but I am, even myself, I'm planning to hold some of these here. I realize you just paraphrased the ends justifies the means. No one said anything about justifying anything. It's just saying, if you did know the path to things, you are more likely to give up when it's all said and done. So that's why. You don't know how things are going to play, but that's why it's hand in hand with you're here for a limited amount of time. So if you knew what it would be, I mean, that would change a lot of motivations. But it's a good interpretation. I mean, I would say, if we talk ends justifies means, we're going to get into a whole nother realm of philo, baby. It can. I mean, maybe there's some utilitarianist in here. There's other more moral theories. You heard it different while you deal with evil children. I mean, kids are pretty crazy, though, I feel. Well, I've done. I hope hey, somebody asked. We were talking about a lot, like I'm saying. I think today it's chill for now. Things are good. We'll get maybe things get exciting. We don't have anything else on the schedule. I was considering playing oil again, doing a double dip. I'm glad we closed out of that. That was nice. We flipped it from here, went down, got up, got out, and now it's chilling. But I don't know if it's going to move too much into the end of the day. But you got a nice little opportunity for movement, but you also have an hour and 50 minutes. So, still got some time. But generally speaking, we've gotten the main course out of the way, and it was good. NVO or Lilly next week? I don't know. GPCR kept going up. Remember we had that one? This was even during all of August. This one kept going up, or October. I sold out on that one a little too early. Thing in SPY calls, I mean, I'm not doing anything. I'm just holding what I already did. Some positions came up, some recovered a lot of the losses. So that's where, that's kind of, I'm just riding these out. And like I said, I'm going to wait till they go up here, depending on how November plays out. We'll take some gains. I mean, if this could turn really good, we'll see how those tax losses end up playing out. But for them, it may actually end up not having to. We'll see if we could just net it out and then get everything good. Maybe we do even better, but it's going to be just chilling. So but I got a couple of names. Again, like I said, some barely down, some down a lot more, but then I already have some positions now already in the green, but I'm not cutting them too early this time around. Especially, again, if we get this momentum the next couple of weeks, we'll find out. But not adding anything. 2K later, maybe. Again, because last time, depending on how we do it, it'll mess with the after hours. So we'll see. But yeah, I'll be here after hours. It's Friday, baby. It's Friday on a wild week. My goodness. Again, even last Friday too. I was like, I know, Chad. I know. It's been a wild week. A wild week. Last Friday was ended. It's crazy to think this is the note you're ending this Friday on. I'm still in the rad, yeah. That one's going to be a stain on the record. Again, that's why once we find out, let's see where we're at towards November. Everything else, if that one has to hold or not, we're going to find out in the grand scope. But I did realize those covered calls. So I got to take care of that gain on there. But for the most part, still chilling. And again, I think if we could get a nice quarter here towards the end, maybe we'll see if whatever the hell happens. It's already, I'm already blown away by the size of these moves already. So if we keep doing this towards the end of the year, man, it's going to get wicked. 200 points in 5 days, every day green. And then literally for 2 weeks in a row, you had only 2 green days and went down that same 200 points. We're at to 100. Inshallah. If we get lucky on the court proceeding, but I doubt it. But then again, if the crackheads come out, we'll see how this next couple. Again, Powell's pausing. We'll see. You need MPC Josh right now? Why? Just go on TikTok, man. Just go on TikTok. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. You're funny. You're funny. You're funny. You're fun. You're. You got sent the BK papers? What do they say? I think I gotta go check my mailbox. All the banks are sound and resilient. Yeah, read it. You're like, oh. Israeli military says one of its aircraft hit an ambulance identified as being used by Hamas unit. A number of Hamas operatives killed in the strike. You're invited to my wedding. Do I send it to your TF Gmail? Yeah, it's in California, right? You live in Cali. That's cool. I'm either going to wear like a Kanye West mask or you're not going to have any photos at your wedding. I don't know if you're down with that. Is this catalytic converter? It's in Brazil. Can I attend through Zoom? I don't think I'm going to go to Brazil, bro. I've never been to Brazil in my life. Why are you doing it in Brazil, man? We just had a mini philo. I'll get you a bodyguard. It's not the bodyguard. I think it's probably like 10 hours travel time or something. I think that's the only downside. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. Yeah, DraftKings did amazing. They did amazing. I don't know, man. What time is it? 11:17. Let's do it, bro. Let's do it. I got a great one, man. I got a great one. McDonald. Powell speaks on Wednesday. Yes. Josh is about to be itching to shorten a video again. Nah, I'm chill, bro. I'm chill. I'm gonna ride my end of the year wave in either direction. I still like the long term. I'm gonna chill a little bit, and then I'm gonna keep and maybe just watch the yen and pow. I'm gonna be relaxing, let the long term do long term things. And then market, we're right near the high right now. Couple of things, but I might have something better for you. There you go. You got it. You got it, baby. Chattadonia. A lot's been happening this week. It's been every week, man. We've had so much to talk about. You know that? We have so much to talk about. So, Chattadonia, here's the deal, my friends. Here is the deal. Your philo today. It is about enjoying the weekend. But above all else, it is about stamina. And it is about understanding how your mind can affect you in so many ways. Even your rest, your performance, and so many things. But it boils down to just some simple things to understand. Okay? Your nature. You are a natural human. Remember what I told you guys yesterday? You go look at the soil, go look at the plants. You guys are like mushrooms, bamboo. Generally speaking, most plants, you go look at the soil, even the soil, by nature, there's a reason for the seasons. Seasons shift. Soil's growing. Time for not growing. Rest. Get nutrients. Get back up. Grow again. It doesn't just go 24/7. There is always seasons. So I hope you learn from the seasons. But there's a really cool story. There was something that it really stood out. And I was like, man, that's actually pretty trippy to think about. There's the story of Elijah. If you don't know the story of Elijah, I've told you it many times, actually. He's the one prophet dude. He's like, all your prophets are fake. He starts clowning them. He starts doing just a bunch of things. This is Old Testament, so you got more miracles and stuff. But he goes and does all of this stuff, right? Defeats 450 prophets, something like that. 1v450, bro. No hesitation. And then he gets scared because Jezebel, some of you have met Jezebel, but I'm talking about the one in the Bible story here. You've probably met her in spirit. But one girl says she's going to kill him. Right? And then he gets like super sad. And then he goes and runs away. And then you know where he runs? He goes to just find a tree. He just goes, sits under the tree and just says he's just there to die. That was his plan. Oh, man. That's wicked. It's wicked. Spy's going up a little bit. So tell me, bro, if you just defeated 450 people, 1v450, you just got like a crazy big W, and then somebody threatened you. It said, by the time the sun comes up, I'm going to make sure you are dead. They vowed to it. And then what would you just go under a tree and be like, okay, it's done. I want to die. Does that sound possible? You said bro is tweaking. Maybe. I don't know. You tell me. Has there ever been a point in your life you did something really, really good, really extraordinary, and then shortly thereafter, an event that probably was not even comparable to what you just did? Oh, man. And then all of a sudden, you were like, oh, it's better if I did nothing now. Oh, man. Stop playing with me, Chad. See, but it's funny, though, because I like it. That's not the main point. That's not the main story. The story I thought was very interesting. Because, again, I know this story. I've read this. Again, I've told you. I've given you Elijah, Elisha. I've given you Philos on this. We've talked about this a lot. If not, feel free to read. This is like 1 Kings 19, I believe. Or like a little bit before that, like 17 or 16. You could go read all the story. You could get through it. But you've heard this story. But the interesting part is how, like, the response. One, it's like God, like he hears a voice from God. Like these are one of the very few instances you have God asking man a question. I guess at least recorded within the Bible. It's not too often God asks a question because that's not really God-like if you think about it. Because it's omniscient. Why would you ask a question? But he asks him, what are you doing here? So that he'd realize, hopefully on his own accord, that he doesn't belong there. But how do you think he gets him? What was the remedy? It's really funny. What do you think the remedy was? Besides God saying, what are you doing here? Some of you know the story. You don't answer. We'll see what everybody thinks what it is. A little bit of Raul. Don't worry, Mark is not going anywhere. What did he do? Young Elijah. God asks him a question. Guy wins, big W. What was the remedy? He gives him food and tells him to go to bed. Yeah, we know all the story. Go read it. We know the story of what all the other things he does. Everything else, again, even before, he's about to do a lot of things. He tells him to eat, puts him to bed, and the angel, he hears a voice, goes to bed, sleeps, and eats. Wakes up, hears the voice again, goes to bed, puts him to bed, and he eats and sleeps. It's a crazy part. It's a crazy, like literally, it's a wild concept to think about. It was a human problem. The only thing he needed was it was a human solution, believe it or not. So the first thing before this guy, again, he's already done miracles. Isn't that funny? This is the guy who's like lighting things on fire, performing miracles, doing all this. And then when he's like, oh, man, I can't take this anymore. I want to die and exhaust. He literally just tells him what? Gives him food and tells him sleep. And then he goes on. And you know why he tells him that, too? That's the funny part. Oh, Overstock ripping. There you go, 9%. I've moved up almost 50 cents since we last talked about it. But he literally just said, like, why are you worried? That's how the funny part about all of it, the guy just, the basic sustenance as a human had somebody incredible thinking so insanely to the point where he was like, man, I'm going to die. He was worried about something. He was so worried, so tired, everything. He didn't even realize the time had already passed. Lady says she's going to get him by noon. It's already noon. So the whole point is, it's kind of wild how, like, your mind, again, will make you think certain things. And basic, literally, sometimes all you need is a little bit of rest. Hopefully in your mind. I hope you don't feel bad about it, too. Maybe some of you guys probably feel bad sometimes resting. But this is why I say every weekend,
order rejected.
You gotta enjoy a lot of this. You play a very, very wild game every single day. So just think about it for a sec. Think about it for a sec. And I think you should have a good weekend. And regardless, don't underestimate clearing your head. Make sure you have some food, get some sleep. Add it. It doesn't matter how much you worry. It will not add 1 second to your life. And so you could get ready to do some big things and do some amazing things afterwards. So, Chattadonia, I think the market is liking that too. A couple of names, but that's your little baby mini philo. I'm going to leave you with that and take that to the bank. I was going to say that as your watch list, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram. Too, you could do that too if you want. I need to go to the bathroom. I don't know. Maybe you need some F350. Spies going up. Would you like F350? I think that might be what you need. I don't know. You could do some F350. I don't know. You want cribs? You want F350? I don't know. Anything? I'll give you F350. Okay.
DJ Angel on the track.
Order rejected.
Yeah, loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, all they driving in the slow lane. If they ain't going slow, man. I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Whoever said carpool is faster hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women and the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I like everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F-350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. The Prius wouldn't let me ride. Loaning on my F-350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they waited an hour to charge. I know.
Amazing. Amazing. That's it, man. It's 11:32. An hour and a half left to wrap up the wildest week of the year, which I think was preceded by the wildest 3 months of the year. But actually, no, we had SVB, you had banks crash, you had a lot of things, actually. Way the years are not disappointing. I'm glad, man. I'm glad, baby. Do not be afraid. It's written 365 times, baby. A reminder each day. Zero coincidence. You are blessed, loved, called, and protected. Joshua 1:9, finger to the sky, lead in faith. Tell him, Trey. Amen, bro. Hard. Bro, just good vibes, bro, for real. I hope and rest with all of it, man. And just get ready. I mean, everybody, I hope you all get excited. It's a new year, new season. You've came this far. I don't think you all arrived here for no reason. Oh, my goodness. Numbers revised? No. We had revisions today, but they were in your favor, depending on how you want to look at it. But then again, it highlights the point that everything has changed. Time for a new level. Any level. I'll accept any level. Whatever his will. Let thy will be done. Amen. That's the I'm telling you, and seek wisdom. Y'all better be reading them Proverbs every day. It's the what? It's the 3rd day of November. You got the 3rd day of November, bro. So it's like you should be on Proverbs 3 minimum. If you want to try it, like I said it last time. If you want to try it, that's it. Mikey even said, I was playing 2K, and Mikey was like, oh yeah, I'm on day 4 of Proverbs. Like, what? I was like, you got it. He's like, oh. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's go. I like it. It's a good one. You're going to hear wisdom, man. Wisdom. Wisdom gives ideas. Wisdom is a friend. It's amazing. Amen. Bible study. We got the Bible study afterwards. We're going to be here for a little bit. I don't know how long though, because I'm really tempted to play 2K. I kind of want to play 2K now. I'm done with the market again. I've kind of already. I made my mind up like a month ago, so I'm still just riding it out. But I don't think we're gonna get anything. Even Powell's talking right now, but he is not talking about what's it called? He's not bringing up monetary policy. Yeah, dude, there's nothing. You're good for the day, man. You're good. It's been there. Get the new Call of Duty. I don't support war. You know, when there wasn't war, I'll play. But no Call of Duty. Not for me. They already trained me when I was young. That's why I was really good with the battle rifle on Halo. Again, original Black Ops, I would run it. But Just 2K for me, man. 2K for me. You know, just tell me about Wembanyama. 38 points. I did not get any of you into 2K. Someone said it earlier. They try to say, Josh, because of you, I got into 2K. I'm like, no, don't blame me. You got in 2K because of their extensive marketing and because they want you to get it. Don't let me. I'm not. They ain't paying me to do that. It's my awful gaming addiction that comes out once every like 3 to 5 years, 2.5 to 5 years. It just depends. Still no Halo. You weren't there. You weren't there when we were running it. We ran it in 2020. We were running Halo during COVID days. That was a good time. You don't even really. I streamed it for like a week, but the same game when I stream, it takes too long. It's just so. If I solo run it, that's it. I'll go before I go on a drive. I'll just be like boop boop. Then I'm out, bro. Then I'm out. Josh Brady. They don't know, bro. Yeah, they don't know Josh Brady. We were calling Josh Brady before we were calling it Jerome Brady. They don't get it, bro. They don't get it. My girlfriend is starting to trip about 2K. She like just makes fun of me. She just like clowns on me. Like she's like making me feel like a real nerd. And then she just says like, cause like if I start talking smack on the game, she'll like no, because then like I'll be talking smack to her and she'll be like, did you just play 2K? Jealousy. Nah, it's not that deep. I don't think so, but she lets me play. She do her own thing, bro. But nah, it's just it comes out. Cause the other day, remember I told you I'm a very weird person. You guys remember the other time I told you and I was like, I went off on a kid on 2K and then he ended up quitting and like I was just like really rude to him. And, like, he just bothering me. I didn't mean to, but, like, I felt bad afterwards. You guys remember that? It wasn't too long ago. And then you're 1 point from hitting a new high. Yeah, you remember that? Well, I felt really bad, but then there was a game, like, a week ago. And, like, you know what? I let some dude have it. And I felt good about it. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I felt good about it. I had no shame in it at all. He really deserved it too. And I was just like, I did not feel bad at all about it. So I did realize, I was like, well, maybe some of them. Just some of them. He was less. He was more of a bully. So I did not feel any shame. You fell asleep playing 2K? Wife was that? That's wild. That's intense. I've never fell asleep playing a video game where my eyes just gave out and they're like, no, man, we can't do this. Playing 2K. I don't know how I can put it in the melody. What's the song? How does the song go? Got my girlfriend's a man in my hand. I got mine. I know that part. It is. 2K is a very toxic game. It's worse than Call of Duty. And, like, the people are really bad. Like, some people just really don't know how to play. And, like, I'm telling you, 2K is a crazy look on the real world of, like, humans that exist. Like, in just the status of our culture. 43-70. So, again, you have 3 more points. If it gets, like, epic, then we'll probably be going to the 43-80s just like yesterday. Otherwise, watch if it slows down on the next 3 points. But that is the next level here. But no, bro, I'm telling you, I've never seen a game because, like, bro, if you just say one wrong thing, people won't even, they'll just leave they'll just like not play the game just so you're not happy. It's the most pettiest shit I've ever witnessed in my life. It's actually like, it's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. It's scary. It hasn't back tested. Well, we were talking about something today, and I think it's very unique, and I don't know if you guys, if I'm crazy, let me know. Please counter this. If you think I'm being dramatic, feel free to. But we haven't seen this gap multi-day in a long ass time. Yes or no? Is it true? Exactly. I'm trying. No, tell me it's not true that you've seen the braces before. No. I'm saying, can you tell me that it's not true that we have seen a day where you had, look at the gap, multiple gaps on the, exactly. Certainly. That's exactly what I'm saying. But no, I'm being dead serious though. Like I said, that's why I put up a 4-year today. But the only other time I remember you having gaps was like that were this big, and it was just like boom, boom, boom. We're after selling off just in the same manner, literally half-ass bounce middle of October, sell the F off and dump into the end of the month, and then boop, 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 boop. The only time I saw that was November of 2020. So that's where I'm saying this part of today, where it's like it's wild it hasn't pulled back. I agree, but I don't know what it's going to do next. But literally, dude, it's been a minute since you've had multiple consecutive gap up days like that. Just it hasn't been since extreme volatility we've had something like that. So yeah, are we about to go nuclear? I don't know. It could play out like 2020, but at the same time, in 2020 you didn't have bond yields doing this. I mean, maybe a little bit, but nothing close to this nature. So we're gonna see again. Look at even TLT and kind of how it matches up. Obviously, you pull it on the 1 year, the gap is still big, but this is already just mass, dude. Every chart just has the gaps. Look at them. The brace. I'm calling it braces. It needs braces now. Every day of every year have braces. Now you haven't seen those gaps in a minute. You've seen them on the way down. You ain't seen them on the way up. Again, literally since here. That 2020. Same exact. That's the only other time. Timmy Tweet is always bullish. I don't know. I like Timmy a lot, bro. I like Nick Timmerhouse a lot, but I'm I don't know. I'm kind of disappointed. And again, I'm benefiting immensely since Timmy made that tweet. But at the end of the day, it's I'm still kind of disappointed that he would do that, bro. No less than a minute after his question is answered, just tweet out a bullish interpretation to the answer that you just got. And then when literally every single word on the transcript was hawkish, magnificent. So this is what he just tweeted 2 minutes ago. First came the bond market sell-off, now the cooling labor market evident in October. Both have helped usher the Federal Reserve historic interest rate hiking campaign closer and closer to a pedestrian end. So he's writing, just an update, but yeah, he's fueling the fire. Monday could sell off if the bonds, and the dollar have some issues. Otherwise, I think the real chance for movement next week will be Wednesday on Jerome Powell. And then every day after, Monday, Tuesday is going to be monitoring if we keep doing this. If we could still keep getting, a lot of steam in bonds and holding up here, then there you go. You know, next level, we break above here, we're going to get back to, you know, where we're at middle of September. I think that's what I'm saying. I think Timmy was a big part of turning. Timmy was the guy you needed. The analysts were already reading it bullish. Everybody wanted to be bullish right when they saw financial conditions, but Timmy was the voice of authority. And right when he did, that's it. He unleashed the floodgates. Again, he's a leader in the space. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Everybody just said, "Yep, that's it." Pausing. And he's the one who kind of gave you the green light to allow the thinking. And again, a lot of people think he's the mouthpiece for the Fed. So it's either he did that on his own or the Fed wanted it. But either way, very, very wild. Like, again, I mean, all these other days have been bigger than the day of the Fed. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. That was like, this was we were here, and then Timmy's tweet was right here. And there's been no looking back since then. The jaws are wide. We hit a new high, so hit a new high. Bonds, that's been happening all day today. Literally every single time we've hit a high, the bonds would go lower. We'd hit a high, bonds would drop. You hit a high, bonds would go lower. We'd hit a high, we chilled here, hit a high, bonds would hit a new low, and now we hit another high, bonds are going down here. This run-up's not sustainable. I mean, it was the same. You know, the run down was not sustainable either, too. That's what we were saying. Like, if the bonds kept going from middle of October at the same pace, you would have been at like 20% interest by middle of next year or something. It's something ridiculous. You would have just kept going. Again, we're going up 2% on the 10-year bond every month and a half, or literally 1% every month. It was actually crazy. You've been at like 17% by middle of next year. The last ad was Altria, I believe, to the long term. And that candle is still holding on. Again, bonds are going lower. But yeah, Altria, I think I got it at 42 though. But then we got our dividend and the drip. But good old faithful. Timmy's move is on par to Ackman covering his bond short. I'd say bigger in a weird way. He's the news, the narrative. Again, I told you, it's the market bullying Powell. That's my first response. And then by the time you have the next day, everyone's saying he's done pausing. That's not what he said. That's everybody bullying it. And then based off the fact that they think he's restricted when it's all said and done. And then that was the comment that was being promoted or, being championed by the Fed's mouthpiece. That's amazing. VKTX, that one's still going up now. That one's good. Would it be possible for bonds stay range bound while stocks rocket? Would it keep the stocks way down? Yes, I think the former, or the first part. I do think there is a range where bonds can stay elevated, but as long as they stop going higher and uncertain, then I do think that they can, what's it called? I do think that the bonds can allow the market to go up, even though the yield is high. That's what we've witnessed every year after we've watched the bonds get destroyed. The bonds stabilize, then the market does its own thing. So the bonds will add weight, but as long as there's no bond volatility, then that, I think, will be good. There's ARK. So ARK's hitting high too. Again, the Those ARCs are doing very well now. And then 4371. You're getting a little active here. So 9 minutes till power hour. We're going to be at that 4373 if we get there. I mean, 4388 and then 4400 is what we'll be looking at. Where were we last time? We topped out at 438. Hold on. Let me put it up on here. So last time we topped out at 4394. So if we do get back to 4388, if we do break 4394, next spot 4402, 4400, and then work your way up, I think like 25 points at a time. You think we'll ever see 10% yields on the 10-year again? It's possible. I mean, some people would love for this to be the bottom or the top for this cycle, but then again, if inflation does reemerge in the next 5 to 6 years and it comes in bad and Powell still has yet to lower rates, who knows? I mean, again, it's until the rates are low, start getting lowered, I don't think we could say that just yet, but your pause, like we said on the watch list yesterday, at the very least, a pause means no more higher from here. Doesn't mean you have to go lower, but at best case, the best case in the world, which would come with some negative consequences, you would get rates going lower. But at the very least, for now, we know rates aren't going higher from here unless, other obvious factors start to reemerge. I'm thinking like the shorts, if we don't slow down, it's about to squeeze hard. You don't want to miss it. I'm confused. Are you want to short it or you want to buy it? I don't really trade chart patterns, no. I like the horizontal lines, though. They have, again, every level, every day this week, I told you before it got there. And these are just based on, again, we start all of these levels going all the way back into 2020 even. This is all just points we've been at. And like I told you, 4,200, either Powell was going to bless the rally or not. The funny part, it wasn't even Powell. It was Nick Timmerhouse blessing the rally instead. Is PayPal on the high? Yeah, PayPal's going up. I don't know if Square is. Again, we have the ARC. And bonds are near the low, but SPY's still just going. Again, it's ignoring it. Travel's still killing it. So, yeah, PayPal's moving more than Square. United, again, I made up half of those losses already. I'm actually very happy about that. Is it? Marvel. Yeah, Tesla, again, nice little rally the days leading into this. PayPal's still going. That one was interesting. 200 points in 3 days is wicked. All of this, man. The way down, too, though, because remember, people were saying this was sustainable. This isn't sustainable on the way up. Bro, it wasn't sustainable on the way down. That's why even I think Powell was addressing financial conditions. So it's wild. Everything's flying. Some names are still at the high, though. You really have names that are just working their way up into the end of the day here, and they're looking great. So, again, it is a power hour in 5 minutes. You've already just hit another high. You're at that 4.372 again. This is where we expected it to slow down, but there's still a lot of upside, and the final boss is at 4.30 or 4.402, I think. The final boss would be where we dumped from the October rally that was not able to hold up. Why does the ES not have any gaps? I think because it's always trading most of the time. So it's not closed. So pretty much these moves are because of the futures. So, like, you didn't even have that in November. It looked exactly the same in 2020. It's because it's overnight. So we're just running up 1-2%, then gapping up another 0.5%, and running another 1% from wherever we opened, just 3 days in a row now. We barely even dropped. I don't get why that was unsustainable. No, we did. We dropped a lot. You gave up. I mean, half of the year in 3 months, I guess. You spent a lot of... I guess it took you, 3 months to build it, 3 months to take it away, and then 3 days to get it back. But that was like what? It was almost... You were about 30 points shy of repeating this whole downturn. This one was in a month, while this was spread out over 3. But, I mean, again, you do another 30 points in 3, you're at the low. And then by next year, I mean, you would be, before you know it, after that, another 30 points, you're halfway to COVID lows. We will keep Green Monday. I don't know. I think that one's going to be interesting, but it depends on what we wake up to. However, every Green Monday that we've had so far, there was a lot of red. What happened to the war? It's still going on. I mean, there's still a lot of human suffering, and it's still a very negative real-world event. But the market, I don't think unless oil gets affected or when oil gets affected, the market will react temporarily. But in the meantime, everybody's kind of over it. Yeah, you've already... October's still red, so unfortunately, I still look like an idiot in the record books for my seasonality bet, but you are now back to a positive from October, and now, getting back to the low of August. But we get up here, then you're knocking on the doors once again of the higher levels. Wreck herd books. Tech is overvalued with AI hype. Changed my mind. There's value is very, very subjective right now. I think the best value is cash at 5% minimum. I just think, that's it. Just listen to Powell. Powell don't want you to invest. But this next year, again, if we do, this kind of feels like 1999. Again, the 1999, 2001 thing, if the rates played out like 2001, the question is if the market will. But at this point, until we get more normalization, the value, you just watch so many things go from worthless to 3 times the price and then lose 70% of that in 30 days, 2 weeks, and then regain. Some of them regained it all back in 3. So, value is, it's very finicky right now. A divergence. Well, because the market's going up and the bonds are staying pinned. It doesn't have to close the gap for today. And if you're worried about the divergence, don't pull up the 1-year chart of this. Because that might freak you out. But for now, we'll see by the end of the day. But this just leaves open the opportunity that we could still see some more bigger moves by the end of the day. And now it's Power Hour, baby.
Welcome to Power Hour. After selling the market off every day for 3 months, they decided to buy it back in 3 days. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, Traders realize value is bullshit, and it's all up to how people feel about Jerome Powell crack. Yes.
They're pausing! Even though they paused last time, now they paused again. That means they're pausing. They're pausing.
They were already paused.
I think they're going to pause again.
It was already paused.
No, I think we were worried, though, after the pause and after that.
They bought it all. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, in theaters everywhere, FOMO is everywhere.
Not really. No FOMO. No FOMO. Not really that FOMO.
They never saw it coming.
I think we see it happening.
Powell had no idea.
I think Powell knows what's going on.
Why are they saying the opposite? I don't understand. Nick Timmeros, the new main character. The stock market loves you. Only playing for long-term subscribers. In theaters, only for long-term subscribers. Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
I said long term is like HBO Max, you know. You have to. You either, that's, if you want the stock market loves you, that's HBO Max subscribers. That's long-term Max subscribers. Long-term minimum 10-year subscribers. Those are the only ones where the stock market loves you. You have a feeling something bad is going to happen over the weekend? Oh, in the ME? What's that? I thought you meant for the market. I was about to say, if you weren't that specific and you were like, something bad is going to happen, I'm like, I've heard that every single weekend for the last 2 months. Oh, in the Middle East? Oh, I thought you meant Maine. Oh, no, I don't know. I don't think it's going to hit the market. But I've heard that every day for the last 2 months now. Maybe a month. First month was all about the market. The last 3 weeks have been Middle East. Again, every Friday at 3 in a row, we've been tripping out on. I feel like today we've had less Middle East headlines than any of the other Fridays. Yeah, a lot of bad. That's the whole point. A lot of bad things have happened. The market was reacting for it for a little bit because the bonds were moving, but Dr. Kennedy or Mr. Kennedy wasn't lying. The world is on fire. So it's like there's been a lot of problems, and we've literally now, you are hurdling the mountain of worry or the wall of worry. It's insane. It's not clear to all-time highs. No, calm the F down. Okay? This isn't good enough for you. What the hell's wrong with you? I haven't seen this in 3 years. Okay, calm down. I don't know about all-time highs, but this is this is going to give you a little bit more of a rally here into the end of the year. Until acted upon by equal or opposite force, aka Powell, or again, more bond volatility. You need bond volatility to end. As long as bonds don't go higher from here, the next step is slightly lower and then just stopping the volatility. Was he really a doctor? I don't know. I feel like Senator Kennedy, he would be one of those people who would be a doctor. If that makes sense. And he'd be like, call me doctor. It's Dr. Kennedy. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Because you want to downplay him, but then he just flex on you like, it's doctor to you, buddy. Exactly. That's a new high on the S&P. Thank you. For 390, Chatadonia. Oh, wait, that's on the ES. So I was like, what the? I was like, damn, we just rocketed. Talk about it. We need to get there, though. You need to get there on the SPX. Again, if we get above here, still hit 473 real quick. So if we get above that, that'll be nice. Dr. Kennedy single? I've never tried. Does your girl think you're crazy when she walks in doing these voice impressions? Honestly, I don't know what she thinks, but I think she's lucky. I think I'm hilarious, honestly. I feel like I entertain her. I feel like she gets very entertained, and that's it. At first, it was kind of weird, but like she loves the Biden voice now. Now, for the first couple months, she ain't get it. She not from here. She don't know why, like, you know, the political stuff. She don't get it. But now she's like, she's found the humor, man. She's found the humor. Yeah, she's used to it all. I think she's lucky, yeah. Again, that's why some people have said I'm a narcissist in the past. But then again, I mean, you know, I think we have a great, fruitful relationship. So, anyways. We're going up. The Qs. Where do we get out of this one at? I think that was last Friday. So I'm glad I got out of that one. But then still, this has all been a trip. The kid with the Biden costume, yeah, that was hilarious. It kind of gave me faith. I'm like, wow, even like, I didn't think kids understood, but they do. And then I thought about it. I was like, you can't fool the heart of a child. Like, that's all they see. Because then you got to think about it. What do I tell you guys all the time? I'm like, the funniest president in my lifetime is George W. Bush. Because I was a kid and I just remember seeing how dumb he was. With no politics, no nothing aside, I was just like, this is the funniest thing ever. And then seeing how it like even played out in the history books, it's amazing. So that's why I was like, wow. I was like, you know, the kids, I was like, they see it. They see everything. Like, you really can't fool the heart of a child when it's all said and done. You know, they got their own little common sense. And they... That was the last costume I would have expected from, like, kids, bro. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Oh, little Raul. Woo! No? Little Raul? I know somebody got excited. 4373. Knock you right back down to the 4370. 1 point at a time. If you rise, it will fall. And the market makers waiting. Time after time. If you rise, it will fall. Oh, I'm sorry. Sell off in the last 15. It's not going to go red, though. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I've been trying to jinx it all day. I've been trying to help y'all out. I said it very confidently multiple times. This thing is not going red today, but, you know, that's it. That's it, man. I'm after done. That's a good song. Josh secretly has Cyndi Lauper cassettes on his desk. Josh secretly didn't know she sang that song until you said that. Now I know. Now I know. If you really tried, we could have got Pump It Up this morning. No. This is what I tell you guys with making a deal. I don't know why y'all keep trying to refinance it like you Donald Trump yelling. Okay, calm down. I told you the last time I played it, I said, okay, if I play it, then the next level is 100 points higher. Y'all insisted. I insisted. We had a deal. Y'all keep trying to go back on it. We had a deal. Okay? I don't know if there was consideration, but we had a deal. No, there was. I gave you something for it. And in return, you were supposed to let us be in peace. You got 10-3 Palantir 18 debating on selling before close. Did they already report? I don't know if Palantir's a Friday earnings or not. But, I mean, I have a couple. There's some names might do their own thing. If it has earnings, it's going to be, if they already reported, I mean, you're just at the mercy of the market. But I said I didn't make any plays today. I'm up a lot, but I'm just holding whatever I was holding and set up with prior. Some were down, some came back, all of that. But, it's borderline. How do you feel about the rally and where you go forward from here? Well, then if it's on time, I mean, wait. The fuck are you saying, though? Your contract expires today. You don't even have a choice, sir. Respectfully. Oh, 10-11? Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wait a minute. Sir, you don't even have a choice. You got to sell it or you go sell it and buy another one. But 10-11, well, that's the thing. The only issue is that the market could still go higher. You could still fall out of the money in that time frame, and then Palantir keeps ripping. I would ghetto spread it, especially if you're up a lot. Are we hitting new highs? Biden explaining build back. Yeah. Hey, Oscar, God bless. Oscar, I heard you had a new kid. I'm going to make sure you pay taxes for that. Anyway, wait, I'm just kidding. You get benefit. Horn. I tell you, how he did it? Look at this. You know how we built out? Look at what happened. SPY's going down. They won't keep us down. We invented the S&P. Okay, look. I want you to see it. You see how this was from the top down. That doesn't work. So what we did, we built from the bottom up. That's how we were able to rally here. You guys were like, how come the market won't go up? Because you were starting from the top. We don't do top down. We tried top down. Look at what happened in 2022. Come on, look, we did top down. Top down didn't work. It didn't go to anywhere. But we built from the bottom up. You bounce. That's what happened. Anyways, SPY's coming down now. Some people get excited. I'll see you in a little bit. Bull's so confident. No. Bro, you weren't saying any of these comments for 3 weeks. Some of y'all really showed your hand in the last 48 hours. I saw comments I ain't seen in a minute, and I was like, why y'all getting so mad today? All of a sudden. But it makes a lot of sense. But it's okay, man. It's okay. They were enjoying it, though. They enjoyed the downside. Again, that's why I said y'all need to be nice to each other. It's not bull or bear. I got wrecked on both sides in all of this. And I got the benefit on both sides in all of this. So I just really hope you guys, there's no point of sending these wild shots at imaginary enemies in here if they, don't exist, and don't make enemies out of people. I'm upset. Don't be upset. If you are upset, I'm telling you, that's the only way you lose. Dude, I got murdered the last couple of weeks, dude. That's why I'm like, I'm grateful that it came back, but at the end of the day, there's something that, and I'm just a sicko, but at the same time, especially on a trading aspect, though, you have to be ready and locked in. And what I mean by that, it's something I told you a while ago. I said, I'm ready. I'm ready to lose everything. And until you come to terms with that, it is going to fuck with you a little bit, or you'll get I'm not going to get emotional after making a decision, though. That's what I'm saying. Fuck it. I'm sorry. You may like it. You may like me for that. You may respect me for it. You may hate me for it. You may call it complacent, whatever you want. It's you still got to do your work. You got to put in the effort and your diligence. Sometimes you're going to make good decisions and bad, but when it's all said and done, though, you have to just be in it and don't get regret. And what I'm saying is I've seen a lot of emotions come out. That's the whole point is if there wasn't emotions, I wouldn't say people are regretting things, but it's at that same time, you have to be able to handle that and lock that in just no matter what. So we'll be good. Yeah, there's a very good, as I said, everybody gets their turn. So, but at the same time, the emotions up and down, just don't underestimate how important, we were just talking about, the mindset. Emotions will get you feeling hyped. Emotions, you could have a lot of power and you'll feel the opposite. It has been wild. That's all I've been saying. I even agree that Powell didn't even say what the market thinks he said. However, again, that's why I said I'm kind of offended by Mr. Nicky T. It's been wild. And then that's why you get the long term too. No matter what, the long term was a part of all of this nonsense. Every month of the year, again, and then added wherever we go from here, wherever the future leads, that's all you got to do, bro. That's all you got to do. You got strength. I think all of you have strength, and that's why what we were talking about today, make sure you get rest, because you could be the strongest person in the world. You could have all the experience, but depending, you could go through certain things and they will drain you, and then you being tired, that being tired will lead you to be more emotional and not controlling your mindset. You know that, right? You're not. Why are you more emotional? Because you're tired. That's it. If you're telling me you're not naturally a B word, you know what I'm saying? And your central tendency, not talking standard deviations or Fed stuff, but like who you are as a person, you are generally not overreactive. You do not get, you know what I'm saying? Then you are tired. And that's what no matter how strong you are too, that's literally what the philo was. You could go through certain things. That's what I'm saying. Maybe go sleep, get food, take a break, relax, look at things, take a step back, come to terms with your decisions that you've made. But then you have to be able to, get your rest so that you could think. But don't underestimate how emotions are feeding into a lot of this. And again, if you're going through a lot and a lot and a lot and a lot, eventually the littlest emotion, if you're tired, will find a way to fuck with your mindset. And again, I think mindset is a very big key to this. Again, from the trading all the way down to the long term once again. Is it evil? No one's talking evil. Go to bed. Relax. See what I'm saying? Or you got to make a decision. Like we've told, again, there was times you had to make a decision here even coming into it. There was a lot of great opportunities. But at the end of the day, sleep, rest, eat, drink water. Find a way to detach. I hope you could have forgiveness in your heart for God knows whatever it may be. But like, again, these are all things to the point where I'm saying, hopefully come at this from a clearer mind and relax a little bit, no matter what. Again, this is after getting destroyed for 3 months. I'm telling you, I had my plan with it. Again, the thing is, I got emotional at certain times, and I didn't like it. Again, you saw me get emotional. I sold out of a buyout already in the last 3 months. I said, fuck that. No, we're sticking to whatever we plan. Again, I made my decision. I'm a hold. I'm a ride, even on the earnings plays. And again, we're here. I had a plan for October. Didn't play out, but I put myself in, again, stuff that wasn't going to expire. And then we go. But in even the long term, but just don't get emotional. Trust me. It's all fucked up. It's been a very fucked up year when it's all said and done. But emotions are probably the thing that I think you could see the most at every single one of these corners, from SVB to the beginning of the year to now even this. Does Hamas look at the gains in the U.S. market on a day like this and rationalize higher markets equals more aid? To be honest, I don't think Hamas looks at the stock market in the U.S. Maybe I'm rude and I'm being ignorant, but I think they're more concerned with /CL. I think that's a fair assessment. I think that's what they look at in terms of everything right now. Because that's where they get funding. That's where if they could get that thing to move, they could have more leverage, so on and so forth. 5K in long term or 5K towards real estate? How are you going to put the 5K towards real estate? So that's the beauty. You could put 5K, you could go get yield on it right now in bill, but then you could also, you could put it in something and just sell it when you need the real estate, when you want to get the real estate. But unless you're like, you got a good FHA deal, 5,000 down or something like that, I don't know if I would do like crowd-sourced real estate if that's what you're thinking with 5,000. Love you too, Nick. Love you too. Be at peace, my brother, so you could get them back. Amen. Amen. That's what I'm saying. Just focus. You'll make good decisions, especially if you got in good plays, even if they turned around. It's like, don't forget that, but don't let the emotions knock you out. And then again, emotions, word to the long term, bro. Word to the long term. It was another buy the invasion. Since you brought it up, what do you think about crowdsourced real estate? Exactly what I just said when I brought it up. I don't think it's really good for small amounts of money and individual investors. It's usually not. So I stay away from it. Even I tell you guys, I've had Chads come to me, again, Daniel specifically. I think that was a notable deal because he made good money on it. But he approached me with a house flipping deal. He found a good off market. He got it from work. And he was like, hey, I want to flip this. Like, I want to do this. Like, do you want to split it with me? And I was like, no, there's no point in us splitting it. Because I was like, do you need my money? Do you need me to give you money? He was like, no. I was like, okay, do you need me to find you people who could work on it? He said, no. He's like, my dad and the people I know out there. I was like, do you need my expertise in the area? Because I don't know shit about Chicago. And then he was like, no, I know everything about it. I was like, you don't need me to do it. I was like, there's no point of us splitting $20 to $50,000 and going through the work and time. And so I'm like, you should just do it all yourself, and then you should keep all the money. That's what I like about real estate is like you can make good amounts. It's very good, but I don't even, unless you have to. Early on in my real estate career, I did JVs, I did partnerships. Literally, my first house flip was a result of a partnership. I wouldn't have been able to do it without it. However, it is still like, once you start, if you have the resources for a deal, I would just do that. And I wouldn't try to force, like $5,000, $10,000 into a pot of 10, 15 investors or more, when I would just go finesse a FHA multi-unit and then get that for $5 or $10,000 down and call it a day. No, we're not talking house hacking.
Yeah, what's up, TikTok? I want to show you guys house hacking and how you guys can hack the real estate market. So what you're going to do is you're going to buy a house, and then you're going to move into that house. You're going to do this FHA loan, 3% down. You're going to get it for nothing. And then this is where the hack begins. You know that room that's there? Yeah. So what you're going to do is you're going to get somebody who's interested in that room. This is how you hack it. You get them to live in that room, and depending on how many rooms you have, you can put them in those rooms, and they will trade you weed, or I meant money, but then they'll give you money, and then you could go from there. And then you house hack, and then once they give you money, you don't pay for you to live in the house, but they live in the house with you, and they pay to live in the house. We call it house hacking.
Isn't that just renting out your house?
Well, that's if you want to say it like that. What?
What? So yeah, I don't know, man.
No, it's a hack. Sounds disruptive.
Yeah, that's my favorite. When TikTok started explaining renting out your house as house hacking, I lost it. I love it. It's my favorite. That it comes second to when I genuinely had people asking me if they should not buy a real house and should buy NFT land, metaverse land. That one's hard to beat. That one's hard to beat. But calling renting your house hacking, that one got me. That one got me as number 2. 2021 ruled. No, it wasn't, bro. Fucking a PS5 was $15,000. Fuck you saying, man. That's why the picture of a monkey was $100,000. It cost $10,000 for a PlayStation, bro. Bro, PlayStation, bro, somebody gave you a PlayStation at market price. You were like, you turned into Smeagol from The Ring. You're like, oh, my presents. Wow, you mean it? It's mine? It was, dude, that was crazy, bro. It was a crazy, crazy moment. You don't remember any of that? Weird. I don't know, man. Oh, you're driving back, Orlando, from Miami? You're already coming back? Oh, you ain't partying in Miami? Stay for the night. Get dress coded when you want to go out. I'm like, what? How's Elf not higher? I mean, safe to say it's a little smaller than you expected. Good. I hope you got it. I hope you got it. I feel you, though. Elf is definitely, it's definitely smaller than I expected. Wow. So I look at my email. I need water and I need a poop. My stomach kind of hurt. This is amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to end on behalf of me and Tim Whitman. We are here to end all of this political ideology bullshit. We are not part of No Labels, but we are here to end all of this left, right. I am no longer, again, that's it. I'm telling you, we're done with this. No more Republican, Democrat, none of that. It's over, Chad. Because I'm going to present to you today your new 2024 political candidate, the best of both worlds. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to Donald Yellen. Why fight when we could come together? We took Janet Yellen and we took Donald Trump and we combined them. And now we have the ultimate political candidate. Whatever you thought Grandma couldn't do, Trump has it handled. Whatever you think Daddy Trump was saying that, shouldn't have really flew, and there, what I'm saying, we need some more PR. But, Mama Yellen got that covered. So, I'm just saying, this is what y'all, this is a great, I can't say it enough how great this alternative is and what this candidate means to me. Okay. Donald J. Yellen, the J stands for jiggly. Okay. And that applies to both in so many ways. That's amazing. So I hope you understand, but we're going to be out on the campaign there, man. That's it. We've ended it all. Donald J. Yellen, ladies and gentlemen. Donald J. Yellen. Oh, Bazum. Habibi. My man, God bless you. Horna. God bless you. God bless you. Shout out to Chad, baby. Hope you're doing good, man. Bazum, I hope you got a long term. I hope that's a result of the long term. What does a Donald Yellen sound like? I can't do the voice. I can't. I don't know what it would sound like. It's terrific. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's terrific. It's what we've done in our policy. It's amazing. What we're going to do, we're going to build a wall. It's a wall. It's not even a wall. It's going to be a minimum tax wall. We're going to have a minimum tax on all walls. That's what we're going to do. I tell you. Nobody's done that. It's fine. I think China is good. It's a good place. It's a bad place. It's a good place. Do you have any shrooms? I don't do shrooms, but I could smell them. I could rub them on my pores. That's how I could. I don't know, man. All right. On that note, maybe I'll go to the bathroom. I need a break after that, I think. See, I need water or something, man.
Movers here and there. You
Follow me on
take a
Instagram,
look there.
@TheTradingFriend.
Apple
I love
shares
you.
down about 0.8%. We should point out it was on a 4-day run heading into those earnings here, so still holding on to some pretty significant gains on a weekly basis, but concerns here about the longer-term trajectory for this company, particularly if China turns out to be that soft spot that everybody seems to think it is. Look at Church & Dwight here. Of course, this is a big consumer staples company, and they gave some guidance here that, well, it was their old guidance, and there was a lot of concern as to why they didn't raise their guidance. And they talked, Katie, a lot of this about this idea of an increased marketing spend, which I assume means that they feel like they have to advertise more and maybe offer more promotions to get people to buy some of those products.
And it just, again, speaks to this very punishing earnings season that we're in, where it needs to be a beat and a raise. You need to surpass expectations. Otherwise, you end up with a 7% downdraft.
Well, let's take a look at two quick other ones. Cybersecurity company Fortinet having its worst day in quite some time. That was on the back of a very disappointing earnings report. And then you have Expedia having one of its best days in quite some time, up almost 20% here. A lot of concerns here that the travel sector really was starting to deteriorate, a sign maybe that that's not necessarily the case. Meanwhile, we want to go down to Atlanta, where our very own Michael McKee is standing by with an exclusive interview with the head of the Atlanta Federal Reserve, Raphael Bostic.
We'd like to welcome everybody to Bloomberg Television and Radio Worldwide. We're happy to be joined by Raphael Bostic, who is the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, which, if you could see over my shoulder, is right over there. Let me thank you for coming into our offices, however, and we thank you for warming it up from yesterday. It was a little chilly.
Well, the pleasure's mine, and welcome to Atlanta.
You were the first on the FOMC to say the economy didn't need any more rate increases. Did the jobs report today basically vindicate your view?
Well, I wouldn't say vindicate. This is a journey, and we're going to be on this journey for a while. What I will say is I'm pleased with the number. It came in at a level that is consistent with what my outlook has been, and it really tells me that our policies are really starting to work through the economy in a way that can help us get to our 2% target for inflation with minimal pain is what I'm hoping for.
Well, what drove the decision on Wednesday to leave rates unchanged? You came into the meeting with inflation up a little bit. The last jobs report was very strong. Consumer spending was very strong, and yet everybody decided to go with the Bostic view and hold. What was behind the thinking there?
Well, I'll tell you what was behind my thinking on this. You know, in addition to looking at the data, I do a lot of on-the-ground intelligence, and in a period that was really unusual for me, everybody was saying the same thing, which is that things are slowing down. We are seeing the economy start to, quote, normalize is a thing that people have been saying relative to this hot pandemic period. When I get unanimity in that tells me that there's something that's happening on the ground that is probably stronger than what I might see in the data. And then the data, even though they did come in very strong in September, if you looked over a longer term trend, it still said that the economy was moderating. And those two things together made me very comfortable with the notion that we still have time to watch, be patient, and be cautious and make sure that we understand the trends and don't overreact to any single data point.
Well, barring some exogenous shock, would you say you're basically at the peak now that you don't need to raise rates anymore?
So what I would say is this. There are three possible outcomes. Either inflation is going to stall out in this trajectory, it's going to continue slow and steady, or it's going to go off a cliff. I have all of those possibilities in play, and I'm going to stay on that. Today, my outlook is that we're going to stay on that slow and steady. And if we continue to do that, then I think where we are now will be sufficiently restrictive to get us to the 2% level for inflation. But there's still a lot that's going to happen. And between now and even the next meeting, we're going to get a couple of jobs numbers.
Well,
we're going to get a couple of readings for inflation.
But now it's Bostic.
And that'll tell us and give us more signals.
But again, market's not really reacting. Again, look at the bonds,
You mentioned
too.
talking to a lot of people in your district.
But you're 10 points off the high.
Slowing down.
Still a
Can
good
you
level.
Characterize that? Because not long ago, the question was, did the Fed go too far? And we're not just slowing, we're going to fall off a cliff, as you mentioned. And others are saying the soft landing narrative. Where do the business people see it?
You know, the business people are in an area of moderation back to normal. They understand that they've gone through a period where they've had sales that are at levels that, frankly, they didn't expect. And the decline in those sales and that activity over time has come in slower than they expected, but it is continuing. And that's really the dynamic that really governs. The thing that I think people need to just keep in mind is that through this pandemic period, through this high inflationary period, we've had exceptional demand. Consumers have been continuing to spend. And once that gets back to a normal level, then we'll be back in a more normal environment where inflation will be at 2%. And so we needed to work through that. And another thing that's been quite interesting is that supply has really responded as well. We've seen labor force participation be much higher than I think I had my outlook for sure. And that's been another moderating force to help us get to where we are today.
A lot of questions about long and variable lags, and maybe they're hitting the economy right now. You guys got the senior loan officer survey this week. Is credit still tightening the way it has been?
Credit is definitely tight, and there is still stuff to happen there. We know that a lot of corporate bonds, for example, they're about to reset. And those resets are going to come in at interest rate levels that are 2 or 3 percentage points higher than they were previously. And that's going to be a drag. I hear the same thing in commercial real estate, where there are a lot of people who are expecting some of these buildings to struggle to hit the valuations that were projected in the previous lower interest rate environment. And that's going to be some disruption as well. So there is still stuff that's going to come from our policy. But I think that ultimately will contribute to us getting ourselves to that 2% level. And right now is really just let the time pass. Let's let the economy work through all of this and see where we are at that point.
Well, you and others at the Fed have made the case that now that you're higher, you can go longer, that you'll leave rates at this elevated level for quite some time. You must have modeled out some idea of how long it would take at this level to bring inflation down to the target.
So we have a projection. Like for me, I would say it's going to be in the second half of next year. Of course, that's still 8 months from now, 10 months from now. A lot's going to happen. So I don't try to get too precise and exactly it's going to be this meeting where something happens. But it is still a ways off, and we still have a lot to watch and monitor as we think about understanding how the economy is evolving.
And you think the economy will do fine at this level of interest rates until that time?
So fine is, this very subjective word. I do think we can get to inflation to the levels that are close to our target without seeing a recession. I do not have a recession in my outlook, but I don't also see us growing continuously at 5 and 6%. In the quarterly basis. We're going to be in sort of a slow, steady growth that's methodical.
8 to 10
it won't
months.
be exciting a lot of folks, but it will be one that sort of doesn't feature a lot of additional pain and disruption for American families.
No recession,
Chairman
but 8,
Powell
10
has
months
talked
of
about
pausing.
growth needing to be either below trend or potential, depending on the day. We discussed that at his news conference. But do you see that as necessary, that it needs to come down significantly? And do you still believe that unemployment needs to go up significantly in order to bring inflation down?
So I don't know. What I would say is this. There are many states of the world where we can get to inflation to where we need it to be, where we don't see a wholesale and widespread disruption. Part of that is how strong the supply side continues. I saw a report today that suggested that the supply chain disruptions are fully a thing of the past. We might actually be looking for additional supply to be able to fill in. If that happens, then you can get the strong growth, you can get the minimized unemployment, and still see the price level fall, the rate of the price level increase, decline. So that's what I'm hoping for. But of course, I've got to be ready and prepared for any kind of eventuality, and we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Well, the economy growth and especially unemployment have not performed as anticipated by the Fed going forward. So what is it that would get you to change your view of what needs to be done? Is it basically just watching inflation and whether it comes down or starts to go up again?
So to me, there are two things, and I might add a third. But the first is just what's happening with the trajectory of inflation. If it continues to progress towards our 2% target, to me, that's a very positive sign that says, let's.
I don't think he's a voter this time around, but
The second
He's like
thing
the
that
first
I'm
one
really-
giving
I've
a
been looking at
criteria.
from the beginning of the pandemic is inflation expectations.
Powell would never do this.
And if we find
Right
that
now, at
consumers or businesses are really starting to feel like that long-term level of inflation that's going to be the baseline is creeping up, if that's their expectation, we've got to act and we've got to take that under control. But that's not what's happening right now. And the long run expectations have stayed relatively steady throughout the pandemic. And the short run expectations have fallen significantly. The third one that I'm looking at also is the wage level. And everyone's talking about this. To me, I think that is, that's been a very welcome development in terms of how it's evolved. And that the businesses I talk to are saying, we are getting to a place where we're back to our old style. That, you know, the 10 and 15% increases in wages that we've had to do the last couple of years, they're not on the table, they're not necessary, and I'm starting to hear more and more. The increase we're going to do this year is very similar to what we were doing in 2018 and 2019, and that's very welcome news.
Well, you said probably see progress on inflation the second half of next year. So at that point, what do you do? Do you start looking at rate cuts?
Well, I would say I'm hoping and expecting to see inflation progress throughout until the next year, and then we'd have to really start to think about like what's our long-run neutral level. I think we're in restrictive territory today. And as we get closer and closer to our target, we're going to have to think about moderating the level of our policy stance. But that's down the road. And, you know, it's interesting. I talk to a lot of business people, and they ask, like, how are you thinking about this? For me, if we're restrictive now, we can't wait till we're at exactly 2% to start reducing rates. It's got to be before that. But the dynamic in that precise moment will really depend on the context. So I can't say with any degree of certainty exactly when that will happen. But as we get closer and closer to that 2%, I think that'll be something that I'll have to take on board a lot more.
Well, your background is in housing, and so this raises the question of what happens to housing. People do not want to sell a 7% mortgage at this point and take out one and sell their 3%. So is housing basically in the dumper now for years to come?
Well, I hope it's not years to come. But with incredibly low interest rates, and a lot of people were fortunate enough to be able to buy homes and get mortgages at those low rates. That is our reality. And so there is going to be some rebalancing that needs to happen, and that'll happen over time. I don't think this is all going to happen in a 6-month period, but my objective right now is to get inflation under control so that our policy rates can get back to something that's lower than where it is now, and I'm hopeful that mortgage rates will follow that, and then we'll be back to a more normal housing market where people will transact and move and buy and sell as their life circumstance determines.
Well, then, a last question. When you get back to whatever normal is, should people expect it to be higher than in the last 10, 12 years? A higher interest rate, perhaps a little bit higher inflation rate, maybe growth, a potential growth a little bit higher?
Well, I would expect, yes, higher than the last 10 years. We've basically been at zero. Zero, I don't think, is a reasonable long-run expectation for where our interest rate should be. So it'll be higher than that. But I really don't think inflation will be higher than our 2% target. We want to get there, and that'll be the goal. And if we get to that level, I think that sets up the U.S. economy for pretty solid growth over the next several years.
All right. Raphael Bostic, thank you very much, President of the Atlanta Federal Reserve. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks there to Michael McKee. Of course, a great interview there with the Atlanta Fed President, Raphael.
All right, Bostic. He gave a little criteria. He was talking about inflation expectations. He said one more thing, but I don't even think the market reacted. He said inflation, 2%. He said credit is tightening, and then more will happen on that front. But I don't know. It wasn't you were dropping before he came on, kind of moved around a little bit. If anything, I think towards the end of the day now, we only got 15 minutes remaining. He's always been bullish on all of it. Again, he said hold rates 8 to 10 more months. And then we'll see where things go. But he said, yeah, no recession. No, but just if you've seen Bostic, sometimes the market, he'll say one of those bullish-ass comments. You've seen a 3% day because of Bostic, or 2%. As weird as that sounds, it shouldn't have happened, but it did. It did happen. As weird Oh, that's me. That's me. We only have 15 minutes left in the day. Can you go through your long term? Kind of. Again, I'm a little limited. Maybe if you guys wait till we move to the whole Schwab thing and all of that, because it's like I have only access to one right now. Again, I sound like my check-ins and my savings, but nothing has changed. All I've done is add to it. So I think I posted on the YouTube as of late. There should be something on the channel with the latest purchase of everything. Again, we grabbed MO, and that's about it. But I have a deposit, haven't done anything yet, and then we're in the process of migrating accounts. So once we get that out of the way, I'd love to go over the long term. It was a great year for the long term. Again, we made a couple of new additions, and they didn't do too well. However, we had a lot of great progress from last year and the end of the year purchases. So I'm hoping it plays out the exact same. Again, we bought a couple stuff over the last couple of months. I mean, we're kind of near on the prices. I mean, Disney still good within earnings level. Again, PayPal, that one's down now. 3M, again, in the value. But we got a good range, good price. I'm not really too tripping out on some of these, but we're going to move some things around, and then we'll be good. Played the Inky vid or after close, maybe. I've never done that. So it'd be new. It'd be new for my schedule. Every data point says recession. Every pundit says everything is fine. I mean, if you haven't noticed, everybody just flip-flops into whichever direction has momentum. So again, that's why I felt a certain way about the whole market this year, but even then you could get whipsawed in various ways. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's a couple of things you could follow. It's just I really think if you don't want to have to get caught up in everything, just pay attention to the bond market and what it really means and rates and why people are reacting how they are. And the yield curve, it's mysterious and it doesn't say a lot, but so far, uninversion has been negative. And I think people can, I think you got a crash course lesson on that. But there's some broader factors you could follow that are still pointing north, more or less. But everything else, again, the data, soft data, hard data, there's a lot of variance in everything. AMD scamming bears. AMD does that every earnings. I'm telling you. We were talking about every time it's on earnings, it'll even be low. Even if the earnings were bad or good, it doesn't matter. It just gets bought up no matter how it trades. I've seen that all year with AMD. It has been wicked. And then even Micron, they did me dirty. I don't want to talk about the Micron. Micron's disgusting. Where is it? Why was Japan? They had a holiday. I forgot what the holiday was, but they're closed. The yen went up. Would have been interesting if they're open. We'll even see what they do on Monday, too. Remember, that's still part of the equation. And China. You guys don't know. China's done a little bit better off of us because of all of this, but, it's been awfully quiet on the China front. Early 10 minutes. Oh, wow. It's right around the corner. It is right around the corner. Yeah, 10-minute rigged right now. Literally right now, 10-minute rigged. You are going lower. That's been the trend for the last, 30 minutes? Wait, where's my... Why won't it load up? Yellen? Why won't my other E-Trade won't load up? Or my TD? What happened? Why won't it show? You guys see this? If I do that, it shows up, but it won't. Market on close, 36 million to the buy side. That seems very small for a day like today. What's even the volume? So, yes, last 2 days are just under 100 million. We're probably going to do the same here. You're at 80. You'll get a lot here towards the close. And it's a Friday expiration at that. Bro, this is really bothering me. I can't do anything. Not bad. Far from the 30 million solo sessions. I feel you on that. Today alone, erased October losses in my portfolio. Yes. It was, dude, we've talked about how wicked it was. It parallels November 2020. Again, the only part I don't like is that it doesn't, again, this is what I was saying every other time when the Powell first paused, I asked why the market didn't react. And again, they waited till the second one. But at the end of the day, it's like Powell still said a couple of things that weren't too good. I understand why people are moving. There's a little bit of vulnerability, but everything that this parallels, I mean, it looks extremely bullish, unfortunately. Because, again, I say that because just days ago, you have people talking good about things. Just last Friday, they were telling you it was unattractive on bonds. This, again, remember last Friday was abysmal. I don't know if you guys recall that. So very, very wild to think about. Very, very wild to think about. And then bonds are going lower into the close. We're still holding up. 10-minute rigged is past here for a couple of minutes. Not too much movement. I can't open up my thing. This is stupid, man. Let's see this. I got my other one. I don't know why it won't let me load up the other one, bro. So again, 43.62. That's where we're at. All right. I'll have to maybe I'll just have to keep that one up. Coca-Cola on the lump. Check XLP, Dow 0.7, SPY 1.0%. Not too crazy. And then NASDAQ 1.42. Banks even coming down here a little into the close. Fortinet up. They got destroyed today. XLP. Yeah, XLP's up only a quarter. Coca-Cola's in the red. Not too many names should be red. Let's see. So coming into the close, final 5 in about 1 minute, 20 seconds. You have Dow Jones names, 8 red, 22 green. And then FedEx Pilot Union says labor talks to restart on November 6th. And then NASDAQ 100, 14 names red, 86 names in the green. And then S&P 500, you're looking at 75 red, 425 in the green. Yes, ELF is one of those in the red today. One of the very select few. And then Expedia is the best on the SPY. And NASDAQ, I'm pretty sure. Expedia is insane. But again, remember, Expedia, you might be like, how come Airbnb don't respond like this? But, like, they kind of look somewhat similar. But Expedia got way more wrecked. My plan with ELF, I'm going to ride it out for a little bit. I would consider an average down, but not quite yet. It's kind of stayed within the same, I like the 50 shares because, again, it's been like $10 down at max. Then it goes to like 5 and then fluctuating. And I was up a good amount on it. That's the weird part. I thought this play was a winner right off the bat. we were up like $6 or $7 a share or something, and then it just switched gears. We'll close there. Well, get ready. You missed the final 5 right there. 20 seconds ago, I was telling you stories. 4, 3, 5, back to the level. So again, this was that first main level in the morning. You did not get to test here. And remember, last time that we were here, I mean, you did kind of do the same thing in between these levels. Remember, there was a little bit of resistance, so we'll see if that's going to play out the same way here. You only have a couple minutes left, so Chattadonia, Wrap Pop, W-R-A-P. I must give you the warning here. You got to pop on Wrap Technologies, but the warning I want to give you is that the new guy is about to arrive very soon. And the thing about the new guy is that he is very loud. So we have had reports of eardrums bleeding. Some people said dormant baby back bitch came to life, other inconveniences and problems. So what we just always say is once you hear the word earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers, because we want to make sure you are not only safe in the safety of others and above all else, but we also want to make sure you have a great experience. So if you are prone to anything sensitive, loud noises, when I say earmuffs, just mute your speakers and you will be good to go. You'll be good to go. No problems, no questions asked. Don't worry, you got a little bit of time, maybe. It depends. You got like a couple, I'll let you know. Who's the new guy? It's hard to explain. He's coming right now, though. So listen, I'll just tell you now if you want earmuffs, okay? Everybody, put on your earmuffs again, just in case if you feel like you're susceptible to any of those other issues that we just listed. Not a recommendation. You go at your own accord, and listener discretion is advised. But earmuffs, this is your time. Okay, here he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats, or be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Sunday night, and then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. Monday morning out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach in the San Diego International Airport, it's about 74 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, especially if you fought the urge to short the market, because the last 3 days in the market is insane, and we haven't seen anything like this in 3 years. But besides that, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required till the election. So all we ask is you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend. Chattadonia. It's time to bring it home. One of the wildest weeks of the year. You haven't seen stuff in many, many years already, but now you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up, bring it home, finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Are you going to long it into the weekend, short it, not play it, wait for the next move? Either way, like I said, it's been one of the most wildest ones you've had in a while. A lot of emotions. Last Friday felt a lot different, but you have less than 15 seconds. Finalize the plays, shares, options, futures. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Less than 10 seconds. Oh my gosh. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia, we did it, we made it, we did it, we made it. Good game, baby. I need a GG right now. Everybody, that's 7 hours in the books. A crazy week, crazy month, crazy everything. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, everybody that brought something to the table, everybody that vibed out, everybody that stuck through it and didn't even think about selling the long term. Even if you did, it's okay. GG, baby. Let's go. I need it from everybody. Best chat in the world, worst chat in the world. If you don't drop it, then what you just saying you got no respect for not one person, including yourself. It's good sportsmanship. We need a GG. Everybody, right now. Show it right now. Good.